the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1126 Outer God. King. In the brightly lit public hall at night, the Fujimura Ritsuka Theater Company's first performance began. Mashu served as narrator and prompter, a crucial role crucial to the success of a play. To excel, Mashu memorized the lines from the plays written by Leonardo da Vinci and Sherlock Holmes. The play, Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, tells the story of the Queen of Sheba, who, after hearing Solomon's wisdom, journeys thousands of miles across deserts and seas, carrying a vast treasure and overcoming all obstacles, in order to seek marriage. While it's a marriage proposal, strictly speaking, the Queen of Sheba, armed with wealth, hopes Solomon will answer 3 questions. There are many variations on these 3 questions, such as what is the hardest and what is the most powerful. Leonardo da Vinci chose 3 riddle-like questions: a room with 10 doors. Opening one closes the other 9, and opening 9 closes another. The answer is man. Thanks to the group's efforts, the premiere was a resounding success. While Shen Fei, Mashu, Ritsuka, and Kato Danzo were all performing for the first time, Da Vinci was not. Her portrayal of the Queen of Sheba was captivating, and at the end of the performance, the audience applauded enthusiastically. After all, in this small town, there were few entertainment options, let alone a play. Following the successful performance, Da Vinci met with Carter, the village pastor, and the elders, ultimately agreeing to allow the troupe to perform in the village. A modest fee was agreed upon, barely enough to make ends meet in those days. For Da Vinci, not having to pay was perfectly acceptable, but to avoid suspicion, she had to haggle over the fee, revealing that she had come to Salem because of its strong church culture. The fee offered by Salem was simply too low. For a troupe whose sole purpose was to generate revenue, not caring about money would be suspicious. Okay, the first hurdle is finally over. Next, while you're investigating the village, don't forget to check your script to avoid forgetting your lines. Ritsuka and Kato Danzo were both a little nervous about their first performance, but thankfully, their prompter, Mashu, was there to help them through the difficult times. As for Da Vinci, there was no need to worry. Shen Fei's role was even easier. He played Solomon, had very few lines from beginning to end, and only appeared in the second half. The next morning, after breakfast, the group split up. Mashu and Ritsuka formed a pair, while Da Vinci, Shen Fei, and Kato Danzo each formed a single-person group. Oh no! Tituba's been imprisoned. Near noon, just as Shen Fei and the others had returned to Carter's house, Mashu and Ritsuka rushed back, faces filled with anxiety. They brought some terrible news. Tituba had been accused of heresy and imprisoned by the newly appointed superior judge. Matthew Hopkins, the new superior judge, is him. This is causing some trouble, and according to the timeline, he shouldn't be here. Da Vinci couldn't help but frown upon hearing Matthew mention the new judge as Matthew Hopkins. Dear Matthew Hopkins, who is this Matthew Hopkins? The name wasn't mentioned in the information Da Vinci had provided. He's a witch judging expert, nicknamed the witch hunting general, who makes a living hunting witches. Da Vinci then briefly described Matthew Hopkins. How could such a person exist? Matthew and Ritsuka frowned in unison upon hearing Matthew's description of Hopkins. Historically, the increasing prevalence of witch hunting was largely due to Hopkins's role. He profited from the witches and naturally disliked their disappearance. Strictly speaking, few of the witches who were judged actually possessed magical abilities, the others were framed for fighting. When profit is involved, especially when it's truly coveted, some people naturally want it to disappear. This situation stems from a previous ritual Abigail performed with a group of young women. One of the young women returned home vomiting and suffering from diarrhea. Coupled with the discovery of the doll Tituba had created and given to Abigail, people attributed the girl's condition to the work of a witch. Coincidentally, the newly appointed High Judge, Matthew Hopkins, arrived and declared the doll a pagan curse. Consequently, Tituba was imprisoned, despite Carter's staunch objections. I'll check on her this afternoon. She seems ill. Did you find anything? Da Vinci nodded gently, then asked everyone what they had found. Nothing special, Shen Fei said first. There's a bar at the harbor with a lot of sailors there. They say it seems like there's been a constant storm, making it impossible to get out, Kato Danzo said. Wait a minute, something's not right. Since there's a storm outside and we can't go out to sea, how did Hopkins get here? Did he travel through the storm? No, there's no storm outside. This is a singularity. It's impossible for an outsider to come here. Hearing Da Vinci mention the storm outside, Shen Fei suddenly felt something was amiss. A flash of light flashed through his mind, and he blurted out. Yes, we actually overlooked something so important. It seems our perception has been altered. So, is Salem a large barrier? Da Vinci, on the other side, realized after hearing Shen Fei's words. It was such an obvious flaw, yet the group hadn't noticed it before. It was a hint of magic. Thank goodness we noticed it, otherwise it would have been troublesome. If we had stayed here, we might have unconsciously ignored others and mistaken ourselves for locals. What should we do then? Don't worry. If you didn't know, it would have been fine. Now that you know, all we need to do is be prepared. I'll set up a simple barrier here later. Da Vinci said this, then shared his discovery. I found traces of magic. It's a bit crude, but it's definitely a magic workshop. Da Vinci had originally intended to find those who had vanished into the fog, as well as the 50,000 residents of the original Salem. With so many people gone, perhaps they could find some clues. Then he discovered a young girl with traces of magic. You must be the Fujimaru Ritsuka troupe. I've heard that many bandits like to impersonate drama troupes, entering villages early to gather intelligence and then planning large-scale looting. You're not one of those people, are you? That afternoon, while Kato Danzo continued to survey the surrounding area, Shen Fei and the other four, along with Carter, visited the newly appointed superior judge, Matthew Hopkins. He was the highest official in the area, and the Fujimaru Ritsuka troupe needed his permission to perform there. However, he unexpectedly gave the group a head start. It's also true that what he said was true. Salem was in the age of exploration, but that was just a nice way of putting it. In reality, it was the age of pirates, a chaotic time when merchant ships could easily transform into pirates. Unlike the pirates of the pirate world, who would openly fly the pirate flag, pirates here normally flew the flags of other merchant ships, revealing their true colors only when they were close to their target. Your Excellency, you're joking. Our Fujimaru Ritsuka is a legitimate theater troupe, and our previous performances have earned the respect of the villagers. Although Da Vinci was deeply annoyed by Hopkins's statement, he couldn't afford to offend him since they were on his territory. No, I will show no mercy when it comes to dealing with witches. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Carter and Da Vinci both demanded the release of Tituba, but Hopkins flatly refused. Don't worry, I wouldn't wrongly accuse a good person. But first, you need to prove you're a legitimate troupe. If you are, I'll grant you official permission to perform. I'll choose the theme for this performance, which, Hopkins then immediately shifted the conversation to whether the Fujimaru Ritsuka troupe was legitimate, specifying the scope of the performance. No problem, but before that, I have one request. I'm not only the troupe's vice chairman, but I'm also a doctor. Could I go see that sick little girl? So-called curses, in this era, are mostly just illnesses, transformed into curses due to limited medical resources. Doctor, this time, Hopkins didn't refuse outright. After Da Vinci's negotiation, he finally agreed to Da Vinci's request, but with one condition: the village would cover the consultation fee, and no fees could be collected. That damn bastard. Da Vinci was polite to Hopkins, but upon returning to Carter's room, he immediately launched into a barrage of abuse. You guys prepare the show first. I'll go check on the sick little girl. If we can heal her, that guy should be able to release Tituba, Da Vinci said, carrying a box and leaving. Shen Fei and the others were reading the script. Although Hopkins's requirements were a bit demanding, Da Vinci and Holmes were well prepared. This was Salem, the famous site of the witch trials, and they had already prepared a script about witches. This is a really interesting script. Don't worry, the little girl is fine now. I've told Carter about the situation, and we can talk to Hopkins later. In the evening, Da Vinci finally returned. Her medical skills were recognized by the villagers, and many people sought her out. Salem had only one priest responsible for treating the sick. Although he was a good man, his medical knowledge was only a little bit, and he was no match for Da Vinci. Today's performance is about Joan of Arc. Salem's time period is the 17th century, while Joan of Arc's was the 15th. By this time, Joan of Arc was already incredibly famous. It's ironic, but Joan of Arc's fame wasn't as great in her own country, while it was incredibly popular elsewhere. Even in the remote, conservative village of Salem, adults and children knew her name. Joan of Arc was burned as a witch, which certainly fits Hopkins's theme. However, this time, the Fujimura Ritsuka Theater Company isn't presenting a play about Joan of Arc being burned as a saint, but rather a reimagined story of three Joans of Arc: White Joan, Black Joan, and Christmas Joan are based on a twisted version of the story of the three little pigs. The three Joans of Arc are pigs facing a big bad wolf, and they need to build houses to defend against the wolf's attacks. It's a truly delightful play. After reading it, Shen Fei was deeply impressed by the imagination of Leonardo da Vinci and Sherlock Holmes, wondering what inspired them to come up with such a play. The story of the three little pigs originally depicts a sequence of houses, starting with a thatched hut, moving on to a wooden hut, and finally a brick hut. However, the three Joans of Arc reverse this, initially constructing a sturdy castle fortress, which would normally be difficult to destroy. Unfortunately, the wolves they faced were renowned arsonists, Nero, Ibaraki Daoji, and Kiaiheim, who burned down the castle. The three Joans of Arc then retreated and built wooden huts. They then faced three heroic spirits with a sun attribute, Karna, Osmanthus, and Tamamonami, but their houses were still unsustainable. Finally, they built tents and faced the Knights of the Round Table, led by King Arthur. Marshal Gilderley and the magician appeared, and other servants came to the aid of the three Joans of Arc, leading to a chaotic battle. This performance left the villagers stunned, but also amused them and somewhat changed their perception of Joan of Arc, making the troops' performance a success. It's a good script. Perhaps we can take it back to Black Gen and have someone perform it. Unfortunately, Shen Fei and the others didn't celebrate the troops' success for long. What happened next nearly drove MASH to action. Hopkins had no intention of letting Tituba go. Even as they were performing, someone had already been dispatched to hang her as a witch. Carter was naturally furious at this outcome, but there was nothing he could do. Abigail, upon learning the news, was heartbroken. That old bastard, Da Vinci, like MASH, was on the verge of attacking with her magician's ceremonial robe. Be careful, there are enemies. That night, as the group rested, Cato Danzo, the security officer, immediately woke everyone up. Monsters were attacking. These monsters are Tituba. How could it be? Seeing the familiar figure among the attacking monsters, MASH's face suddenly changed. Zombie transformation? Zombies? No, it can't be that fast. What on earth is this? Tituba had clearly only recently died, but now it looked as if she had been dead for a while. Mashu, Lixiang, don't hesitate. She's not alive anymore. What kind of monsters are these? As they spoke, Carter ran out of the room with a gun. Seeing that the monster before him was actually Tituba, he hesitated for a moment before immediately opening fire. Then, with the actions of Shen Fei and his group, the attacking corpses were quickly destroyed, disappearing into black mist. Chapter 1127 Silver Key. I didn't expect so many monsters. How did they appear? The monsters attacked not only the Carter family, but also other residents of Salem, resulting in several deaths. This was thanks to Salem's port status, where most villagers were armed. Otherwise, the casualties would have been far greater. In reality, these weapons weren't meant to be used against the monsters, but rather to defend against the locals. Salem was a colony, and the townspeople were largely immigrants from other regions. They had seized the locals' land and driven them into the wilderness. Naturally, locals would retaliate. Abigail's parents were said to have died in the attacks of the locals. This must have been caused by the Watleys. That person must be a witch. After the monsters were all killed and the wounded were mostly tended to, some immediately attributed the appearance of the monsters to the Watleys, even branding Lavinia a witch. In a moment of public outrage, Judge Hopkins ordered soldiers to arrest the Watleys. However, Lavinia escaped death because she wasn't home. The trial then began and went smoothly. Absalom Whately offered no further defense and was subsequently sentenced to death by hanging by Hopkins. MASH, Ritsuka, Da Vinci, and others expressed some concerns about the hasty trial, but as outsiders, their suggestions were dismissed, and the hanging took place in the afternoon. Abigail, already heartbroken by Tituba's recent death, was further devastated by the fact that even her only close friend was wanted. MASH consoled her and offered to help find Lavinia. The Whately family was the same family with a magic workshop Da Vinci had discovered. Lavinia, whom Da Vinci had previously spoken with and been warned by, appeared to know a great deal. Unfortunately, she fled before Da Vinci could question her further. Finding Lavinia would not only help Abigail but also potentially advance their investigation. However, While Salem was small, they couldn't openly search for her out of concern for the villagers. How could this happen? The execution of the Wheatley family went smoothly, but what happened next surprised everyone. Absalom, the recently deceased patriarch of the Wheatley family, and his son, were transformed into monsters before everyone's eyes. Several more monsters then emerged from the nearby cemetery. The sudden appearance of these monsters panicked Hopkins, who desperately called for his protection. This sudden change forced a Fujimura Ritsuka troop into the fray. "What is your purpose?" Da Vinci asked immediately, hearing the strange words Absalom muttered. This was the first monster to speak. "God, summons, pain, door." Absalom spouted a series of seemingly unrelated words. But then, Carter suddenly shot him dead. This result surprised Da Vinci deeply. She was about to obtain some intelligence, but Carter's killing him at this moment seemed too coincidental. With the help of the troop, they finally eliminated the monsters at the cost of several casualties. With the troop's strength, destroying these monsters would have been easy, but unfortunately, because they couldn't reveal their extraordinary abilities, they had to exercise restraint, only displaying ordinary skills. Afterward, the group returned, with some soldiers remaining to clean up the mess while others escorted Hopkins back to his residence. However, the troop didn't immediately return to Carter's house, but continued searching for Lavinia. "Lavinia, can you tell me what you've been up to?" Finally, Shen Fei and Da Vinci found Lavinia in the forest. "This is none of your business, outside magicians. I advise you to leave here quickly, or it might be too late," Lavinia said, turning to leave. "We're here specifically to resolve this matter. Even if you don't consider yourself, consider Abigail. She's very worried about you. Tell her the situation, and maybe we can resolve this situation." Abigail. Hearing Da Vinci mention Abigail, Lavinia immediately stopped and turned around again. The Wheatley family is an alchemy family. They have only one purpose from generation to generation, and that is to summon the outer gods. Lavinia then told what she knew. The 6 knots and 6 doors actually refer to the altar, as well as all the space above, below, left, right, front and back. The outer gods are the great gods of doors and keys. They are the ones who give birth to all things and bring all things back to one, me. Damn. After hearing what Lavinia said, Shen Fei was completely speechless. He never thought that this singularity would be related to the outer gods. Da Vinci also frowned. Obviously, she also thought that things would turn out like this. She knew what kind of existence the outer gods were. First it was human evil, and now it's the outer gods. Does the demon pillar need to play so big a game? Shen Fei, who had been very confident, felt unconfident for the first time. There was no way, because the matter involved the outer gods. If the opponent was the demon pillar, and humans were evil, the worst that could happen was that they would fight to the death to see who was stronger. But if the matter involved the outer gods, then strength could not solve it. However, Shen Fei soon calmed down, because he thought of the 2 major restraining forces. If an outer god really appeared, it would not be his turn to take the lead. Although the outer gods were powerful, the 2 major restraining forces were not vegetarians either. They actually dared to summon the outer gods. This guy is really stubborn. After calming down, Shen Fei looked at Lavinia and couldn't help but admire their family's ability to seek death. They avoided the outer gods as much as possible, but someone dared to summon them on his own initiative. It was impossible not to admire them. I've already said that the matter is not something you can solve. This time, Da Vinci did not stop her from leaving. The matter involved the outer gods, and many previous things had to be re-examined. What? Mashu is missing. However, what the 2 men didn't expect was that upon returning to Carter's house, they encountered Ritsuka, who had hurried over with yet another piece of bad news. Mash had disappeared. What happened? Da Vinci asked immediately. Hopkins wanted to go to the city for help, and Mash followed him. Ritsuka then outlined the situation. Due to the frequent appearance of monsters, coupled with heavy casualties among villagers and soldiers, Hopkins decided to go to the city to request reinforcements. Carter had therefore entered with his letter. Mash, thinking this might allow them to leave Salem, requested to accompany them, and Carter agreed. Before arriving in Salem, they had checked the village border and found no way out, so Mash decided to see if they could escape by traveling with the locals. To be on the safe side, Kato Danzao followed from a distance. But it turned out that Kato Danzao had lost track of the carriage that Mash and Carter were riding in, and it disappeared from her sight. Is that so? Take us to where they disappeared. Hearing that Mashu disappeared with Carter, although Da Vinci was worried, he did not show it on his face. Instead, after comforting Ritsuka, the group went to the place where the carriage disappeared. Strange, there are still wheel tracks here, but there are no more after that. After the group arrived at the scene, they immediately began to investigate. Although they found some clues, they did not find Mashu. Where is this? The group then found 2 corpses in the forest and a strange wooden sign, a hexagonal wooden sign, very similar to the first thing on Abigail's body. It's a male and a female, plus this, maybe they are. Strange, wasn't it said that they were given to sell by the indigenous people? After analyzing the corpses and the items on the side, Da Vinci had a guess about the 2 corpses. Senior, dear Da Vinci, after the group buried the 2 corpses and were about to continue looking for Mashu, Mashu ran over by herself. Seeing Mashu appear, Ritsuka rushed over immediately. What's going on? After waiting for Mashu and Ritsuka to finish speaking, Leonardo da Vinci spoke. Someone saved me, Mashu said as he led the group into the depths of the forest, and then found a tent in front of them. Queen of Sheba, Circe. Inside the tent, the group saw 2 servants. After hearing that one of them was the Queen of Sheba, Leonardo da Vinci couldn't help but focus his attention on her. The Queen of Sheba, but a legend believes that the Sheba observation lens system of Chaldea was named after her, and more importantly, she was the wife of King Solomon. Leonardo da Vinci, I've heard of you for a long time, thank you for your care, the Queen of Sheba immediately said with a smile. You know. Da Vinci looked at the Queen of Sheba in surprise, then nodded in understanding. The Queen of Sheba also possessed the power to see into the future, so she naturally knew that Roman was in Chaldea. Shen Fei also understood this. The only ones who were confused were Mashu and Lixiang, who did not know Roman's true identity. The 2 sides then immediately exchanged information. It turned out that the Queen of Sheba was a servant summoned by the Singularity, and only Kalka was a servant summoned by the Queen of Sheba to cooperate with her actions. The 2 shared a common identity in the Singularity, Tituba. If you are Tituba, then why did her corpse appear? Da Vinci immediately asked after knowing that they were both Tituba. I don't know. I was given this identity when I was summoned. The Queen of Sheba then shared a very important piece of information. Time passes much faster in Salem than outside, but it is usually imperceptible here. She only discovered this after establishing a base in the forest and setting up a barrier. An outer god? I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. It turned out that not taking action before was the right decision. After hearing Leonardo da Vinci talk about the outer gods, the Queen of Sheba nodded slightly. She had always felt that there was something wrong with this singularity, but she didn't know what it was exactly. Now she finally understood. If I'm not mistaken, the key to this singularity is, then Sheba told the intelligence she and Crete had investigated in this singularity. And they had made a corresponding plan. Damn, are there any reinforcements? If this goes on, I'm afraid we will all die here. After returning to the Carter family from the Queen of Sheba, the next day, the monster appeared again, and the bodies of the residents who had been killed before also reappeared. The group fought hard until they heard bursts of horse hooves in the distance, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, because the reinforcements had arrived, and they were the famous cavalry in the city. It's all because of those sailors. They brought the disaster. After the reinforcements arrived, the monsters were quickly repelled, and then the residents set their sights on the sailors who had come to support them and fight with them. The sailors were then tried and sentenced to death by hanging. Because the sailors were outsiders, naturally there was no human body to speak to them. Mashu and Ritsuka went out, but no one paid any attention to them. Abigail is a witch, just like Lavilia. Another day passed, and this time the target became Abigail. The other Abigails did not defend themselves, and a very strange breath emanated from their bodies. Fortunately, this breath disappeared quickly and did not cause much harm to the surrounding residents, but it also proved that Abigail was really a witch. Afterwards, Abigail was taken into custody and prepared for trial the next day. Catch them, I will inherit the will of Lord Hopkins and try all witches. The next day, the crowd didn't wait for Hopkins's trial. He was dead, having attempted to sacrifice Abigail in the forest, but was killed by Lavinia. Both she and Abigail were captured, and the trial continued. This time, it was presided over by John Hawthorne, the former luminary of Salem. Unexpectedly, Carter, Abigail's uncle, also testified that Abigail was a witch. HMPH, since this is a trial, then let's all show our true colors. Just as Abigail was heartbroken by her uncle's words, Lavinia stepped forward and sprinkled a strange powder around. the situation in the courtroom changed. More precisely, everyone in it was transformed into monsters and ghouls, though they were oblivious to it. Carter, on the other hand, was transformed into a crow-headed figure. He was none other than the demon pillar Ram, the last demon pillar to escape from the Temple of Time. Begin. Let this enchantment called the Judgment drama come to a close. Because it was an enchantment, it could only be conducted as a trial. You deserve to die. Seeing his disguise being removed, the demon pillar Ram was so angry that he knocked Lavinia away with one blow. Seeing Lavinia being knocked away, Abigail was furious, and a strange and weird aura emanated from her body. A tentacle appeared behind her and knocked Ram to the ground. Then Abigail kicked him and crushed his crow head. Poor Ram was easily solved before he could reveal his true form. Be careful, something has descended on her. We must stop her with a barrier. Although it was a happy thing that the demon pillar was solved, the aura emanating from Abigail was more disturbing than the demon pillar. This was the arrival of the outer god, and Abigail was the descender. We used the barrier to suppress her, and quickly smashed the mark on her forehead. At this time, a keyhole mark appeared on Abigail's forehead. It was the mark of the silver key, and also the mark of the one who returns all things to one. Chapter 1128 New Director. Who is the one of all? It's Yog-Sothoth of the Cthulhu mythos, also known as the Bubble, the Key to the Gate, the legendary ruler of time and space, and said to be connected to Azathoth, the Lord of all. While these legends are somewhat exaggerated, they still speak volumes about his power. Of course, the most crucial aspect is his status as an outer god in the Cthulhu mythos. Shen Fei has always kept a distance from the Cthulhu pantheon, as its mythology primarily consists of twisted monsters. Many of the creatures from the dimensional void in the Marvel Universe fall under this umbrella, as do the Seers, demons, and even the four vendors and Arknights. The most terrifying thing in the Cthulhu mythos isn't strength, but mental pollution and the collapse of sanity. Salem's situation is a stark illustration of this. Fortunately, this time, the Queen of Sheba was on hand. With the help of her, Circe, and Da Vinci's magical barrier, they suppressed the aura of the outer gods. Finally, they used their magic ritual garment to destroy the key to the gate on Abigail's forehead, allowing her to recover. Carter, the demon pillar, has resurrected. After defeating the outer gods, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Carter, who was supposed to be dead, stood up again. Wait, I'm not a demon pillar. I'm Chiglapsha. Forget it, just call me Carter. Just as Shen Fei was about to attack him, Carter quickly waved his hand. Wait, it seems he's not the demon pillar. Carter was no longer crow-headed. Who are you? Although they didn't attack, they still watched him with great caution. Someone who could resurrect from the dead must be no ordinary person. To be precise, I came for her, Carter said, looking at the collapsed Abigail. He explained his origins. He had traveled thousands of miles from another time and space to see Abigail. Abigail, you have two choices now. A day later, after the group had taken care of the aftermath of Salem, that is, after burying all the villagers here, Carter gave Abigail two choices in front of Lavinia's grave. Abigail is a living silver key, able to open the door to any time and space. As long as she wants, she can go to any world. It must be said that this ability is too powerful. Even Shen Fei couldn't help but envy her at this moment. Of course, it was only at this moment. As long as he considered her relationship with Yug, he had no other ideas. He didn't want to become a monster. Abigail can maintain her sanity with this ability, but he might not be able to do that. Moreover, even Abigail almost lost her mind because of Lavinia's death. Abigail is a servant, and a very rare adventor. This class is similar to a pseudo-servant, but the only difference is that adventors are fused with outer gods. In the moon world, adventors are quite numerous. For example, a side of BB in the previous electronic fictional world is also an adventor, fused with Nyarlathotep. Her playful personality may be related to this. Nyarlathotep is a renowned playful person, possessing numerous clones, including one Nyarlathotep. The madness of the Cthulhu pantheon isn't just contagious to humans, it also affects the Cthulhu pantheon itself. Have you ever seen a clone trying to kill the original? It's commonplace in the Cthulhu pantheon. I've made up my mind, Uncle. Finally, Abigail made her decision and embarked on a journey through endless time and space, into the abyss of the universe, with her Uncle Carter. Perhaps to meet Lavinia again in another time and space. Perhaps she'd also meet someone from Chaldea in the future, since Abigail could travel through any time and space. Rom, I wonder who's more pitiful, you or the G faction. After Abigail and her Uncle Carter left, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of the demon pillar Rom. While the G faction encountered human evil, he encountered the outer gods. No, to be more precise, he summoned the outer gods, and it was he who summoned Abigail to Salem. Rom, the demon pillar who escaped the Temple of Time, made a different choice than the others. He didn't seek revenge on Chaldea or destroy humanity, but instead decided to save all of humanity. However, his method of salvation was suffering. Who could inflict suffering on humanity more expertly than the outer gods? From Rom, Shen Fei and his companions learned a great deal, including that technically there were 5 demon pillars who escaped the Temple of Time, but one of them ceased functioning during the escape, leaving only 4. It's finally over. Wanna go to Chaldea? With Abigail's departure, the Salem singularity began to dissipate. Da Vinci invited the Queen of Sheba to Chaldea, eager to witness someone's pleasure. No thanks. Since he's chosen this path, I'd better not disturb him. The Queen of Sheba shook her head, declining Da Vinci's invitation. Mashu, Ritsuka, Da Vinci-chan, are you all alright? I finally got through to you, you guys. Just then, Ritsuka finally connected with Chaldea. The video system activated, and Roman's worried voice came through. The next moment, Roman's voice suddenly faded, as if choking. It's alright. It's all resolved, thanks to the Queen of Sheba's help. Let me introduce you to Dr. Roman from Chaldea. He loves strawberry cake and is obsessed with magic. Mary. At the last word, the Queen of Sheba raised her brow, and Roman, back in Chaldea, shuddered. Even after Roman learned that Magic Mary was Merlin's work, he didn't give up. It was the pinnacle of deceiving others. As long as I didn't think about it, it didn't exist. After humanity was restored, Merlin continued to run Magic Mary, and it was incredibly popular, with tons of donations. By the way, to thank the Queen of Sheba for her help, I'm planning to invite her to Chaldea. You'll have to treat her well. Oh, Chaldea? No problem, Roman's smile faltered. Senior, did you sense something was off about Dr. Roman today? Mesh whispered beside Ritsuka. Maybe he's too tired. Ritsuka didn't think much of it. I won't be going over. Be careful from now on. Don't come back so early, Queen of Sheba. What do you mean? The Queen's words made Da Vinci's expression serious. There's more to discover for yourselves, the Queen said, and her body began to dissipate. At the same time, calls also began to dissipate. Welcome, it's finally over. After the group returned to Chaldea, Roman's composure finally returned after the Queen of Sheba dissipated. They then discussed what had happened in Salem. As for follow-up matters, such as the aftermath of the 50,000 missing people, that had nothing to do with Chaldea. It was the Magic Association's responsibility. Even the previous year-long absence of humanity due to the human incineration had been glossed over by the Magic Association. This time, it was only 50,000 people. The Magic Association could handle it even with overtime. The Magic Association hadn't been involved in Chaldea for almost a year. Besides the power struggles and discussions about how to deal with Chaldea, another reason was that they had deployed a large number of personnel to deal with the aftermath of the human incineration. The mysteries of the moon world couldn't be made public, so the Magic Association had sought out numerous experts and popularized the reasons for the lost year, including Schrödinger's theory, quantum mechanics, planetary motion, cosmic wonders, and alien conspiracies. In short, it was a scientific issue, and the source had yet to be found. As long as it has nothing to do with mystery or magic, any other reason can be made up. This is the bottom line of the Magic Association. After all, with all the incomprehensible scientific theories, except for some people who discussed this issue at the beginning, as time passed, most people no longer cared about this matter. After all, scientists said that this was an unsolved mystery. After the last report on the Demon Pillar was submitted, Chaldea began to shut down the magic furnace and the spirit particle transfer device. At the same time, Chaldea's staff also ushered in a period of frequent transfers. Except for a few who still insisted on staying at their posts, everyone else left Chaldea. At the same time, the seriously injured masters, except for the 7 people in Group A, have been thawed and treated. The first ones to be treated have even been discharged. These masters are the most confused. They were originally selected to save the world, but when they woke up, the world had already been saved. So Leif, the Grand Bomber, hasn't killed a single master. I wonder if he'd vomit blood if he knew about this. Shen Fei couldn't help but think of Leif. His bombs? so confident in themselves, turned out to be so ineffective. He earned the title of Grand Balmer because he blew up the 7 masters in Group A. So free. Let's clean up, Senior. With the departure of so many staff members, Chaldea fell into a state of complete idleness. This made Mashu and Ritsuka, who had been busy for over a year, feel a little uneasy. After some discussion, the two decided to clean Chaldea in preparation for the upcoming Christmas. Fortunately, Chaldea still had internet access, which meant the remaining staff weren't too idle. They spent their days browsing the internet or watching the blizzard outside through the window. The new director had already decided to arrive, but the blizzard had stopped them at the foot of the mountain. This was the peak of Antarctica, and in a blizzard, planes couldn't reach it. Finally done, taking advantage of this downtime, Da Vinci finally finished her design, the Heroic Spirit Portrait Briefcase. This was a simplified version of Chaldea's Heroic Spirit summoning system, Destiny. With it, even in the event of an emergency, a heroic spirit could be summoned. "What are you doing?" Da Vinci asked curiously, watching Shen Fei change into blue tights. "Preparing for what's coming next." "Do I look like Kuchu Lane?" Shen Fei said as a red spear suddenly appeared in his hand, wielding several lances. While the lancer was lucky, that meant heroic spirits, not him. To prepare for the next situation, Shen Fei decided to act as a heroic spirit. After all, the opponent was an alien god, so caution was the right thing to do. Sure enough, there's going to be big trouble next. Da Vinci sighed deeply. Didn't you know it all along? Back in Chaldea, Da Vinci, Roman, and Holmes were all preparing for what was to come. Holmes and Cato Danzo had been hiding in a warehouse in the underground base, building a sturdy armored vehicle. After a peaceful and joyful Christmas in Chaldea, the blizzard finally subsided, and 6 transport helicopters, carrying the new director and his team, arrived in Chaldea. As Roman and the Chaldean staff approached, the new director waved his hand, and his team immediately detained the Chaldeans. "Goldruff, what do you mean?" Olga Marie, who had come up with a new director, shouted. The blizzard had also blocked her way down the mountain. "Begin the investigation. You should know this is an order from the Magic Association. We're investigating how many regulations Chaldea has violated." The new director appeared incredibly domineering. With a wave of his hand, 2 heavily armed soldiers immediately appeared behind Olga Marie. If one hadn't known what was happening behind him, one would have immediately perceived him as the mastermind. "Tell them to be polite." Olga Marie had no choice but to disobey an order from the Magic Association. Chaldea had indeed violated many of the association's regulations. But this is pure nitpicking. As the military code says, a general on the battlefield is subject to his sovereign's orders. With humanity incinerated, even if Chaldea sought instructions, no one from the Magic Association would be found. Furthermore, humanity has been destroyed, and saving it is paramount. What rules still matter at this point? Why are there still heroic spirits? Did they say they were to be dismissed? Upon seeing Da Vinci, the new director snorted with authority. "She's Chaldea's chief engineer. If you want to quickly master Chaldea, it's best to be polite to her. Or should I dismiss her now and let your people figure it out?" Olga Marie said coldly. "Well, then, let her stay." The new director coughed and stopped talking about this. Then the interrogation began. All Chaldea staff were taken to separate rooms for a lengthy interrogation, but naturally, they found no useful clues. Everyone here, including those who had left earlier, had their memories rewritten by Shen Fei using feather dust. What happened? Why did the people disappear? While examining Chaldea, the new director also began to unblock the 7 people in Group A. The new director originally wanted to greet Kirstelia as soon as possible, but found that the freezer was empty, and the same was true for the other 6. The new director immediately looked at Olga Marie and Da Vinci. "Impossible, no one has touched here." Olga Marie looked at the empty freezer and shouted in disbelief. "Except you, no one can get close to them, only you." The new director had just said this when a sudden alarm interrupted him. "Enemy attack, how is it possible?" the new director and Olga Marie shouted at the same time. Quotation mark. Chapter 1129 Lustbelt, Part 1. Shortly after the alarm sounded, gunfire erupted in Chaldea. The new director immediately began contacting his subordinates to inquire about the situation. Although these subordinates were not members of his family, but mercenaries, they were highly reputable and specialized in suppressing magicians in the magic world. Monster, Black Monster, the new director's communicator was connected, But before he could say anything, a series of screams came from the other side, and soon even the screams faded away. What the hell happened? Is anyone still alive? Someone come quickly, the new director shouted into the communicator. Quiet, Da Vinci suddenly roared, frightening the new director. Just as he was about to say something to Da Vinci suddenly raised his index finger, signaling him to be quiet. Listen. As silence settled on their side, the group immediately heard the sound of synchronized footsteps over the communicator, followed by a click, as if the communicator on the other side had been destroyed. From the sounds coming from the other side, the enemy is numerous. How did these people end up in Chaldea? Da Vinci said, his gaze fixed on the new director. Judging by the current situation, their presence was definitely related to him. Don't look at me like that. It can't be me. I spent all my wealth to buy Chaldea. He implied that he was crazy to attack his own property. Let's go to the control room. We should be able to learn about the enemy's origins from there. Da Vinci led the way out, followed by Olga Marie. The new director hesitated for a moment, then immediately followed with 4 of his men. Fortunately, they were deep in Chaldea and encountered no enemies along the way. They soon arrived at the control room door. Just then, another group appeared from the opposite side. They were none other than the priest and Goyanskaya, who had come to Chaldea with a new director. What the hell is going on here? Upon seeing the two, the new director's expression relaxed, and he began to walk towards them. But the next moment, Olga Marie stopped him. Are you an idiot? Can't you see they're working with the invaders? Behind the priest and Goyanskaya stood 6 figures in black coats, wielding bows, crossbows, guns, and other weapons, and wearing strange masks. They were clearly not from Chaldea. What? The new director finally realized. He had previously overlooked the figures behind them because he had seen familiar figures. Now, after Olga Marie's warning, he couldn't ignore them anymore. You guys? Why are you doing this? The new director demanded. It's just a fair deal. I helped you assassinate your opponent, allowing you to obtain Chaldea. The commission has been completed, and now it's another job. It's a win-win situation. Goyanskaya's words made the new director's lips move. For a moment, she was completely unsure how to refute her. This was indeed the only agreement they had signed. The new director was a little naive, but he was not completely foolish. Aside from the priest and Goyanskaya's plans, the other mercenaries he brought to Chaldea this time were personally recruited, not from Goyanskaya's staff. Who are you? What's your purpose? Da Vinci asked in a deep voice. Purpose? That's something you should know. Kill them. Goyanskaya ignored Da Vinci's question and, with a charming smile, issued a kill order. As she spoke, the figures behind her immediately attacked Da Vinci and his men. Don't underestimate me, you bitch. You're playing with my inner child. I'm going to kill you. Just as Da Vinci was about to strike as the soldiers moved, the new director erupted, unleashing a barrage of offensive magic armor. As a legitimate second-generation rich kid, he naturally possessed no shortage of them. A proper magus would carry a variety of magic armor, both offensive and defensive. This was standard practice. It was the reason why Grand Bomb Orlave hadn't been able to kill a single Chaldean master. The bomb's power was blocked by their magic armor. I underestimated you a bit, but that's all. As she watched the soldiers fall before the new director's attack, Goyanskaya's expression remained unchanged. As for the magic armor attacking her, it was blocked by the priest beside her. Just as the new director was about to resume his attack, a sudden surge of cold air erupted from the surroundings, sending him shivering uncontrollably. He then noticed ice rapidly extending toward them in the corridor. Following the ice, they spotted a woman with long white hair, slowly approaching amidst a throng of black figures. Your Highness, seeing the approaching figure, the priest and Goyanskaya immediately stepped aside. A servant. How could it be possible? Sensing the servant's aura from the white-haired woman, Da Vinci's expression immediately changed. Summoning heroic spirits was a feat only Chaldea could perform, and the appearance of an unfamiliar servant before her was truly surprising. Retreat, however, Da Vinci knew now was not the time to dwell on this matter. He threw 2 grenades and immediately fled to the rear with Olga Marie and the new director. As for the new director's 4 subordinates, she had no time to care for them. The female servant on the other side had attacked, freezing them instantly. Boom boom. 2 grenades thrown by Da Vinci exploded, instantly filling the entire corridor with a blinding white light. They weren't attack grenades, but flash grenades. Dear Da Vinci, Mashu, Ritsuka, I'm glad you're all okay. Da Vinci and his companions, retreating towards the Chaldea underground base, encountered Mashu, Ritsuka, Roman, and some Chaldea staff they had rescued. What happened? Ritsuka immediately questioned Da Vinci, Olga Marie, and the new director. She and Mashu were the most surprised by the attack. This isn't the place to talk. Follow me, Da Vinci said, leading the group down to the lower levels. The new director kept complaining along the way. As a pampered rich second-generation kid, he was physically comparable to the younger generation. This long journey had exhausted him. If he were at home, the maids would have been greeting him, but here, no one paid him any attention. Despite the pressure of survival, he kept up with the group, though he complained constantly along the way. I didn't expect so many enemies, including servants, but I don't think these enemies can faze you. As Da Vinci and the others fled towards the underground base, Holmes said to Shen Fei from inside a container deep in the base, watching the dark mass of soldiers covering the mountains and plains outside Chaldea and the ever-expanding blue ice within. I can't handle so many enemies. Shen Fei said this, and suddenly blinked at Holmes several times. This movement immediately made Holmes' eyes flicker for a moment, and then he pretended to glance away, but saw nothing. Then it seems we have no choice but to retreat. Although he saw nothing, Holmes did not continue the previous topic out of trust in Shen Fei. In terms of strength, Shen Fei certainly had the means to deal with the invading princess and the murderous hunters swarming the mountains. However, doing so would lead to an unpredictable situation, and in this situation, he naturally did not want to take action. However, besides this reason, there was another. A strange woman had just been watching him. Her figure and gaze were not concealed in the slightest, but Holmes had not seen anything. I'll go and meet them. You get ready. The other party did not leave, so Shen Fei naturally did not want to say anything to Holmes at this time. After watching the priest's side take action through the surveillance, Shen Fei immediately left the container. Thank you for your hard work on the journey. When Da Vinci and his group reached the last level of the underground base, a figure suddenly appeared behind Da Vinci, right palm raised like a knife, ready to penetrate Da Vinci's body. Do you have a grudge against Da Vinci, or are you wary of her wisdom and need to eliminate her first? In the original novel, Da Vinci was caught up by the priest while he was temporarily leaving to retrieve the spiritual portrait box. Unexpectedly, this time, all his belongings were already stored in a container, and the other party was even planning to kill Da Vinci. Puff. Just as Shen Fei's palm was about to pierce Da Vinci's body from behind, a flash of red light flashed. With a muffled groan, blood splattered everywhere. The priest covered his right hand and stepped back, his gaze fixed on the sudden figure. Conjulain, it seems Chaldea hasn't followed the Magic Association's orders to dismiss all servants. We shouldn't blindly trust reports, the priest said slowly. You two leave first. I'll take his heart first. Shen Fei, impersonating Conjulain, nodded to Da Vinci and immediately held his guns in both hands, as if about to activate his noble phantasm. The priest, covering his palms, quickly retreated, evidently aware of Conjulain's noble phantasm. With so many people, can't we find a way to stop them? After the group entered the container, Da Vinci checked the surveillance footage and immediately looked at Shen Fei. Like Holmes, she knew his strength. We can't stop them. Now we can only retreat. Holmes immediately activated the preset mechanism. The next moment, the container everyone was in flew out, knocked open the door on one side, and slid down the mountain. At this speed, are they looking for death? Goyanskaya, who had rushed over, watched the container sliding downward at a rapid speed and couldn't help laughing. Falling from this height, an ordinary person would definitely die. They are well prepared and have hidden servants. At this moment, the priest walked out from the side, covering his palm. You're injured. It seems we underestimated Chaldea. As Goyanskaya spoke, a sniper rifle suddenly appeared and fired at the container. Just as the bullet was about to hit the container, it suddenly began to break apart, revealing its true form, a snowmobile. The bullet struck the container's hull directly, followed by a violent explosion. Although it was a sniper rifle, it had the effect of a cannonball. What happened? Why do we have to evacuate? Da Vinci asked from inside the armored vehicle. Given a choice, she didn't want to abandon Chaldea. Previously, the situation was urgent, so she couldn't speak. Now, although the situation remained urgent, it was the driver's fault. Driving an armored vehicle from the Antarctic peak down was no easy task. Perhaps only Holmes had such confidence. Yes, Holmes was now driving. Just now, Shen Fei began to speak. but the exclamations of Mashu, Ritsuka, and others interrupted him. What's that? Through the armored vehicle's reinforced glass, the group saw a large amount of light falling from the sky. It looked like a meteorite, but its trajectory was different. Looks like this is an invader from space, Holmes said as he drove the armored vehicle. Don't be ridiculous. It's just a meteorite, the new director immediately retorted. Wait a minute, there's a call coming in. Da Vinci was about to speak when he saw the communication device on the side light up and then connected. Inform all of humanity that pan-human history is false. The world will be replaced by us. As the communication device connected, a voice that shocked Da Vinci, Olga Marie, and the others trembled. It's Kirstelia. How is that possible? Da Vinci, Olga Marie, and Kirstelia had spent a lot of time together and were very familiar with his voice, not to mention that he finally introduced himself. 7. Could they be from Group A? Contact the Magic Association and the United Nations quickly. After hearing Kirstelia's speech, Da Vinci immediately began contacting the Magic Association, the United Nations, and other possible sources, but none of them connected. Is it another human incineration? This situation was all too familiar to the people of Chaldea. The human incineration had happened just as before. Now is not the time to discuss this. They've already caught up. What should we do next? The killing hunters had already caught up, even on foot, catching up with the armored vehicles. Escape from them won't be difficult, but now we need to know who they are and what their motives are. After some discussion, the group finally decided to conduct a virtual submersible flight. You're crazy. Virtual submersible flight is simply impossible, the new director shouted again. With a long lineage of Majalikas, he naturally knew something about virtual submersible flight. Ignore him. Let's begin the virtual submersible flight. Olga Marie finally made the decision and used the planar moon to launch the virtual submersible flight. I'm the new director of Chaldea, the new director who brought destruction to Chaldea. Olga Marie's words immediately crushed the new director, his will waning. Then, a flash of light appeared, and the armored vehicle moving across the snow vanished. This is Koyanskaya, who had caught up from behind, looked at the scene in surprise. Chapter 1130 Lustbelt, Part 2. You dare to conduct an imaginary voyage? How daring. Go back. Seeing the Chaldeans choose to conduct an imaginary voyage, Koyanskaya sneered. She put away her sniper rifle and returned to Chaldea. By then, Chaldea had been completely frozen by the princess, including the near-future observation lens, Sheba. During the incineration of humanity, Sheba had turned red, but now it was frozen, perhaps foreshadowing the imminent freeze of humanity. After all the buildings on Chaldea were completely frozen, Koyanskaya, the priest, the princess, and the vast army of killer hunters quickly vanished from the South Pole summit, as if they had never been there. The entire planet was now completely white. I didn't expect it to actually work, the new director, initially tense due to the imaginary submersible, finally relaxed after witnessing the success. He gazed curiously at the scene outside. After all, this was arguably the first time humans had successfully entered the imaginary sea. Not only the new director, but also Olga Marie, Da Vinci, and the others watched the fantastical scene with curiosity. Only Shen Fei seemed unconcerned, believing it was just the way it was if he saw it often. In fact, Chaldea's original plan for transferring spirit particles involved transferring them through the imaginary sea. Director Mirispal had borrowed a planar moon from the Atlas Institute for this purpose. However, due to Leif's invention of the near-future observation lens, Sheba, the planar moon plan was abandoned and stored in a Chaldea warehouse. What happened just now? After calming down, the group immediately began analyzing the attack and what had happened to the 7 members of Group A first. Let's talk about their origins. Director Goldruff. You should know, right? Da Vinci immediately asked about the origins of Koyanskaya, the priest, and the others. I don't know. They came to me on their own initiative. Seeing their gazes fixed on him, Goldruff immediately recounted how Koyanskaya had contacted him, offering to help him acquire Chaldea. Originally, the Magic Association had intended to sell Chaldea's various divisions separately, but it was Koyanskaya who persuaded Goldruff to purchase the entirety of Chaldea. Goldruff had originally thought this was a very profitable deal, hoping to build something impressive for his father. Instead, he had nearly exhausted the family fortune, only turned up with this outcome. If he returned home now, he would surely receive a beating from his father. So, you dared to cooperate with them without knowing anything. You're obsessed with lust. The group immediately began to criticize Goldruff. Goldraff opened his mouth to explain, but found no explanation. He was the one who brought the people to Chaldea. After seeing Goenska, he was indeed obsessed with lust and did not investigate a background. More importantly, he was the one who ordered Chaldea to shut down the magic furnace Prometheus Flame through the magic association. If Chaldea's magic furnace had not been shut down, the enemy would not have been able to capture Chaldea so easily. During the ultimate singularity of the incineration of human principles, Chaldea faced attacks from several demon pillars and withstood them all. There was a mysterious figure lingering nearby. After receiving no useful information from Goldraff, Da Vinci immediately asked Shen Fei what had happened. Shen Fei then recounted the situation. A figure that managed to leave us completely unaware. This time it looks like a serious problem. This problem is probably even more serious than the human incineration. First, we need to figure out what exactly happened. Are there really space invaders? Also, we need to figure out what's going on with Group A. Are they truly betraying us? To find out, we must surface from the imaginary sea. After some discussion, the group decided on their next target and, using the power of the flat moon, prepared to ascend. Their reference point was naturally the killing hunter they had so pleasantly exchanged with earlier, giving them a glimpse into the origins of those black soldiers. After a violent jolt, the group successfully surfaced, arriving in a vast white world. The armored vehicle they were riding in had suffered significant damage from the two conversions, and its power was beginning to run low. After all, it wasn't designed for imaginary submersion. Open the door, quick. I need some fresh air. Returning to dry land, Director Goldraff was immediately eager to get some fresh air. The fantastical side of the imaginary sea had initially been astounding, but as time wore on, the cramped confines of the armored vehicle began to weigh on the group. If they continued, they might even go mad. This situation made Shen Fei admire the Wasp, a figure who had lived in the quantum sea for decades. Her mental state remained intact, truly remarkable. Da Vinci didn't try to stop Director Goldraff's attempt to get some fresh air, but just as she was about to open the car door, she suddenly saw a display and paused. You can't go out. The temperature outside is over 100 degrees below zero. Da Vinci's words startled Goldraff, who had already placed his hand on the door. What? Such a low temperature? How is that possible? Goldraff questioned the outside temperature, but he had no intention of leaving. If it was over -100 degrees Celsius outside, he'd probably freeze to pulp if he went out. That's true. How strange. Why is it like this? Da Vinci pondered the situation again. Over -100 degrees Celsius, it was simply not a temperature humans could survive. Surely this is where the black soldier is? We can't be mistaken. The -100 degrees Celsius world made Goldraff wonder if they had come to the wrong place. It can't be mistaken. Someone needs to investigate outside. Mashu, Ritsuka, I'm sorry to bother you again. No problem. Mashu and Ritsuka immediately agreed. It was their duty, since she was the last master of Chaldea. However, Da Vinci didn't ask them to investigate immediately. The temperature outside was too low. It was fine for Mashu, but it would be dangerous for Ritsuka. Da Vinci then immediately began crafting a new magic costume, which he quickly completed. Thanks to the previous renovations, the armored vehicle's interior, though not very large, was remarkably well equipped. Among them was a small magic workshop, a sort of Da Vinci workshop. She quickly completed 3 cryogenically resistant magic costumes, one each for Mashu, Ritsuka, and Shen Fei. While Mashu could withstand the cold outside, she didn't need to constantly be exposed to such temperatures. The same was true for Shen Fei. Even with temperatures exceeding -100 degrees Celsius, even he needed to constantly withstand them. If he didn't have the necessary conditions, it wouldn't be necessary, but since he did, he naturally chose not to. Fearing any potential problems, Shen Fei also joined in the investigation. Mashu, Ritsuka, be careful. We've detected life activity nearby. Quite a few. They could be monsters or something similar. Be careful. Shortly after the 3 of them left the armored vehicle, Mashu's voice echoed. They are indeed monsters, and they're unlike anything we've ever seen. Soon, the 3 of them were surrounded by a dozen monsters that resembled crocodiles. Don't come this way when you break out. We can't move here for now. Watching the monsters surrounding the 3 through the video system, Goldraff couldn't help but shout. Don't worry, Fat Chief. Mashu is very powerful. Munir, a Chaldean staff member nearby, suddenly spoke up. What did you just say? What did you call me? Goldruff's attention was immediately drawn to Munir. Fat Chief, I'm fat. A series of events had robbed the new chief, who had once appeared so imposing upon arriving in Chaldea, of his authority. Furthermore, with Algamari still alive and well, the Chaldean staff preferred to call her chief, so Goldruff became Fat Chief. Destroy them. Mashu, Ritsuka, and Shen Fei ignored the drama from the other side and immediately engaged in combat. With Mashu's shield and Shen Fei's spear, the monsters were quickly decimated. Considering the armored vehicles were short on supplies, Shen Fei collected the corpses. Because the armored vehicle was equipped with a large amount of equipment, it could still communicate remotely with Mashu and Ritsuka even here. However, the storage space for supplies was much smaller. Bang! After dealing with the monsters, the three continued forward when they suddenly heard gunfire from the front. This startled Mashu and Ritsuka, because gunfire meant someone was present. The three quickly rushed towards the source of the gunfire and saw a werewolf-like figure, armed with a shotgun, dealing with the monsters the three had encountered earlier. Who are you? The werewolf, alerted by the three approaching, immediately pointed his shotgun at them and shouted. We're not bad people. We just have something we'd like to consult. Mashu and Ritsuka immediately stopped and tried to communicate. Reward? No problem. We've hunted quite a few monsters before, so we can take them as payment. We also know where they congregate nearby. But first, you need to ask me a few questions. Finally, through the video system, Holmes made his way to the other party and negotiated a deal. He also learned the other party's identity, Patsy, a Yaga. Ivan the Terrible, a killing hunter. I see. Although Patsy didn't know much, just some general names of people and places, Holmes still gained a lot of intelligence. The two parties immediately separated. Patsy left with his prey and information on the monster gathering spot, while Mashu, Lixiang, and Shen Fei returned to the armored vehicle. They needed to sort out the information they had gathered so quickly. According to their intelligence, this should be the area where the Bear Country is located. What's surprising is that Ivan the Terrible is still alive. Also, the weather and the people here are very unusual. Holmes summarized the information he had gathered. Perhaps it's the weather here that's responsible for the Yaga's appearance. Normal humans wouldn't be able to survive in this weather, but they seem to be able to ignore it, Da Vinci added. What we know is that the force attacking Chaldea likely originated from here. Those black soldiers are the slaughter hunters. We need to find a way to get to this city later. Ideally, we can learn its history to understand why it's like this and what's going on here. After some discussion, they decided to continue the operation tomorrow. Since Shen Fei had brought back a large number of magical beasts, there was enough meat for a snack. I'll do it. I'm an expert steak cook, Goldruff immediately offered to show off his skills. The portly director excelled in a very different kind of alchemy, transforming rotten meat and inedible magical beast flesh into fresh steaks. Shen Fei was genuinely curious about who invented this alchemy and why the portly director, a wealthy second generation, would want to learn it. In the original story, Chaldea would have had a deeper connection with Patsy, as he was needed to obtain materials to power Chaldea's armored vehicles. Without a power source, Da Vinci devised a method of using kites to draw down lightning from the sky. However, this time, with Shen Fei present, the lack of power was no problem. Let's begin the heroic spirit summoning. After finishing the steak crafted by the fat director, they immediately prepared to summon heroic spirits. Using the spirit-based portrait box and the summoning magic circle, they could summon heroic spirits. However, without a holy relic, the specific type of heroic spirit summoned depended on affinity. They didn't summon heroic spirits initially because they weren't sure this was the location of the forces attacking Chaldea. Even though using the planar moon to move them was a reasonable option, it wasn't confirmed. It's a Visbron. Shen Fei recognized the heroic spirit that appeared in the summoning circle. He had seen him before during the Holy Grail War. He was the renowned puppet master. After he displayed his strength, Shen Fei understood why he had been summoned. In such a snowy environment, this puppet master could provide Chaldea with the greatest assistance. For example, he could summon puppets for the group to ride, allowing them to travel at maximum speed in the snow. Shen Fei and Mashu were fine in the snow, but Ritsuka, as a mere ordinary person, even with her magical attire shielding her from the cold outside, couldn't travel very fast in such an environment. It's her, but she has the aura of a servant. After summoning a Visbron, the group rode as puppets the next day and arrived at the nearest city. There, they saw Goyanskaya, one of the masterminds of the previous attack on Chaldea. standing on the street. This time, she exuded the aura of a servant. Chapter 1131 Lost Belt, and she seems to be distributing food, Mashu muttered, observing Quinjet from a distance. This world was incredibly short on food, a fact she'd gathered from her conversations with Patsy. Food was arguably the most important commodity in this world, so seeing Quinjet distributing it surprised Mashu. I'm afraid not, Holmes, watching through the video, frowned. Although he had never formally met Quinjet, he knew she wasn't such a kind-hearted person. That girl, as the group approached, they finally understood what Quinjet was doing from the Yaga's words. She wasn't distributing food, but selling it at exorbitant prices. A Yaga merely muttered a complaint before being dispatched by the killer hunters behind her. Sir, we are truly out of money. None of the Yaga present paid any attention to the Yaga who had been killed by the killing hunters. Their eyes were fixed on the pile of food before Quinjet. If anyone else had so much food, they would have rushed over and started snatching it. However, facing Quinjet, none of the Yaga present had such courage. They feared not Quinjet, but the killing hunters behind her. In this kingdom, the killing hunters represented the will of the supreme ruler. No money, how could we be without money? You don't have any, but those weaker ones do. Quinjet remained unmoved by the Yaga's pleas, instead offering an ambiguous smile. As Quinjet finished speaking, the Yaga present fell silent, but the next moment, the fighting began, and the Yaga began to rob those around them of their belongings. Damn it, stop, Mashu, Ritsuka, this isn't something you can stop. Watching the town square suddenly devolve into a bloodbath, Mashu and Ritsuka immediately prepared to intervene, but were stopped by Holmes, the fat director, Da Vinci, and the others. This isn't a problem we can solve. Even if you stop them, what about the food? Though the fat director seemed a bit unremarkable, having easily been swindled out of his entire family's wealth, he was, after all, the son of a wealthy, renowned mage. His upbringing had given him a vision unmatched by the average person, and he immediately saw through the situation. In terms of the outcome, in a battle like this, those who survive are undoubtedly the strongest, and they also gain food, significantly increasing their survival rate. Holmes' expressionless words chilled the bones. Though harsh, they were the truth. This was how this country had weathered crises for so many years. That woman is undoubtedly a demon. Stay away from her, or you'll be scammed out of everything. The fat director, upon seeing Quinjet, seemed to recall the time she tricked him. Yes, our primary goal now is to understand what's going on. It's not time to expose her, but her presence here might already have exposed her. Holmes lowered his voice, so that Mashu and Ritsuka didn't hear. I understand, though deeply resentful. Mashu and Ritsuka understood the fat director and Holmes's words made sense. Even if they intervened, they wouldn't be able to change the outcome. Without sufficient food, only a few would survive. Hey, isn't this the Chaldean master who escaped earlier? What a coincidence, we meet again, just as Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others were preparing to quietly leave the town square. Quinjet, who had been watching the Yaga fight from the square, suddenly appeared before them. Aura blocker, Shen Fei suddenly whispered. Even though he hadn't sensed anything before, there was only one explanation for Quinjet's appearance, the Shadower's aura blocker. Aura blocker, that's not it. Mashu and Ritsuka immediately realized what Quinjet's class was. However, just as Visperin and the others were preparing to fight, Quinjet waved her hand, signaling she wasn't there to fight. Don't be so nervous. Today isn't work time. If you really want to fight, wait until tomorrow when I'm at work. I didn't expect you to actually make it here from the Sea of Illusions. It seems he was right. Welcome to the Lost Belt. Quinjet's demeanor was completely devoid of hostility. What the hell do you want to do? Goldruff, overwhelmed by old and new grudges, couldn't help but shout at Quinjet's appearance. Didn't I just say it's my day off, just out for some fun, you? Quinjet's attitude caused the fat director's blood pressure to rise. I heard you mention the Lost Belt. I wonder what it means. Holmes pulled the fat director away. Since the other party had no hostility, there was no need to make things complicated. Fighting them now would not benefit Chaldea. For Chaldea, the most important thing now was to understand what exactly happened before discussing the next step. I'm sorry, but the next piece of information cannot be leaked casually. I didn't expect Chaldea to have another servant. Who are you? Although they had only met through video, Quinjet recognized Holmes as a servant. I'm just a detective. I'd like to ask, is Koyanskaya your real name? Holmes immediately stated his real name and then asked Koyanskaya's. Based on the current intelligence, the other party was undoubtedly a servant. Combined with Shen Fei's earlier mention of aura abstraction, this meant she was a hidden one. However, Holmes had no memory of anyone named Koyanskaya. Anyone who could become a servant was undoubtedly well known, which was why he suspected she was using a pseudonym. Of course it's my real name. As for the rest, I have no comment. Enjoy your last moments together. From now on, the mistakes we made with Chaldea won't happen again. With these words, Koyanskaya turned and left, leaving the group in silence. Her last words suggested she was clearly furious with Chaldea, but she didn't immediately attack them. Let's get out of here. Having been exposed, the group couldn't stay. Of course, they didn't leave the town. After all, they were gathering intelligence, simply relocating their search. Rebels, leveraging Vesperan's abilities and the puppets that night, they eavesdropped on many of Yaga's conversations, allowing Chaldea to finally glean some intelligence they hadn't obtained from Patsy, most importantly, the resistance. During the day, as the fighting in the town square concluded, the killing hunters began their operations. Unlike Koyanskaya, who, on her days off, would turn a blind eye to the enemy, the killing hunters operated year-round. This time, Koyanskaya's purpose was to target the resistance surrounding the barrier. While Ivan the Terrible's terrifying reputation was deeply ingrained throughout the Lost Belt, where there's oppression, there's resistance. The killing hunters were terrifying, but when survival was a luxury, there was no shortage of resistance, even if it was few in number. No wonder this world was cut off. Creatures like the Yaga simply have no sustainable value, while a Vesperan was gathering intelligence. Shen Fei was also doing the same. Through his investigation, he discovered that even if he wanted to establish a nation integrating all races, he had no interest in Yaga creatures, as they were too monolithic. Yaga creatures were born in this singularity to cope with the harsh cold outside. This extreme cold is rare in other worlds. Even Ursus, known for its frigidity in Arknights, doesn't experience such severe temperatures. More importantly, perhaps due to their integration with wolf genes, Yaga possess a certain animalistic nature. The law of the jungle is ingrained in their DNA. A person like Patsy is an anomaly in this Lost Belt and would be completely unacceptable to other Yaga. For most Yaga, emotions are very weak. Even parents, wives, children, and brothers can be abandoned at any time. Patsy was called an outlier because he refused to abandon his elderly, incapable of hunting, mother. Any other Yaga would have long since abandoned him, leaving her to fend for herself. Of course, the Yaga do have their strengths, their immense vitality. A single meal can sustain them for days when necessary, and injuries that would be fatal to ordinary people are merely minor injuries to them. This was his conclusion, drawn from observing the chaotic fighting in several towns. It seems we can only obtain intelligence from the resistance. After some research, the group decided to seek out the resistance. The Lost Belt's harsh environment meant survival was paramount. Scholars and historians were scarce. In fact, even literacy was scarce. Ivan the Terrible's regime lacked any schools, and even if they existed, under the pressure of survival, few would attend. Atlanta, 3 days later, the group encountered a servant in a small village. Atlanta, in her reversed form, was Black Atlanta. Master of Chaldea, I'm sorry, I don't recognize you. Cooperation is fine, but first, you must prove you're not Ivan the Terrible's men. Then the battle began. This time, neither Shen Fei nor Mash took action. It was a Vesperan who took the lead, trapping Black Atlanta with a multitude of golems. For a Vesperan, creating golems was easy. He could summon them at any time, practically a one-man army. Over the past 3 days, Shen Fei had taken the opportunity to learn about golem construction and other technical aspects, which had significantly improved his skills. Initially, he was wary of a Vesperan, but he was well aware of his performance in the Holy Grail War. However, as they talked, he realized his preconceived notions were wrong. This Vesperan was not the same Vesperan. Furthermore, this was a Lost Belt, not the Holy Grail War, and there was no Holy Grail to be fought over. Okay, I believe you're not the Thunder Emperor's men. After destroying a large number of golems and discovering that a significant number were still around, Black Atlanta immediately believed them. After all, if they were Ivan the Terrible's men, they would show no mercy and would kill them all. As for infiltrating or acting as spies, there was no need to do that if they could eliminate all the enemies themselves. Thank you, then. With the help of a Visprin, the group began to move. It turned out that Black Atlanta was there because Inward had received intelligence that the killing hunters had appeared nearby, so she brought people here to evacuate the nearby villagers. The killing hunters, like those, would not consider any evidence or whether they had wrongly accused the other party when they took action. As long as there was even a hint of something, they would completely destroy a village and kill everyone there. It really does look like Ursus. These killer hunters are nothing but infected patrols. The information he'd received from Black Atlanta immediately reminded Shen Fei of Ursus and Arknights. It was undeniable that this world bore a strong resemblance to that place. Speaking of which, if I were to get Ivan the Terrible into Ursus, that certain black snake would probably cry. Of course, this was just Shen Fei's idle thought. After all, this was Ursus, not the Celestial Empire. If it were the Celestial Empire, he might offer some assistance, perhaps gifting the Dragon Emperor a great Qin Empire, or even the later Emperor Qin Shi Huang. He'd consider this, but for anyone else, it wasn't worth his while. Of course, if the benefits were significant, it wouldn't be impossible. Ursus was already in chaos enough that adding Ivan the Terrible wouldn't be a big deal, and it would allow the Thunder Emperor to directly confront those demons. By the way, should I bring the first Emperor into Arknights? I think it would be quite interesting. This Lust Belt is actually over 400 years old. And what about Kaduk? Could he have lived for over 400 years, but he just disappeared from Chaldea? From Black Atlanta, the group gained a lot of information about the Lust Belt, such as the fact that Kaduk, one of the 7 members of Group A, was the leader of the Lust Belt. However, this information also raised more questions, such as the timeline. Chaldea found it difficult to believe that Kaduk had lived that long. Unfortunately, Black Atlanta was unaware of these issues. She was a servant summoned by panhuman history and had no master. After arriving in the Lust Belt, driven by her previous obsession, she began saving the Yaga children. As her group expanded, it became a resistance force. The resistance was able to survive the siege of the Slaughter Hunters thanks to her presence. Patsy, why are you here? They came all the way to the rebel base and unexpectedly met an acquaintance here. It was Patsy who had done business with them before. After talking with him, they learned that because he brought back a lot of monster meat, other people in the village were jealous of him and reported him for colluding with the rebels. His mother was subsequently killed by the killing hunters. He fought back and escaped, and unexpectedly met the rebels and was rescued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1132 Thunder Emperor, Part 1. Pazuchi's fate silenced Mashu and Ritsuka. They had never expected things to turn out this way. Pazuchi, however, was not surprised. As a Yaga, he naturally understood them well. Sometimes he wondered why he thought differently from the other Yaga. If he thought the same, his life would undoubtedly be much easier. In terms of strength, Pazuchi was among the strongest among the Yaga. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape the Slaughter Hunters and encounter the resistance. We need your help. After leaving Pazuchi and meeting Black Atlanta again, Holmes immediately presented Chaldea's request. Black Atlanta was undoubtedly a servant of panhuman history. Yes, but before that, we need your help here as well. After a conversation, the two sides finally reached a consensus: mutual assistance. Chaldea needed to obtain some supplies from the resistance, especially ore, to repair their armored vehicles. Black Atlanta needed the help of Chaldea to aid the rebels. Jealousy was short on food and medicine and needed their assistance. Both sides also shared a common goal: to defeat Ivan the Terrible, who was in the capital. The Lost Belt's woes were partly due to the cold weather, but Ivan the Terrible's killer hunters were the primary cause. Black Atlanta wanted to liberate the Singularity and overthrow Ivan the Terrible's tyranny. Let's split up. I'll leave the distribution of the manifesto to you. I'll go find materials to repair the armored vehicles. After accepting the mission from Black Atlanta, Shen Fei proposed a split. With Mashu and Avisprin protecting Ritsuka, he didn't need to worry about her safety. This would be a good opportunity for them to experience the realities of the Lost Belt. The Lost Belt was a completely different concept from the Singularity. In the Singularity, Mashu and Ritsuka were saviors, but in the Lost Belt, they were undeniably villains. Only by destroying the Lost Belt could panhuman history be saved. The problem was that the people living in the Lost Belt were all living beings. Amiko Sashiro Takeshita, whom the group had previously encountered in Heroic Swordsman, was driven mad by the situation in the Lost Belt. And Miyamoto Musashi, the very life of the Lost Belt, was the very essence of it. This wasn't just a matter of a few hundred, or a few thousand lives, but the sacrifice of millions, tens of millions. This responsibility was too heavy for Mashu and Ritsuka. Not to mention them, even Shen Fei, faced with this situation, would have struggled to make up his mind. This wasn't just a game from his previous life, it was a matter of life and death for millions. Mashu and Ritsuka needed to experience this Lost Belt before they could truly make up their minds. While Shen Fei was also concerned about the survival of the Lost Belt, there was no doubt that the 7 Lost Belts that had frozen humanity must be cut. Under normal circumstances, the Lost Belts have no connection to pan-human history. Lost Belts couldn't possibly have invaded pan-human history. Just look at how many Lost Belts Amiko Sashiro and Takeshita had experienced, and the same thing happened with Miyamoto Musashi. None of them had any impact on pan-human history. However, the 7 Lost Belts frozen in time by humanity were different. Under the invasion of the alien gods, they had invaded pan-human history, seeking to replace it. The true enemy this time was undoubtedly the alien gods. No problem. Black Atlanta had no objection to Chaldea splitting its forces. After assigning Patsy as a guide for Mash, Ritsuka, and the others, she led Shen Fei to another secret base of the rebels. To defeat Ivan the Terrible, the rebels had been preparing. First, they dug a secret tunnel leading directly to the capital. Attacking Ivan the Terrible through normal means in this Lost Belt was extremely difficult, as it would require a near-endless frontal assault on the capital, a feat the rebels couldn't achieve with their current strength. So, they decided to use the tunnel to directly attack the Terrible. This secret tunnel contained a valuable supply of minerals, which the rebels couldn't utilize, so they could hand them over to Chaldea. Atlanta, Shen Fei said, watching Atlanta leave from the secret passage. He knew her character from the Holy Grail War. To protect her children, she would risk anything, even if it meant siding with the Lost Belt as a servant of pan-human history. He had no other options. He couldn't just take everyone in the Lost Belt away. If he did, the evening bells would ring. Alright, let's get to work, brothers. After inspecting the secret passages, Shen Fei summoned a dozen shadow clones and had them begin gathering resources nearby. Half of them would work within the secret passages, while the other half would head to the nearby monster forest. This secret passage wasn't entirely excavated by the rebels, but rather a natural cavern. Only after their discovery did the rebels formulate their plans. Enough materials, with the help of his shadow clones, Shen Fei quickly gathered enough ore and then immediately headed to the monster forest. The clones there cut down a significant number of trees there. This particular tree, a sacred wood over 400 years old, is harder than most metals. The rebel fortress nestled against the mountainside was constructed from this wood. Since this Lost Belt would eventually disappear anyway, he could gather some resources. While items from singularities are difficult to obtain, items from Lost Belts are different. This hardwood has many uses, including for crafting mechanical beasts. We've got all the materials, great, let's get started. Shen Fei and Da Vinci worked together, quickly repairing the armored vehicle using the materials they'd gathered. Originally a snowmobile, it was perfectly suited for this Lost Belt. So, do you have anything to say about the Lost Belt? I don't think there's any need to hide anything at this point. After the armored vehicle was repaired, Holmes finally spoke. I don't know much about the Lost Belt and the Imagination Tree, but I can tell you, but you need to be prepared. The group then moved to a small conference room in the loading yard, where Shen Fei outlined his knowledge of the Lost Belt and the Imagination Tree. So this is the Lost Belt. After Shen Fei's explanation, Holmes, Da Vinci, Olga Marie, and the Fat Director finally understood what they were facing. Lost Belts experience a different kind of human history, a key difference between them and singularities. Singularities represent a point in human history where errors occurred. Of course, if a singularity persisted, it would likely become a Lost Belt. Humanity is frozen outside right now. To save pan-human history, we need to destroy all 7 Lost Belts. Unlike a singularity, this is a truly alternate world. Are you determined to destroy millions, even tens of millions, of lives to save pan-human history? This time, even the Fat Director fell silent. As pan-humans, they undoubtedly sided with pan-humanity, but the prospect of destroying millions of lives was a choice no one present could make immediately. As far as Shen Fei knew, there was only one person who would unhesitatingly bring the lost belt to light, his righteous companion, Emilia Kiritsugu. He was the only one who would not hesitate. Perhaps you can make a decision, but what about Mashu and Ritsuka? They've gone from being the saviors of humanity to being the shearers of humanity, and not just one person. Can they truly remain steadfast? Similar to the burning of humanity, the freezing of humanity can only be solved by the master and servants. A magician would be wiped out if they were not careful. Speaking of magicians, even Kato Danzo. Da Vinci didn't allow her to work with Mashu and Ritsuka this time. While Kato Danzo was formidable, he would be no match for a servant. Mashu, Ritsuka, what happened? Da Vinci spoke immediately after reconnecting with Mashu and Ritsuka. He was hesitant about when to tell them the truth about the lost belt. We've detected the presence of Chaldea here. Mashu and Ritsuka immediately recounted what they had encountered. Their mission from Black Atlanta was to deliver a manifesto to a nearby village. This manifesto, naturally, was a document demanding a war against the Thunder Emperor. If the Yaga in the city had encountered such a situation, they would have immediately reported them to the slaughter hunters. However, this was a very different situation on the border. Fearing the slaughter hunters, they hoped for a rebellion victory, if possible, so they wouldn't have to worry about the slaughter hunters finding a pretext to annihilate their village. The manifesto initially went smoothly, but soon ran into trouble. It wasn't the villagers themselves who were in trouble, but the village where the manifesto was intended to be delivered was ravaged by bandits. Due to food shortages and the widespread prevalence of banditry in this lust belt, they didn't dare to defend towns with slaughter hunters, so they resorted to robbing smaller villages along the border. Upon discovering the bandits were about to attack other villages, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others immediately prepared to intervene. By the time they arrived, the battle was over, leaving numerous Yagas slain by weapons outside the village. Upon hearing of Chaldeans, Mashu and Ritsuka immediately inquired about their appearance. Unfortunately, due to the blizzard and their dodging, they didn't get a clear view of them. It wasn't until they had driven off the bandits and questioned their identities that they learned the name Chaldean. It stands to reason that Chaldeans wouldn't be here unless they were servants. With just a brief message, even Sherlock Holmes couldn't deduce anything. The bandits' appearance prompted Mashu and Ritsuka to end their dispatch. Bandits have appeared nearby. I'll send someone to investigate immediately. By the way, your next mission is to contact another faction, whose leader is also a servant. Black Atlanta quickly assigned Mashu and Ritsuka a new assignment. The resistance against the Thunder Emperor's tyranny and the killing hunters wasn't limited to this particular resistance force. Another force, primarily dispossessed nobles from the old nobility, was far more formidable. After all, due to Atlanta's personal reasons, this force had taken in many incompetent children, while the other force consisted entirely of adults. No clothes, nothing underneath, Ritsuka suddenly interjected upon hearing Black Atlanta mention the servants' lack of clothing, leaving Atlanta and Mashu speechless. Of course not. Mashu, Ritsuka, and Avisprin immediately headed for the base of the other force Atlanta had mentioned. To defeat the Thunder Emperor, they naturally needed as many servants as possible. Unfortunately, their initial action was somewhat fraught with difficulty. Shortly after leaving the resistance base, they encountered a blizzard, forcing them to find a temporary base to rest. The next day, after the blizzard subsided, they resumed their journey. Along the way, they discovered the bodies of numerous bandits. Based on their previous investigation, they suspected the person claiming to be from Chaldea. Mash, Ritsuka, and the others quickly sped up to find him. Unfortunately, they didn't encounter the person claiming to be from Chaldea, but instead encountered Billy the Kid. This servant was a servant from pan-human history. Upon learning that Mash and Ritsuka were from Chaldea, he immediately led them to meet his leader, the faction Atlanta had contacted. It turned out there weren't just one servant, but two. They then encountered another servant, reportedly without clothing. It turned out to be Beowulf, whom they had met in the previous singularity. It's impossible to form an alliance. Perhaps you're not aware, the Yaga people are very patriarchal. Beowulf, also a servant from pan-human history, immediately agreed to Atlanta's proposal, but due to current circumstances, it could only be an alliance. Yaga's preference for boys over girls is very serious. The reason why Atlanta is weak and has few combatants is not only because she took in a large number of orphans, but also because she is a woman. Many Yaga who wanted to join the resistance army immediately turned around and left after discovering that their leader was a woman. Although Beowulf relied on his powerful military force to become the boss of this side, he could not do anything about this situation. If he said he wanted to join a force led by a woman, I am afraid that most of his men would choose to leave. Therefore, it would be best for the alliance to fight on their own. After some discussion, it was decided to send Billy the Kid, Mashu, Ritsuka and others to meet Atalanta to discuss the next plan. After Mashu and Ritsuka brought Billy the Kid back to the rebel base, Atalanta agreed with Beowulf's judgment. However, the rebels faced a new problem: insufficient food. There were a large number of orphans here, and they had no way to hunt. The support they could get from the village through proclamations was also limited. So Atalanta prepared to attack the town and rob the food. Mashu and Ritsuka naturally disagreed, but unfortunately, Atalanta insisted. Coupled with the current situation of the rebels, if there was no food, the orphans would probably starve to death first, so they had no choice but to agree to Atalanta's plan. In Atalanta's eyes, the safety of the children was above everything else. Chapter 1133 Thunder Emperor, Part 2. When the time comes, I'll try to prevent them from killing anyone. Looting can easily turn into rioting. Atalanta can only try to prevent killing, but avoiding looting is impossible. Without food supplies, the children will persevere. After consulting with Holmes, Da Vinci, and the others, Mashu and Ritsuka prepared to join the looting operation to minimize casualties. Despite Atalanta's assurances, such promises are unlikely to be effective in the chaos. Under normal circumstances, Mashu and Ritsuka wouldn't have much of a solution, but they have the puppet master, Avisprin, at their side. With Holmes's reminder, even if the worst-case scenario truly came to pass, they have the power to suppress it. Yugoslavia, the city closest to the border of the Lost Belt, is the target of Atalanta and the other rebels. 70%? Impossible. We'll starve to death. Faced with Atalanta's outrageous demands, the mayor of Smolensk immediately rejected a request. Atalanta's plan was simple: capture the mayor and force him to remove food from the city's supply warehouse. You're lying to me. Don't think I don't know the situation in the city. Even if you lose 70% of the supplies, you won't starve to death. These supplies are what you're planning to use to divide the nobility. Wherever there are people, even in the face of apocalyptic circumstances, the struggle for power remains a dominant force for some, and Smolensk is clearly evolving in this direction. Okay, don't kill me. I promise. With his secrets exposed and under threat of death, the mayor capitulated and led the rebels toward the city's supply warehouse. It's the Jaegers, you bastard. Atalanta's face darkened as she watched the murderous Jaegers appear before her. Kill them. They're rebels. Breaking free from the Jaeger that held him, the mayor immediately ran towards the slaughter hunters. Before Atalanta could react, the hunters unleashed a crossbow bolt through the mayor's body. In his final moments, the mayor was completely bewildered by the slaughter hunters' attack. For the glory of his majesty, kill them all. The slaughter hunters were in no mood to explain their reasoning to the dying mayor. To them, aside from the supreme emperor, the mayor was no different from any other Yaga. The reason they wanted to kill the mayor was simple: they were dividing the nobility, a right that belonged to his majesty. For a mere mayor to dare to do so showed complete disregard for his majesty. It was a bit ridiculous. The mayor here wanted to divide the nobility because he felt that this city was too far from the capital, and even the emperor wouldn't pay any attention to it. This way, they could enjoy a life of exploiting the lower classes without a clear conscience. He had no idea what the relationship between the slaughter hunters and the emperor was. There's no other way. Move on. Mashu, Ritsuka, helped transport the supplies. Having been discovered, they had no choice but to fight. Atalanta transformed into a black light, her claws piercing through the bodies of several slaughter hunters. While the slaughter hunters were numerous, none could match her. What's going on over there? It's the rebels. They're looting the city's supplies. The fighting here was quickly discovered by the Yaga in the city. Upon discovering the transport of supplies, the Yaga were furious. These were their own supplies, and they're rushed over with their weapons. Idiots. Atalanta shook her head slightly as she watched the charging Yaga. Perhaps these men saw them as siding with the slaughter hunters this time, but the slaughter hunters didn't see it that way. To them, anyone not on the battlefield was an enemy, except a fellow slaughter hunter. A chaotic battle ensued, and the Yaga in the town suffered the most. They were squeezed in between the incoming slaughter hunters and the rebels, flanked by the enemy on both sides. As Holmes and Da Vinci had predicted, the slaughter had begun. Avisprin, please. Ritsuka took a deep breath, observing the chaotic scene before him. and then asked a Vesperin to take action. "As you command, Master." A Vesperin summoned nearly 100 stone giant golems, commanding them to separate the Yaga from the slaughter hunters and seize the weapons from the Yaga in the town. Thanks to the sheer number of golems, the chaotic battlefield was quelled. Meanwhile, the rebels and their golems managed to transport sufficient supplies, and the group began their retreat. It's undeniable that a Vesperin's ability to summon golems is incredibly well suited for this singularity. This likely explains his ability to summon them despite lacking any relics. "Thank you." Atalanta immediately expressed her gratitude upon returning to the rebel base. Without Chaldea, even if they could have looted enough food, they wouldn't have been able to bring it back. Carrying large quantities of supplies through the snow is no easy task, but with golems, the situation is different. Is this the storm wall? While it's formidable, it's not insurmountable. While Mashu, Ritsuka, and Atalanta were working together, Shen Fei also began his own movement, reaching the border of the Lost Belt. Should we go find His Majesty the First Emperor now? Standing at the edge of the massive storm wall, Shen Fei began to ponder. His biggest goal now was to see the First Emperor in the Lost Belt, but leaving Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others in this Lost Belt was a bit too much of a stretch. The situation in the Lost Belt was far more complicated than in other singularities. Never mind. We've already waited this long, so a little more time isn't a big deal. In the end, Shen Fei decided to go with Chaldea first. Since they were already frozen in time, they'd definitely meet the First Emperor sooner or later. Besides, the other Lost Belts also held plenty of goodies. Mashu and Ritsuka were lucky to have arrived in this Lost Belt first, arguably the weakest. Since we're in this Lost Belt, let's take a look around. Having given up on the idea of heading to other Lost Belts, Shen Fei didn't return to the armored vehicle. Instead, he chose to explore the singularity, gathering herbs and capturing some magical beasts. Musashi, long time no see. When Shen Fei returned to Chaldea, he unexpectedly met an acquaintance, Miyamoto Musashi. She had drifted to this world and saved Ritsuka again. Long time no see. Miyamoto Musashi smiled and nodded immediately after seeing Shen Fei. Musashi was so happy to see an acquaintance after drifting to this world. She appeared in the Lost Belt more than 3 months earlier than Chaldea. Some villagers said that the Chaldea member they met was her fake. In this Lost Belt, Musashi has been making a living by killing monsters and bandits. When she was asked about her identity, she immediately thought of Ritsuka. Mashu, Ritsuka, before you go rescue Atalanta, there's something you need to know. Mashu and Ritsuka were supposed to be on their way to rescue Atalanta and the Resistance. While Shen Fei was wandering the Lost Belt, Mashu and Ritsuka encountered a number of unexpected events, including encounters with Katak and the priest. The Resistance base was discovered by the slaughter hunters thanks to Patsy's connections. During one operation, Patsy was captured by the slaughter hunters. Normally, the hunters would have executed him, but the presence of the priest, a master at manipulating people, broke Patsy's will and forced him to reveal the Resistance base. The Resistance was subsequently wiped out, including a Vesperin, and Ritsuka lost contact. Fortunately, he encountered Miyamoto Musashi, who helped him escape from the Minotaur's labyrinth. The servant the priest brought with him this time was the renowned Minotaur, the Asterius whom Mashu and Ritsuka had encountered in the 4 seas of the Third Singularity. However, this Asterius had become a Minotaur, a result of his servant's spiritual base. This time, he undoubtedly stood against Chaldea. The Minotaur's noble phantasm, the Eternal Labyrinth, while ineffective in attack, was supremely effective at trapping people. All the rebels were captured because of this maze, trapped within it with no escape. Dr. Roman, Mr. Holmes, Da Vinci Chan, Director, Fat Director, what could be more important than saving lives? It was clearly a matter of urgency, but the group stopped them, leaving them perplexed. We want to tell you the truth about the Lost Belt. Ignoring Mashu and Ritsuka's anxious cries, Holmes slowly explained the situation. What? How is that even possible? Mashu and Ritsuka cried out simultaneously after hearing Holmes's narration. They wanted to change the living conditions of the Yaga in this world, to liberate them from the tyranny of the Thunder Emperor. This would have been a heroic act, if it weren't for what happened next. This is the truth, Mashu, Ritsuka. To save panhuman history, we can only cut the Lost Belt. Just as humans have victories and defeats, so too does history. The Lost Belt is lost history, but, Ritsuka hesitated for a long time, ultimately saying nothing. This situation completely exceeded her imagination. Destroying one world to save another was too absurd for her. Having personally interacted with the Jaeger, she knew full well that the Jaeger were human, not orcs. Their werewolf form was a forced genetic fusion to survive the extreme cold. The destruction of hundreds of thousands, nearly 100 lives, was something Ritsuka couldn't possibly do to save panhuman history. Think about it carefully, and tell us when you've made up your mind. The group then left the small conference room, leaving the room to Mashu and Ritsuka. Are we just going to stand by and do nothing? Outside, the fat director exclaimed, watching Roman, Holmes, Da Vinci, and even Olga Marie, each minding their own business. He had quickly accepted the situation in the Lost Belt after learning of it. After all, he belonged to panhuman history, and his family was there. While he felt a pang of reluctance about destroying life in the Lost Belt, he knew the priorities. There's nothing we can do. This is a decision she can make for herself. She's not a bullet in a gun. Roman, Holmes, and Da Vinci offered all the comforting words they could muster, like saying the Lost Belt was a history of failure, destined to vanish eventually. It was just a matter of time. Or that this time, cosmic creatures were using the Lost Belt to invade panhuman history. These excuses could justify the loss of the Lost Belt, but they were only justifications. The Lost Belt was a history of failure, and the life within it was real. Using these excuses was merely self-consolation, like saying that humanity will eventually die, so what was the point of living a mediocre life now? If she gives up, wouldn't we all be doomed? Yes, but if that's her choice, I don't mind, Da Vinci said with a smile. She was a heroic spirit, and all she had to do was focus on her own affairs. If humanity chose to perish, even if that meant her disappearance, she wouldn't do anything. The summoning of heroic spirits was based on panhuman history. Once panhuman history disappeared, the heroic spirits would naturally disappear as well. Of course, Shen Fei believed that this would only be the disappearance of the heroic spirits of this world, and it wouldn't affect other parallel worlds in the moon world. You, Olga Marie, think of a solution. The fat director glanced at Holmes and Da Vinci, then at Olga Marie. I believe she'll make the right decision. Although Olga Marie had initially been very disdainful of Ritsuka, the journey had changed her mind. Ritsuka, how long are you going to be depressed? Miyamoto Musashi approached Fujimura Ritsuka in the meeting room. You're nothing like the Fujimura Ritsuka I knew. What are you struggling with? Just do what you think is right. I don't understand what that Lost Belt slicing is about, but they're going to be executed soon. Are you going to just sit here and watch them die? Katak had already publicly announced the execution of the rebels, including Atlanta. But, Ritsuka was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Miyamoto Musashi. Do you want to hear my opinion? You should know that my world is also a Lost Belt, and it's been destroyed. Ritsuka, you're not a saint, let alone a god. There's no need to shoulder all the responsibility. And there are things you can't decide right now. So go fight, and perhaps you'll find the answers. After Miyamoto Musashi's persuasion, Ritsuka regained her spirits. Although she still hesitated about the Lost Belt slicing, as Musashi had said, the priority now was to rescue Atlanta and the rebels. Next, we're going to make a big scene. This is really not an easy job. Then the group worked out a plan to rescue the hostages, with Billy the Kid taking the first action. Chapter 1134 Thunder Emperor, and Yaga Moscow, the capital of the Lost Belt, is also home to the largest number of killing hunters. And these killing hunters aren't just ordinary hunters, they grow stronger the closer they get to the imperial capital. If there are enough killing hunters in the imperial capital, even a servant can be besieged and annihilated. Therefore, Billy the Kid's operation is the most dangerous yet. Fortunately, before the operation, Da Vinci met with him and modified his weapons. Bat Sound Thunderbolt is the name of Billy the Kid's twin pistols, and also the name of his noble phantasm. Theoretically, a firearm that has become a noble phantasm cannot be modified. However, Da Vinci is a versatile genius, and given that Billy the Kid's legend states that his twin pistols are standard weapons, not specially crafted, Da Vinci devised a way to temporarily increase their power. I'd like you to hold off on this one. Holmes approached Shen Fei as Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others began their operation. Her faith isn't quite strong yet. This is just the beginning. There are 6 more Lost Belts to conquer, and she must strengthen her resolve, Holmes then explained. Although Ritsuka had been inspired by Musashi's actions, she hadn't yet fully resolved herself. There were many battles to come, and she needed to be resolute. After all, she couldn't rely on Shen Fei for everything. Fujimura Ritsuka was the final master, and only she could decide the fate of this world. Boom. As Billy the Kid and Beowulf began their actions, violent explosions erupted around Yagama Moscow. A large number of slaughter hunters appeared, charging towards them. Meanwhile, the Yagama in the city were thrown into panic, fleeing in all directions. They had never imagined that they would accidentally attack the capital, where the Thunder Emperor reigned. In this lost belt, the capital was undoubtedly the safest place. We meet again, Minotaur. This won't be the same as last time, as the capital descended into chaos. Mash, Ritsuka, Musashi, and the others encountered their previous foe, the Minotaur. With the cooperation of Mash and Musashi, Musashi ultimately defeated the Minotaur with his ultimate move. Vesprin, what brings you here? To their surprise, while helping to eliminate the Minotaur, the previously missing Vesprin suddenly reappeared. I've been waiting for you, Master. Defeating Ivan the Terrible is impossible under normal circumstances. Kadok sent me to meet him, and I once killed a young man. Vesprin then briefly recounted his experiences in Moscow, before revealing a profound regret, that he had once, for his own ideals, killed his master and used him as the core forge for his own noble phantasm, the events of the Holy Grail War. Normally, servants summoned during the Holy Grail War would have no memory of the event upon returning to Valhalla. After all, it was only the servants summoned, not the heroic spirits themselves. However, Vesprin, for some reason, had retained this memory. This was a mistake he hadn't made as a human, but after becoming a heroic spirit, he made it. Kadok has his own plans, but as things stand, your goals are aligned. Master, this time it's my turn, Vesprin spoke as his body began to fracture, spilling blood onto the labyrinth floor. Then, the entire maze began to transform. Crown of Wisdom, Vesprin then activated his noble phantasm. While powerful, it also came with significant limitations. It required a suitable forge core, which was unavailable in this lost belt. This time, he used his own spiritual base as the core, using Vesprin's labyrinth as his body. Master, I hand over his command to you. Regarding the lost belt, follow your heart. With these final words, Vesprin vanished. Boom boom boom. Even as the stone giant of the Crown's Light of Wisdom was still forming, the entire city of Yaga Moscow began to violently shake. The ground cracked, buildings collapsed, and the Yaga fled in all directions. Under normal circumstances, the slaughter hunters would have been there to maintain order. This was the capital, after all. But now, the slaughter hunters spread throughout the capital had completely vanished. What's that? Suddenly, someone shouted, pointing north as the fleeing Yaga fled in panic. How could it be? The mountain is moving. Following his gaze, the Yaga saw the mountain range near the capital suddenly stir, as if it had become alive. The living environment in Yagamosk is much better than elsewhere. One reason for this is that the massive mountains to the north block the biting cold winds, making it the warmest part of the Lost Belt. While temperatures are still in the tens of degrees below zero, compared to other areas that slump over 100 degrees, it's certainly warmer. Finally awake, Your Majesty the Thunder Emperor, seeing the massive mountains move, Kadok's expression instantly lit up with excitement. He had been planning for this moment for a long time, even sparing the last master of Chaldea, whom he deeply hated. Originally, with Kadok's influence in the Lost Belt, with a warning from Kirshtalia, he could have concentrated his forces to annihilate Chaldea in one fell swoop when the Chaldeans landed. Chaldea would have been at its weakest by then, but for his own future plans, he decided not to do so. Killing Chaldea was easy for him, but making his Lost Belt stand out was the most important thing. Of the 7 major Lost Belts, his was lagging behind the others because his imagination tree hadn't yet taken root. Ivan the Terrible's refusal to use the power of the illusion tree caused great distress to Kadok. However, he was no match for Ivan the Terrible. To prevent him from awakening, he resorted to various tactics to keep him asleep. This was until the arrival of the Chaldeans. Upon discovering that the servant Ritsuko had summoned was Vesprin, Kadok immediately came up with a plan, leading to the capture of both Atalanta and Vesprin. Kadok's scheme against Vesprin was a covert scheme. Chaldeans' plan to sever the Lost Belt would inevitably involve a confrontation with the Thunder Emperor. This would allow Kadok to eliminate him, seize control of the Lost Belt, and allow the illusion tree to take root. Anastasia, my beloved, no, Anastasia, why did you betray me? A massive head rose from the earth, revealing Ivan the Terrible's true form, an immense mammoth. Upon awakening, he collected all of his slaughter hunters and immediately understood what had happened. "Your Majesty, your time has ended. I am not your consort, but Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova." The princess suddenly stepped forward and shouted to the enormous Ivan the Terrible in the distance. "How dare you claim my kingdom?" Ivan the Terrible's furious roar echoed throughout the Lost Belt, accompanied by the roar of boundless thunder. The sky suddenly lit up with endless flashes of lightning. Previously, he had mistaken Anastasia for his consort because he was asleep. Now that he was awake, and the princess had given her full name, he could not be mistaken. Ivan the Terrible's beloved consort and the princess shared the same name. What is this? A mammoth. This is enormous. Musashi, emerging from the labyrinth, opened her mouth wide at the sight of Ivan the Terrible, towering nearly 1,000 meters tall. After drifting through so many worlds, she had never seen such a massive creature. Mammoths, what are those? Patsy suddenly asked. Originally accompanying Beowulf, he arrived here with Beowulf and numerous other rebels after the slaughter hunters vanished. "Ah, I forgot there's no such creature in this world. It's just a gigantic beast." Miyamoto Musashi was unsure how to explain mammoths to Patsy. After all, they weren't native to this lost belt. The extreme cold had rendered many species extinct. "Do we want to fight this monster?" Beowulf gazed at the massive Ivan the Terrible before him, his gaze inevitably turning to Ritsuka beside Musashi. Even though he was incredibly confident and had battled giant creatures before, those creatures were no match for the Ivan the Terrible before him. Those creatures were only a dozen meters tall at most, while this one was over 1,000 meters tall, 100 times the size. "Be careful. It's a divine beast, possibly possessing divine-level magical power." Back at the armored vehicle, Da Vinci informed everyone of the situation. Facing such an enemy, even she was helpless. This time, it was the magic of a true divine beast, not a deity summoned through the motion like Ishtar. "Fujimaru Ritsuka, you saved Rinri. I wonder if you can save this lost belt? If we don't defeat him, the entire city will be destroyed by his wrath." Katak went straight to Fujimaru Ritsuka. He was the most dissatisfied with him. He was the chosen master to save the world, and had finally made it to Group A, only to wake up and be told that Rinri had been saved by an ordinary person with no magical talent. This was unacceptable to him. If someone like Erstalia had saved the world, it would be fine, but why did someone who is clearly inferior to him become the savior? If Fujimaru Ritsuka could do it, then so could he. At this moment, Katak's thoughts mirrored those of a certain demon pillar. He could accept Gosha being defeated by a grand heroic spirit, a demon, or a god, but he absolutely could not accept its defeat at the hands of an ordinary person. "Katak, I don't know your motives, but we're on the same side now. If we lose, you'll probably be better off. If you have anything to say about Ivan the Terrible, please speak up." Before Ritsuka could speak, Da Vinci, connected via video link, spoke first. Facing a being with divine magical powers, defeat was impossible under normal circumstances. HMPH, Ivan the Terrible has a crown on his head. Use magic to enhance your eyes, and you'll see it. Removing it will significantly weaken his power. Katak then revealed Ivan the Terrible's weakness. "There's indeed a crown. You leave first, and leave this to us. Go ahead, Crown of Wisdom." Watching Ivan the Terrible marching towards them, Ritsuka knew they couldn't delay any longer. Even though the other party was some distance away, his massive size sent shockwaves through the city with every step. After forcing the rebels to retreat, Ritsuka summoned a Vesperan's noble phantasm. Amidst a tremendous roar, a stone giant roughly the size of Ivan the Terrible appeared. This was a Vesperan's primordial titan. This stone giant was far larger than the one Shen Fei had seen during the Holy Grail War, likely due to its transformation of the Minotaur's labyrinth into its own body. Boom! Soon, the primordial titan and Ivan the Terrible clashed. Their immense strength and magical power caused the ground to crack with each collision. In terms of strength, the primordial titan was no match for Ivan the Terrible. However, a Vesperan's noble phantasm, as long as it stood on the ground, could continuously absorb the power of the earth's veins to heal. Under this power, the body and arms damaged by Ivan the Terrible's attack quickly recovered. There's no way to get close, as Ritsuka controlled the primal titan to battle Ivan the Terrible. Beowulf and Miyamoto Musashi attempted to seize the opportunity to remove the small crown from the mammoth's head, but the relentless lightning surrounding Ivan the Terrible prevented them from approaching. "Senior, are you alright?" Mashu, standing alongside Ritsuka on the primal titan's shoulder, shielding her from the aftermath, looked at her with concern after blocking a bolt of lightning with her shield. "I'm fine. We must find a way to break through that lightning barrier. Damn it, even that's not working. Now it's up to you. Kadak and the princess' expressions darkened as they watched the primal titan retreat before them. He had previously overestimated Ivan the Terrible, but the actual battle revealed that he hadn't. Fortunately, he had several trump cards prepared to deal with the Thunder Emperor, and Chaldea was just one of them. As the battle raged, the sound of a piano suddenly rang out. Hearing the piano, Kadak's expression, once sullen, suddenly crackled with a smile. Who's trying to wear down my will? Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others were unfazed by the sudden piano music. But it was different for Ivan the Terrible. His movements immediately slowed to a crawl. A good opportunity, Ritsuka quickly seized, commanding the primordial titan to unleash 2 punches on the mammoth, finally forcing the Terrible to retreat. How dare you, Ivan the Terrible, retreating a few steps, flew into a rage. The next moment, a massive amount of lightning gathered in the sky, and a bolt of lightning pierced a corner of the palace, revealing Salieri, who was playing the piano inside. In my palace, seeing Salieri inside, the Terrible grew even more enraged. More lightning gathered in the sky, determined to utterly destroy this person who dared to interfere with his will. Chapter 1135, Fantasy Tree. Mashu, yes, Senior, the already distant Ideal City, seeing that the Thunder Emperor's lightning was about to strike Salieri who was playing the piano, Mashu, reminded by Ritsuka, immediately leaped from the body of the primordial titan towards the palace, and in midair, directly released her noble phantasm. Originally, in the original story, perhaps due to her resurrection from the dead, Mashu's body returned to normal, but she lost the power of the heroic spirit. It was not until later when the human freeze put Ritsuka in danger that she regained the power of the heroic spirit. However, this time, the power no longer belonged to Galahad, but to her own. Now, because of Shen Fei, Mashu has not lost her power, but this does not have much impact on her. The noble phantasm is still the same. Although Ivan the Terrible's divine thunder is powerful, it is impossible to break through the defenses of Camelot's walls. As expected, no matter what kind of heroic spirit it is, given the right environment to unleash its might, it can unleash immense power. Shen Fei, seated in an armored vehicle nearby, gazed at the kilometer-tall elemental titan and couldn't help but recall the elemental titan from the Holy Grail War. The two were simply incomparable. By the way, speaking of which, Mashu and Ritsuka will undoubtedly become heroic spirits in the future. I wonder if we can summon them in their heroic spirit form. Watching the battle outside through the video system, Shen Fei suddenly had a thought, the relationship between Rede and Shiraui Maya. The heroic spirits of the moon world could transcend time. Given Mashu and Ritsuka's achievements, becoming heroic spirits was a foregone conclusion. It would be fascinating to see them summoned as servants themselves. Mashu, be careful. Just as Mashu breathed a sigh of relief after blocking Salieri's divine thunder from attacking the palace, Ivan the Terrible used his massive tusks to repel Ritsuka's elemental titan. He then swung his enormous trunk, over 100 meters long, at Mashu. Having just used her noble phantasm, Mashu naturally couldn't use it again. But at this critical moment, Miyamoto Musashi suddenly appeared before Mashu, a massive figure looming behind him. Though its size couldn't compare to the giant elephant's trunk, its presence was no less impressive. Isina, great celestial phenomenon. With a sharp shout, Miyamoto Musashi immediately unleashed her ultimate move. The powerful sword energy not only blocked the Thunder Emperor's enormous trunk, but continued to penetrate, slicing it vertically in half. Looks like I'm done for now, Mashu. Say goodbye to Ritsuka for me. We should meet again someday. Miyamoto Musashi's powerful blow caused the Thunder Emperor to wail. However, after the blow, her form gradually faded and vanished, drifting once more. From what she had seen, it seemed as if she had arrived in this lost belt specifically for this particular attack. Now, Beowulf, Ritsuka, taking advantage of Ivan the Terrible's heavy blow, immediately commanded the primordial titan to charge forward, shouting to Beowulf, who had been waiting for his chance. Beowulf didn't disappoint Ritsuka. While the primordial titan was blocking the mammoth's tusks, he leaped from the titan's arm onto the mammoth's body. With his spear in hand, he sliced through the crown atop the mammoth's head. As the crown detached from his body, Ivan the Terrible roared in frustration. And his massive body began to dissipate. He plummeted from midair, and at the same time, Ritsuka's primordial titan also began to dissipate. Theoretically, of Esperon's noble phantasm, the crown of wisdom, could remain indestructible as long as it stood on the ground, and would grow stronger over time until the entire planet was transformed into paradise. However, that was only theoretical. Ivan the Terrible possessed divine-level power. Ritsuka's previous manipulation of the primordial titan to desperately block Ivan the Terrible had already caused irreparable damage to the primordial titan, meaning its recovery couldn't keep up with its physical breakdown. Vesperan's mastery of golems was at the top of the Moon World, a realm unmatched by modern magi. Although the Thousand Worlds Tree clan suffered heavy losses after the Holy Grail War, the auction of his remaining golems recouped a significant portion of their funds. Finally, we succeeded. Watching the Thunder Emperor land on the ground, Katak clenched his fists in excitement. Then, he and the princess walked towards the Thunder Emperor's location. Previously, during the battle with the Thunder Emperor, he had remained stagnant, leaving the Thunder Emperor entirely to Chaldea. Your Majesty, the Thunder Emperor, this is the end. Hand over this great power. What is your purpose? Ivan the Terrible, holding the golden scepter in his right hand, looked at Katak and Anastasia beside him in surprise. Indeed, I do not intend to destroy this lust belt, but to build it better, Katak stated his purpose. He had collaborated with Chaldea to awaken the Thunder Emperor, not to cut through the lust belt. Haha, I'm still the king here. You want to use me as a stepping stone? Come on, the Thunder Emperor said, raising the golden scepter in his right hand. Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky. Katak immediately retreated, leaving the battlefield to Anastasia. This was the battle for the throne of this lust belt, a battle between Anastasia and Ivan the Terrible. See everything, shoot through everything, elf eyeball. Anastasia raised the doll-like object in her hand and activated her noble phantasm. The opponent was Ivan the Terrible. Although he had lost his true form, he was still not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a boundless icy air erupted, and the already chilly lost belt became even colder. The chill threatened to freeze even the lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of thunder and cold sent the ground, already shattered by the previous battle, trembling violently. Finally, the golden scepter in Radiant's hand crumbled into a haze of shattered fragments beneath the icy air. The Thunder Emperor had lost. You win. This country is yours. Get out of the way. I need to see the Chaldeans. Despite his defeat, the Thunder Emperor's expression remained unchanged. He had regained consciousness, realizing that the lost belt had always been a loser. It was only through his relentless struggle that he had survived, and now, at last, his fate had come to an end. Don't worry, I've already won. As Katak gazed at the Thunder Emperor with a worried look on his face, even considering a sneak attack, Anastasia smiled and shook her head. With immense power now in his grasp, the Thunder Emperor was no longer a threat. Master of Chaldea, why have you come to a destroyed world? Is your world truly worth this much? I don't know. Ritsuka fell silent in the face of Thunder Emperor's questioning. Which was more important, the Lust Belt or pan-human history? Perhaps someone could answer quickly. Emilia Kiritsugu without hesitation, but Ritsuka couldn't come up with an answer. Are you confused? What a pity. Time is running out. I'll lose. Anastasia, Ivan the Terrible felt a little disappointed when he didn't get an answer from Ritsuka. Then, as if recalling something, he whispered a name and vanished. This Anastasia wasn't the current princess, but the Thunder Emperor's consort. Fujimaru Ritsuka, I apologize for underestimating you, but now it's our turn. After Thunder Emperor vanished, Katak immediately approached with Princess Anastasia, and in a rare move, he apologized for his earlier disrespect towards Ritsuka. Katak possesses a profoundly low self-esteem. Even after striving tooth and nail to enter Group A, this hasn't changed in the slightest. He's also acutely aware of his own shortcomings. It's for this reason that, among the 7 members of Group A, he chose Ambiguous as his servant. Of the 7 members of Group A, Kuroka has the fewest magic circuits, and his family's inheritance stretches back only 100 years, making him incomparable to the other 6. He chose Ambiguous because a skilled magus could easily generate their own magic power, eliminating the burden on him. For example, during the Fourth War, the sunny young man Ryunosuke directly generated a magic power for his summoned Bluebeard. Katak originally despised Fujimaru Ritsuka, a common trait among magi. However, his previous battle with Ivan the Terrible changed his mind. If he were Ritsuka, he wouldn't have fared any better in the battle against the Thunder Emperor, especially standing on the shoulders of the primordial titan and facing Ivan the Terrible's might head-on. Don't assume it's easy. It requires a determination that disregards life and death. Senior, seeing Ritsuka fall silent at Kadok's words, Mashu, standing in front of him, couldn't help but whisper. Mashu had been standing in front of Ritsuka ever since Thunder Emperor appeared. She wasn't sure what to do about the lost belt, but Mashu trusted Ritsuka and would abide by her decision. Atalanta, what's your choice? Kadok didn't act immediately, but instead looked to the side. She had attacked during the previous battle with Thunder Emperor, but unfortunately, her attack couldn't break through the defense. I'm sorry, even though I'm a servant of panhuman history, I can't let go of those children. I can't have another like me. Atalanta hesitated, then walked over to Kadok. Atalanta, are you crazy? You should know the consequences of this. Once panhuman history disappears, your existence will be erased as well, Da Vinci's surprised voice echoed from Mashu. I know, Atalanta was aware of the situation, but her choice remained unchanged. Master, this is what we're going to do next. Beowulf, twin guns in hand, looked at Ritsuka. He had nothing to worry about. As a servant of panhuman history, he naturally assisted Keldia. Sorry, boss, I won't let you through. Just as Beowulf was about to approach Mashu and Ritsuka, the Yaga, a member of the resistance army who had been overwhelmed by the Thunder Emperor's presence, stood in his way. You guys, Beowulf was stunned for a moment as he looked at his men standing in his way. Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude, boss. I don't know what a lost belt is. Or panhuman history. I only know one thing, we don't want to die. The Yaga raised their guns at Beowulf. You bastard. Beowulf immediately turned his gaze on Kadok with a furious expression. Needless to say, Kadok must have informed these Yaga of the lost belt's disappearance. Although Beowulf firmly stood by Chaldea, facing his subordinates who kept calling him boss, he couldn't bring himself to act ruthlessly. This was likely Kadok's plan, to let them hold him back. Atalanta, since you've made up your mind, why don't you act? Seeing Beowulf being stopped, Kadok immediately addressed Atalanta beside him. Sorry, Mash, Ritsuka. Atalanta took a deep breath, then suddenly transformed into a flash of black lightning and rushed towards Ritsuka, her sharp claws snagging directly at Ritsuka's head. She struck without mercy. Bang! In the nick of time, Mashu blocked Atalanta's attack with her shield. A fierce battle ensued between the two of them surrounding Ritsuka. Mashu, desperate to protect the still undecided Ritsuka, could only wave her shield constantly beside him, fending off Atalanta's attacks. I say, you're just going to let me watch you this whole time. Inside the armored vehicle, Shen Fei stared at Holmes speechlessly. He had been about to attack when Ritsuka and the others confronted the Thunder Emperor, but Holmes stopped him. The reason was simple, he was from another world, and the only one who had the power to decide the fate of panhuman history in this world was Fujimaru Ritsuka, the last master of Chaldea. After all, this was a disaster for this world, and Shen Fei couldn't stay in it forever. For this reason, he could only watch from the sidelines, like Holmes. As for the fat director, he kept shouting, but no one paid him any attention. Not even Algamuri found Holmes's decision too cold. Bang! The fight between Mashu and Atalanta was interrupted by a gunshot. A Yaga took advantage of the moment and shot Ritsuka from behind. Mashu, preoccupied with blocking Atalanta, had no time to react, and Ritsuka, caught up in her own turmoil, was completely oblivious. Then, a surprising figure appeared behind Ritsuka, blocking the attack for her. It was Patsy. Why? I'm going to destroy your world, Ritsuka exclaimed, surprised, looking at the bloodied Patsy. I don't know. My body suddenly moved on its own, and seeing you so sad is really inappropriate. As Patsy blocked Ritsuka's attack, the fight between Mashu and Atalanta paused. Meanwhile, the Yaga, who had surrounded Beowulf, looked at Patsy with confusion. Actually, I really hate you. Why did you let me know there could be a world of laughter? This disgusting world hasn't had a smile in ages. Finally, it's your turn. As Ritsuka and Patsy were talking, Holmes's serious expression finally disappeared, revealing a forced smile, and then signaled Shen Fei to take action. You traitor! Yaga was very dissatisfied with Patsy and immediately shot him. Mashu wanted to defend himself, but was stopped by Atalanta. Sorry, now is not the time to disturb them. Shen Fei blocked the bullet with a red spear in his hand. He was not wearing the blue tights at this time, but the magic costume that faked the aura of a servant was activated. Chapter 1136 Cutting Off Fantasy. I didn't expect you had a trick up your sleeve. The sudden appearance of Shen Fei caused Kadok sprout a furrow. He had never expected such a tactic to go awry at the last moment. He then looked at Patsy with a look of resentment. He had been on the verge of success, but at the last moment, a Jaeger had interrupted his plan. What pan-human history, what lost belts? I don't understand them at all, but your smile makes me understand. Your world may be weak, but it is happy. If this world is wrong, if this world full of hardship has any meaning, it must be that it proves that a happy and correct world exists. We Jaeger have strayed, but this mistake is certainly meaningful. Fujimaru Ritsuka, don't lose. Don't lose to this world that has nothing but strength. Patsy roared the last words, and immediately collapsed, spitting blood. Although Jaeger was physically strong, a gunshot to the heart would still cause serious injury. It's a world of pure survival of the fittest. Shen Fei wholeheartedly agreed with Patsy's words. This lost belt left no room for the weak, both objectively and subjectively. Judging from this alone, it was perfectly normal for this lost belt to lose to pan-human history. Don't worry, while the wound is severe, it's not fatal, Shen Fei said, immediately crouching beside Patsy. Using the power of the surgery fruit, he extracted the bullet from his body and then used runes to heal him. The Jaeger's physical strength was so strong that even a bullet to the heart wouldn't be fatal. Beheading a Jaeger was the easiest way to kill them quickly. I understand. After watching Patsy's injuries begin to heal, Ritsuka closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, the confusion was gone. She had finally made her decision. While Ritsuka was a bit indecisive, that was just her. If she were as decisive and ruthless as Imaya Karatsugu, she probably wouldn't be popular. She's recovered, Anastasia whispered softly, watching Fujimaru Ritsuka turn around. Damn bastard, Katak now hated Patsy. Of all the Jaeger in this lust belt, Patsy knew the most. He'd been taken by the priest to see the sleeping Ivan the Terrible and even forced to shoot him. The priest had also revealed the lost belt in pan-human history to him. The lost belt intended to use him as a pawn against Chaldea, but it was a psychological blow. Initially, things went smoothly, with Patsy revealing the location of the resistance base. But what they never expected was that he would ultimately strengthen Fujimaru Ritsuka's resolve. Looks like we have no choice but to fight, Atalanta, what are you waiting for? At this point, only strength could decide the outcome. Atalanta hesitated for a moment, then charged towards Mashu again. Simultaneously, Princess Anastasia also began to attack. Leave her to me. You hold them off for now. Shen Fei then waved his Gajielberg to block Atalanta's sharp claws. I didn't expect to see you in this state again, Shen Fei sighed softly as he looked at the reversed Atalanta. You've seen me before. After hearing Shen Fei's words, Atalanta took a few steps back, staring at Shen Fei intently. We met during a Holy Grail war. Although you descended as a bow, you ultimately entered this state to protect the children. Avisprin clearly remembered killing his master during the Holy Grail war, which made Shen Fei curious about whether Atalanta might remember it as well. It seems I lost in that world too. Why? Why can't this world accommodate those children? Sorry, I don't have an answer for you. Shen Fei said this, about to say something else, but then immediately changed his mind. This is Kaeborg, be careful. Originally, Shen Fei wanted to say that while the survival of the children in the Lost Belt was important, what about the children of pan-human history? Wasn't their survival also important? However, he had a good impression of Atalanta, so there was no need to provoke her by bringing up this point. While he disliked Imaya Karatsugu's numerical calculations of life, sometimes he had to admit it was the simplest approach. Fortunately, he wasn't as paranoid as Imaya Shirao. He sided with pan-human history because he had people he knew, like Mash, Ritsuka, Da Vinci, and Roman. He understood Atalanta's choice. Although she was a pan-human history servant, she had lived in the Lost Belt for several months. Her knowledge of pan-human history came from memories, not direct experience, so naturally, she couldn't compare to those she had lived with. Kaeborg, you are Kuchulain. Atalanta naturally knew Kaeborg's name. Consider me his junior apprentice. Come, let's decide the outcome with one strike. He wasn't lying. He was now considered Scathach's apprentice, and naturally, Kuchulain's junior apprentice. Alright, Dark Eclipse Shot, Piercing Dethorn Spear, they both used their noble phantasms simultaneously. Atalanta was originally an archer, so her noble phantasms were naturally focused on ranged attacks. Even in her reversed state, her noble phantasms remained the same, except that in her reversed state, she launched herself as an arrow. This was a strike that expended all her magical power, its power elevated from that of an arrow to that of a ballistic missile. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the collision between the two, and their figures separated at the touch, retreating dozens of meters before stopping. A noble phantasm is a noble phantasm. Even a weak servant shouldn't be underestimated. Or perhaps the servants in this lost belt have all been strengthened, having blocked Atalanta's noble phantasm head-on. His blood boiled. With his current mastery of the third law's magical power, Atalanta's attack was already incredibly powerful. Apologize to the master for me. Although I'm in no position to say so now, I still wish her victory. Atalanta's spirit base, struck in the heart, immediately began to crumble. She lacked the luck and intuition to dodge the piercing Dethorn spear. In that moment, she seemed to have transformed into the archer Atalanta. While their desires were the same, the archer was far more rational than her inverted form. I'll bring her there. See you someday, Shen Fei nodded gently. Given Ritsuka's personality, he naturally wouldn't blame her. Bang, bang, bang. After Shen Fei's victory, a burst of gunfire suddenly erupted. Shen Fei looked to see Billy the Kid, returning from his decoy mission. Billy, you? Beowulf cried out upon seeing Billy the Kid. Get out of the way. I was showing mercy just now. If you stand in my way, this time the bullet will go straight through your head. Billy the Kid ignored Beowulf and instead looked coldly at the Yagas who had surrounded Beowulf. His bullets had just knocked their weapons away. Don't even think about it. We won't get out of the way. A Yaga had barely uttered a word when a gunshot rang out, and his head exploded. Even a Yaga's vitality was formidable, and in such a situation, he was certain of death. Get out of the way, or I'll kill you all. Get in the way. Billy the Kid was different from Beowulf. Beowulf couldn't bear to kill the Yagas who had lived with him for months and had always called him boss, but Billy the Kid was ruthless. Beowulf was a king. Though he fought like a warrior, his true calling was that of a king. He possessed the spirit of a king and a sense of empathy. Billy the Kid was also a king, but as a young bandit king, he naturally struck with ruthlessness. Intimidated by Billy the Kid's indifference, and after he dispatched another Yaga with a single shot, the remaining Yaga finally gave way. Billy, now is not the time to hesitate. Beowulf was about to say something, but upon seeing Billy the Kid marching directly toward Mash and Ritsuka, toward the battlefield between Katak and Anastasia, he immediately drew up his weapon and moved forward. As servants of pan-human history, their stance was resolute. That's it. You lose. Princess Anastasia, who had been suppressing Mash and Ritsuka, immediately halted her attack upon seeing the throng of servants surrounding her. How could this happen? Katak was in disbelief. Despite such a significant advantage, they still lost. Princess Anastasia is definitely stronger than Mashu, but the shield in Mashu's hand is the dining table of the Knights of the Round Table. Shen Fei even suspects that its sturdiness is comparable to that of Avalon. After all, this is the shield that remained intact under such a powerful attack from Gosha. Wei, please. Curse, kill, and freeze everything. Activate the demonic eye, galloping elf eyeball. While Katak was struggling, Princess Anastasia activated her noble phantasm. Mashu, seeing the princess activate her noble phantasm, Ritsuka immediately used her noble phantasm. The ideal city that is already far away, Mashu, supported by the command seals, immediately used her noble phantasm, a huge white wall, which blocked all the icy power of Her Highness the Princess outside the wall. Bat sound thunderbolt, piercing death shooting spear. After Mashu blocked the princess's noble phantasm, Billy the Kid and Shen Fei simultaneously used their noble phantasms. This time, Shen Fei used the long-range bombing power of Gageberg. As for Beowulf, since his noble phantasm was a close-range attack, similar to the previous inversion of Atalanta's noble phantasm, he didn't activate it. Anastasia, impossible. I haven't lost yet. In the name of the Great Command Seal, seeing Anastasia collapse after creating a barrier of ice to protect herself, Katak went a little crazy. While hugging the princess, he wanted to use the Great Command Seal directly. That's enough. Upon hearing Katak about to use the Great Command Seal, Shen Fei intended to use the power of the surgery fruit to appear beside him and stop him. He didn't know the exact power of the Great Command Seal, as Katak had failed to activate it before his time travel, and had been stopped. However, he did know something about its power. It was the key to the Hidden One's comeback, said to be able to restart the Lost Belt, almost like the Holy Grail. Naturally, he would not allow such power to be activated. Forget it, that's enough. But just as Shen Fei was about to attack, Anastasia reached out to stop Kaduk. "I promised you, I will make you the king of this lost belt." While others treated servants as tools, Kaduk's feelings for Princess Anastasia were much more complicated. "That's not necessary. Promise me that after I leave, you won't self-destruct and you will live." Anastasia spoke as her spiritual foundation began to disintegrate, dissolving into golden glow and disappearing. "Capture him now. I want to interrogate this fellow myself." Seeing the outcome was decided, the fat director was eager to learn why Kaduk and the others had betrayed humanity. "You win. I admit I underestimated you, especially the barking of a lost dog." After the princess vanished, Kaduk suddenly stood up and glanced at Patsy. The key to this battle lay in the seemingly insignificant Yega, Kaduk's wife. "Then surrender. We have many questions for you," Matthew said. Just as Kaduk was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, piercing his chest with a hand. "It's you." Kaduk looked down at the hand on his chest, then turned with difficulty to look at the person behind him. It was the priest. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you fall into their hands," the priest said, withdrawing his hand. "Who are you exactly?" "As far as I know, Kadamine Kyrai's body was found and burned." "How did you get this body?" Holmes' voice continued. "Formally, I'm Grigory Rasputin. As for other matters, I think you don't have time to bother with me right now." "What?" Just as the group was surprised by the meaning of the words of the man claiming to be Grigory Rasputin, a huge tremor suddenly shook the area, and the group saw a huge object bursting out from the ground in the distance, quickly soaring into the sky, with its top completely invisible. Imagination tree. Although it was the first time they saw this object, everyone present understood what it was. "Goodbye." While the group's attention was focused on the imagination tree, Grigory Rasputin grabbed Kaduk's body and leaped back. "There's no time to worry about him now. Let's deal with the imagination tree first. We've detected a powerful heat source here, about 5,000 meters above. I will use my remaining magic power to send you all there. That should be the root of the imagination tree, 5,000 meters in the air. This is higher than the body of Ivan the Terrible's mammoth. If you can't fly, you can't reach it at all. Fortunately, Da Vinci seems to have the means to do it. It should be here, but how to do it? It's too hard." At an altitude of 5,000 meters, the group did not bother to check the surrounding situation and immediately launched an attack on the fantasy tree, but unfortunately it did not cause much damage to it. This is a giant tree with a diameter of almost 3,000 meters. If this is the case, it may not be a simple matter to destroy it. "Wait a minute, what is that?" Just when Shen Fei wanted to try to take out the Sword of Separation and other treasures to see if he could cause greater damage to the fantasy tree, a mysterious woman suddenly appeared out of thin air below. She was quietly floating about 100 meters above the ground. Chapter 1137, Nordic Lost Belt, Part 1. "What are you talking about? There's nothing over there." Upon receiving Mash's notification, Holmes, Da Vinci, and the others immediately used the armored vehicle's monitoring equipment to investigate Mash's proposed method. Strangely, they saw nothing. It must be something undetectable. Combined with this illusionary tree, it could be something undetectable from Earth. Trusting Mash, Holmes, Da Vinci, and the others naturally didn't think Mash was talking nonsense. The only possibility was that they truly couldn't detect it. "Wait a minute, what did that guy do?" The towering illusionary tree, once sturdy and towering, crumbled into a cloud of icy shards that danced through the air with a gentle push of the mysterious woman's palm. Mash, Ritsuka, and the others were stunned for a moment before realizing the mysterious woman had vanished without a sound. "Let's go down." With the illusionary tree gone, the group no longer needed to remain aloft. "Look up." As the group reached the ground, Yaga suddenly shouted. They looked up at the sky. The white clouds that had been shrouding the lost belt had vanished, revealing a starlit sky. Gazing through the icy shards, everyone was stunned by the beauty of the starry sky. According to detection, the storm wall surrounding the lost belt has vanished. "We've won," Munir's excited voice echoed over the comms. "I was planning to collect some vision trees for experiments, but I didn't expect this." "But why is she destroying them? Or is she trying to recycle them?" "Never mind. We'll have another chance later." Catching the falling ice shards with his hands, Shen Fei felt a touch of disappointment as he watched them melt away. He was deeply curious about the vision tree's existence. After all, it was a possession of the alien god. Illusion removal. "Wait, what's that?" After the illusion tree vanished, Roman, Holmes, Da Vinci, Olga Marie, the fat director, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But then Roman cried out. Hearing Roman's surprised cry, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others looked ahead. Amidst the shards of ice, a golden light suddenly appeared, followed by a golden Holy Grail appearing in midair. That's the Holy Grail. There's a Holy Grail inside the illusion tree, Ritsuka said, puzzled. It's not the Holy Grail, it's just a pseudo-Holy Grail. Mashu, put it away first, Da Vinci then spoke up, denying Ritsuka's claim. No one in Chaldea knew the Holy Grail better than Da Vinci. She had meticulously studied the numerous Holy Grails burned in Chaldea during the Renri burning. By comparing the data, she could easily tell that this one was different. Yes, it can be stored in the S.H.I.E.L.D storage space. Just as the Holy Grail was about to hit the ground, Mashu suddenly leaped out, grabbed it, and placed it inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. It's time to say goodbye, Master. Well done. Don't take everything on yourself. Just do your best. Come find me if you need anything. With the illusion tree removed, the servant from pan-human history naturally dissipated. If you have any questions, come to me. I'll handle it for you. After all, I'm the young bandit king. After bidding farewell to Mash and Ritsuka, Beowulf and Billy the Kid transformed into golden glow and vanished. Mr. Salieri, thank you for your help. Mash and Ritsuka turned to Salieri as he emerged from the palace. It was his persistent piano playing that had given them the opportunity to defeat Ivan the Terrible. Thank you, Amadeus. Salieri and Amadeus had a strange relationship. Due to their heroic spirit attributes, they would never be on the same side if they appeared. Salieri was the gray-clad man destined to kill Mozart. Although he never actually did it, legend had elevated his claim to fame. Those two are so powerful, they could definitely pull off something spectacular. That's worth a try. Legends can be elevated, even characters in books can become heroic spirits. If you were those two, he could definitely use their power to do something, like bring out a certain star-blasting figure. You should leave first. This lost belt will dissipate soon. It's no longer suitable for you to stay here. Just as Mashu was about to say something, Salieri spoke first. Hearing his words, Mashu and Ritsuka looked at the Yaga. Most of them looked at them with hatred. The Yaga elsewhere were puzzled by the appearance of the starry sky, but the Yaga here were all aware that they were destined for destruction. Mr. Salieri, what about you? Mashu and Ritsuka understood Salieri's good intentions. They decided to leave, but they were also a little curious as to why Salieri remained. Logically, he should have dissipated by now. I'm going to stay until the end and let them enjoy some music. Could someone help carry the piano out? It's the only one in this Lust Belt. There's no music or instruments in this Lust Belt. This piano was probably made by Katak and his men. No problem, sorry. Before leaving, Mashu and Ritsuka approached Patsy. No need to apologize. You just did the right thing. And thanks to you, I can finally see the starry sky. It's truly beautiful. The starry sky is a legend in this Lust Belt. Only a few very old Yagas have vague memories of it. The natural lifespan of Yagas is much higher than that of humans. Mr. Shen Fei, I don't know. Li Shuang turned to Shen Fei and stated her request. She knew Shen Fei could lead people out of the Lost Belt. It was Hao Feng and Xian's who were previously rescued. Li Xiang hadn't discussed this with Shen Fei because she knew 1 or 2 people, or 10 to 20 people, or even 100 to 200 people, would be no problem. The question was how many people were in the Lost Belt. Li Xiang wasn't familiar with the concept of suppression power, but she understood that it was impossible to save everyone in the Lost Belt. She was kind, but not a saint. She wouldn't ask Shen Fei why he didn't save them when he had the power. If it's just 1 or 2 people, then it's fine. Since Li Xiang had asked, Shen Fei naturally agreed. Forget it. I've already betrayed them. I can't get away with it. Patsy refused without further consideration. From Yaga's perspective, he was undoubtedly a traitor. He couldn't possibly live a happy life alone in this so-called pan-human history with such a mentality. Upon hearing Patsy's choice, Ritsuka remained silent for a moment, then stopped talking. I have an ability, an illusion, that allows you to live in pan-human history for a period of time. Want to try it? Shen Fei then offered. Then come on. Patsy hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He was naturally very curious about life in pan-human history. Let's begin, Yu Duchen. Shen Fei then used Yu Duchen to weave a dream for Patsy, a dream in which she traveled from the Permafrost Empire's Lust Belt to be reborn in pan-human history. With Shen Fei's strength, he could see no problem at all. The Harsher of Consciousness once used this ability to allow a girl, whose body was corroded by Honkai energy and could no longer survive, to live out her life perfectly in her dream. From this perspective, she was much more adaptable than the old-fashioned Fuhua. Let's go. He'll live out his entire life in the pan-human history of dreams. After using the feather dust to put Patsy to sleep, Shen Fei immediately told Mashu and Ritsuka the dream he had woven. Judging by the timeline, he might not even live out his entire life in the dream, and his real body would disappear from the lost belt. Mashu and Ritsuka nodded. While this method could only be considered a consolation, it was the best outcome at this stage. The group then headed towards the armored vehicle, while Salieri played Mozart music. Thank you for your hard work. Start the engine. It's time to leave. When Mashu, Ritsuka, and Shen Fei returned to the armored vehicle, Roman immediately ordered the engine to start and they left the lost belt. Along the way, the Jaeger they encountered looked at the suddenly appeared armored vehicle with curiosity, unaware that it was the culprit behind their destruction. These Jaeger were unaware that the lost belt was about to disappear. How could this happen? Could the entire planet be transformed like this, leaving the permafrost lost zone, the people inside the armored vehicle, well, more accurately, the submarine, were stunned as they gazed at the vast expanse of white. The situation before them was beyond their imagination. I'm afraid so. We can't contact anyone, and the same goes for the satellites. Let's check the situation outside. The submarine's equipment, a simplified version of Chaldea, naturally had equipment to contact Chaldea's satellites. As an observatory, Chaldea had no fewer than 10 satellites in the sky. The oxygen, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen content in the air are exactly the same as on Earth. Using the detection equipment, they quickly determined that the air outside was suitable for human survival, without the need for space suits or special magical ceremonial attire. Even the temperature was just right. That's strange. Let's go out and investigate. After confirming that the environment outside was harmless to humans, Da Vinci immediately suggested an investigation. Wait, don't we need to investigate? What if there's any danger? We're the ones saving the world now. The fat director was the first to object to the investigation. Goldruff, we have to go out and investigate. While it might be dangerous, we can't live in a submarine. They all need to get some fresh air, within the Lost Belt. Due to the outside world's temperatures exceeding -100 degrees Celsius, Chaldea's staff are confined to the submarine. While the submarine is quite large, Da Vinci, Holmes, and others originally designed it like a motorhome, it's still an enclosed space, and prolonged stays in it can cause increased mental stress. Okay, then, let's check it out first. Upon hearing Holmes' explanation, the fat director didn't object. He was well aware of this situation. In fact, he himself was a case in point, having grown quite nervous after spending so much time in the submarine. I'll go out and check it out first, Mash said immediately. As a heroic spirit, she wasn't afraid of danger. I'll go with you, no need to push back. Don't you trust the detection here? I'll go out first. Olga Marie immediately decided to be the first to leave. She was tired of staying inside. Captain, I'll go first. Mashu immediately stopped her and was the first to step out of the submarine. I'm the new director. She's been dismissed. Hearing Mashu address Olga Marie, the fat director wanted to clear his name. He'd spent all his money to buy the position of Chaldea director, but now no one recognized him. Even if he wanted to complain, there was nothing he could do. The clock tower had vanished. I see, so you're the fat director. Munir, hearing her muttering, immediately spoke up. No danger detected. Following Mashu's confirmation, the submarine crew quickly exited. Although the landscape before them was white, it was still better than the cramped conditions inside. There's a communication line contacting us. The group didn't stay outside for long before the voices of the Chaldea staff who had remained behind on the submarine swarmed back inside. The mere fact of communication in such a situation was incredibly encouraging news, suggesting there might not be the only survivors. This is the Wandering Sea from Bottons, contacting all human survivors. As the communication was activated, a voice came over. It was a call from the Wandering Sea, but unfortunately, it was a one-way call. We could only receive it and not communicate with the other side. The message basically stated that the Wandering Sea was waiting for the survivors to reunite, and at the end, it included coordinates for the rendezvous. It's the Wandering Sea. I didn't expect they're still there. The content of the message excited everyone present. In this apocalyptic world, the resurgence of one's fellow survivors was naturally a cause for joy. Calm down, we can't be sure it's the Wandering Sea. It could be a trap, Holmes suddenly said. That's true, but for us now, we must go and check it out regardless. It's just the Wandering Sea. Remember, the most powerful force in the Magic Association is the Clock Tower. The Fat Director was clearly not very impressed with the Wandering Sea. The Magic Association was originally meant to represent the three major organizations, but because the Clock Tower was the most powerful, people only thought of the Clock Tower when they mentioned the Magic Association. But the Clock Tower was destroyed, and the Wandering Sea is still there, Shen Fei suddenly said. It still doesn't prove that the other side is the real Wandering Sea, the Fat Director retorted. This guy is bragging about the Clock Tower. From the Fat Director's reaction, Shen Fei understood that the Clock Tower was the most powerful in his heart, which reminded Shen Fei of the third-generation Hokage of the ninja world bragging about being the strongest Hokage of Konoha. Whether it was the burning of human reason or the freezing of human reason, the Magic Association did nothing. Instead, it was the Atlas Institute and the Wandering Sea that helped Chaldea a lot. Why are you so cruel, men? When Chaldea started to negotiate because of the contact of the Wandering Sea, Katak and the priest also set out on the road to other lost belts. Along the way, Katak complained that the priest was too heavy-handed. You can't blame me. If you didn't die, they wouldn't let you go so easily. Chapter 1138 Nordic Lost Belt, Part 2. Chaldea would certainly not let a hidden servant live. If it were just Mashu, Ritsuka, Beowulf, and the others, it would be fine, but the addition of Shen Fei, an unidentified servant, coupled with a previous confrontation with Chaldea, forced him to be cautious. Okay, but why didn't you leave? Katak understood the priest's point and didn't pursue it further. However, he was quite puzzled that he hadn't left the Lost Belt. I just didn't want to make another trip. Your life or death doesn't matter, but you can't lose the Great Command Seal. The Great Command Seal wielded by a hidden servant in the Lost Belt, while costly to use, also possessed power far exceeding that of the Command Seals. Had Katak used it before, the outcome would have been uncertain. Of course, this was only one reason. The real reason was that the priest had promised the princess to protect Katak. Strangely enough, Princess Anastasia seemed to have been skeptical of victory in the Lost Belt from the outset, and had prepared a backup plan from the outset. HMPH, Katak gave the priest a deep look and said nothing more. He, too, suspected the princess might be involved, but it was pointless to discuss it now. There are two routes to the North Sea, but given the current situation, it's difficult for submarines to pass through the sea, so we only have one. After receiving contact from the Wandering Sea, Chaldea, Roman, Da Vinci, and the others immediately began comparing world maps to determine the best route to the North Sea. Although Earth had been completely shattered and the terrain had changed significantly, the general location remained the same. This route offers the best distance to the North Sea, but there's a Lost Belt ahead. Although Chaldea had lost its satellites and was unable to survey the entire planet, it had, with the help of the super magic gift plane Moon, detected 7 Lost Belts across the planet, 7 massive energy belts, to be more precise. So, our plan is to head here first and investigate the situation in this Lost Belt. If possible, we'll remove it. If not, we'll rendezvous with the Wandering Sea, consolidate our forces, and then continue our operation. Thanks to Shen Fei's presence, the situation in Chaldea is much better than in the original story. At least the mana supply is sufficient. Unlike in the original story, the submarine can only absorb mana from the air to power itself. While this energy is sufficient when the submarine is idle, once it's operational, the energy consumed is far greater than what can be supplied by the absorbed energy. The equipment within the submarine is a major energy consumer. As for the newly active pseudo-Holy Grail, while it is a crystallization of mana and can be used as a power source, Da Vinci first needs to analyze it and determine its origin, so using it as a power source in the short term is impossible. It seems this is the only way, the Fat Director said, though somewhat worried, but at this stage, it was the only way. But before we officially begin, there's something everyone needs to know. I'm sure everyone is very curious about this person. He's not a heroic spirit, but a magician. After formulating his plan, Da Vinci spoke again, this time revealing Shen Fei's identity. A magician? How is that possible? Upon hearing Da Vinci's announcement of Shen Fei's identity, the Fat Director stood up in shock. It was quite peculiar. Every magician in the clock tower knew of the 5 great magicians, but no one had ever seen them. The second magician, Jishuazul Richubain Ogu, was the magician marshal of the Magic Association, but not everyone was worthy of meeting him. So far, of all the parallel worlds Shen Fei had explored, the second magician had only appeared in Ilya's world. He had assigned Tosakurin and Luvio to collect cards. In the other worlds, he was nowhere to be found. However, Shen Fei also understood something: the 5 great magicians weren't the only 5 in the entire moon world, they existed in nearly every world. Of course, depending on the world, some worlds had no such presence. Just like Imaya Shirao, Ryoji Shiki, and the legendary Princess of the Origin, they exist in every world, but their developments aren't identical in every world. For example, in Mashu and Ritsuka's world, although Imaya Shirao still bears that name due to his experiences, he didn't participate in the Holy Grail War. Ryoji Shiki doesn't possess the mystic eyes of death perception in every world, and similarly, the Princess of the Origin isn't connected to the Origin in every world. That's the truth, Director Goldruff, but that's not what I'm talking about. Da Vinci gestured for the fat director to calm down. She hadn't finished her story yet, and naturally, she couldn't call him fat director like Munir did. What he was saying was that because Shen Fei was a magician and could travel through parallel worlds, the dangers of this lost belt rupture were far greater than the human incineration. In the human incineration, the only real dangers were Mashu and Ritsuka, everyone else was supporting them in Chaldea, but this time, everyone would be on the battlefield. This lost belt journey is extremely dangerous. You've seen what happened before. If anyone wishes to give up, Mr. Shen Fei will take you to a parallel world where the disaster hasn't struck. If we ultimately save humanity, we'll bring you back. If we fail, we'll bring you back. Da Vinci didn't say the rest of his words, but everyone present knew that if they failed, they wouldn't be able to return. Those who escaped Chaldea included Mashu, Ritsuka, Roman, the new and former directors, and 6 ordinary staff members. These 6 were also veterans of humanity's incineration. They had originally planned to leave Chaldea with Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others, but they were caught on the humanity freeze. Think carefully and give me your answer tomorrow. You only have this one chance to choose. If you choose to stay, you won't be able to leave, no matter what dangers you face. The revelation of Shen Fei's identity was the result of a discussion among Roman, Da Vinci, Holmes, Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others. Unless Shen Fei left this world, his identity would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to reveal it early, giving everyone a chance to choose. Are you sure you've thought this through? I must emphasize that this situation is far more dangerous than the Rinri Shoku. The enemies are far more formidable, including numerous god-level foes. Your Excellency, the magician will only provide us with assistance and won't remain permanently. We've considered it carefully. This is our world. If we all give up on escaping, who else can save it? Munir, representing the staff, announced their decision. Those who remained in Chaldea to accompany Mash, Ritsuka, and the others were certainly not weak-willed. Otherwise they would have already left along with the rest of the Chaldean staff. Each of these 6 individuals was an elite figure in Chaldea, capable of operating a wide range of equipment. The Magic Association had previously offered them high salaries to switch, but they had all declined. Roman and the others were delighted with their decision. Even if someone had chosen to back out, they wouldn't have said anything, as it was human nature. But the fact that no one had chosen to retreat was a cause for celebration. Director Goldruff, what about you? Da Vinci then turned to the fat director. Of course I stayed. I'm the head of the Mijiko family. How could I desert? The fat director was naturally terrified by the situation in the Lost Belt, but despite his fear, he wouldn't desert. While he might appear a bit arrogant, vain, or even timid in his daily life, he was incredibly trustworthy when it mattered most. Welcome, then, let's go. I'll be in your care from now on. After unifying Chaldea's opinions, the submarine immediately set off for their planned destination. Meanwhile, Da Vinci sent Shen Fei to the 5th War World to bring back a batch of supplies. Thanks to the fat director's incredible alchemy, the crew aboard the submarine had no shortage of meat. Steak was served every meal. He could transform rotten meat or inedible monster flesh into marinated beef through alchemy. Shen Fei had even learned this amazing alchemy from him. While they had enough meat, vegetables and fruit were scarce. In the brutally cold Russian Lost Belt, fruit was even more of a problem. No problem, alien invasion. Upon returning from the 5th War World, Shen Fei immediately gathered his family and outlined the situation. Upon hearing that the human burn had just ended, only to be ushered in by a human freeze caused by an alien invasion. Rin Tossical was speechless. To be more precise, it's an invasion by alien gods. Ordinary aliens couldn't invade the Earth of the Moon world. Do you need help? King Arthur White spoke immediately. Not yet. This human freeze presents many challenges. It can be seen as a test for humanity, unless an enemy truly unpredictable arises. And since this is a lost belt, there's a chance that a lost belt where Britain hasn't been destroyed will appear later. Shen Fei's words immediately silenced the three King Arthurs present. All three of them, King Arthurs, naturally shared similar thoughts about Britain's destruction. They had hoped it would be fine if Britain hadn't been destroyed, but now that it might actually have happened, they were completely unsure how to deal with it. Especially after learning the true nature of the Lost Belt, their minds were even more torn. Shen Fei had mentioned the British Lost Belt in advance, hoping the three of them would be mentally prepared. This is what you've been waiting for. Scathach, who had remained after everyone else had departed, suddenly spoke up. Well, sort of. While the Lost Belts are a false history, their development is worth learning from. I'm the emperor of an empire, after all, and there are things I need to consider. The situation in the Lost Belts also served as a lesson for Shen Fei, helping him avoid making mistakes. Sure enough, some are still alive, but why did they leave? After securing sufficient resources, the submarine headed towards the Nordic Lost Belt, exploring the cities it passed through for survivors. They found nothing significant until, nearing the Nordic Lost Belt, they finally discovered traces of survivors. While no survivors were found, they did find a diary entry left by one of the survivors. The timeline indicated that the survivors had been there just a day prior, but now they had vanished, a remarkable discovery. An investigation of the room indicated the survivors had been there for at least several months, and there were also supplies within. Under these circumstances, the survivors wouldn't have left on their own accord. However, there had been no evidence of fighting or other signs of activity nearby, making it seem as if the survivors had left on their own accord. This was incredibly strange. Unfortunately, even Sherlock Holmes couldn't deduce anything in this situation. He could only note it down and wait to see if he came across any related information. That's the Nordic Lost Belt. That must be the illusion tree. It seems it's already established here. Arriving outside the storm wall of the Nordic Lost Belt, the group's expressions darkened as they gazed at the towering white storm ahead and the massive illusion tree visible through it. While Chaldea didn't know much about illusion trees, having been removed as soon as the one in the Russian Lost Belt had taken root, it was still not so easy to imagine a Lost Belt replacing pan-human history. Submarines can't pass through this storm wall. The only way in is through imaginary submersion. Shen Fei could pass through the storm wall, but not submarines. Chaldea couldn't do without them, and summoning heroic spirits also required them. Another imaginary submersion? Isn't it too dangerous? I admit it was successful last time, a monumental event that could change the magic world, but there's no guarantee it will work this time. The fat director clearly didn't have much faith in imaginary submersion. But right now, we have no other options. If there were another way, Roman and Da Vinci would naturally not want to use imaginary submersion. Speaking of which, since entering the human freeze, Roman's presence has become somewhat less noticeable, while Da Vinci has been extremely busy. There's nothing else to do. The remaining 6 Chaldea staff, while they have technicians, are even less capable under the current conditions, and the others are just operators. As for Roman, he was diligently studying. He'd been studying diligently for 10 years due to the burning of human principle, but now that his manpower was frozen, he was back on track. The first thing he learned was piloting, something he hadn't mastered before. It worked. With the experience from the previous trip, this time's imaginary submersible was a resounding success. This was because there was no connection between this side and the wandering sea, otherwise they could have easily reached it directly through the imaginary submersible. The imaginary submersible was like Shen Fei's trip to the quantum realm. Without a connection, the worlds he visited would be random, but with a connection, he could return to the worlds he'd already visited. If Chaldea tried to reach the wandering sea without a connection, it would likely be drastically different. Wait a minute, there seems to be something around here. Chaldea also had no connection with the Nordic Lost Belt, but due to its proximity, they were able to enter the shallow depths of the imaginary sea. However, to everyone's surprise, something seemed to have appeared around the submarine. Theoretically, nothing could exist in the shallow depths of the imaginary sea. Could it be that someone has mastered the technology of imaginary submersible navigation? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1139, Nordic Lost Belt, Part 2. It's too dangerous here. Surface immediately, the fat director shouted upon learning of the situation. It seems this is the only way. This time, no one objected to his decision. Encountering something unknown within the imaginary sea, it was natural to leave immediately for safety. Who knew what lay within? While Da Vinci and Holmes were intrigued by the possibility of someone appearing there like them, they couldn't risk the lives of the Chaldeans. If a fight broke out within the imaginary sea, the submarine would have no means of attack and would likely be at the mercy of the enemy. The group immediately decided to surface. Strange. There's something here. What could it be? As Roman, Da Vinci, and the others prepared to surface, Shen Fei was somewhat surprised by what had appeared around him. The imaginary sea on the moon world side was significantly different from other quantum realms. It lacked any living creatures, unlike the quantum sea on the Honkai side, which was filled with quantum shadows. Of course, this isn't to say the imaginary sea is truly empty. Don't forget that Tiamat was exiled there. This means Shen Fei only has a rough idea of what happened after the human freeze, otherwise he might have known what had appeared around him. Regarding the human freeze, Shen Fei hadn't even cleared the first Lost Belt, otherwise he'd definitely know that Kadak survived. He only had a vague idea of the subsequent Lost Belts, meaning he only had a general idea of what happened. Some Lost Belts were even known by name. For example, the Nordic Lost Belt a group was about to visit, he only knew the name, not the details. Regarding the Lost Belt containing the first emperor, he knew only that he was there and that the hidden one was Aku Hanako. To be fair, he knew about the first emperor primarily because of his exaggerated noble phantasm. He had no idea how Mashu and Ritsuko removed the illusionary tree from that Lost Belt. Of the subsequent Lost Belts, the one he knew the most about was the Atlantic Lost Belt, with its Greek mechanical gods and all. This Lost Belt was also one of his goals. This was true mechanical ascension. Boom. With a violent lurch, the submarine left the sea of imaginary numbers and entered the Nordic Lost Belt. This Lost Belt was named by Roman and Da Vinci, not because they knew what lay within, but because it was located in northern Europe. Along the way, Chaldea had experienced the foundation of human principles, fragmentary identification, and now, the excision of fantasy. Immediately survey the surroundings and activate the camouflage barrier. Upon surfacing in the Nordic Lost Belt, Roman immediately instructed the Chaldean staff to begin their work. Without understanding the Lost Belt, personal protection was paramount. Boom. Just as the Chaldean staff were about to begin their work, the submarine suddenly began to shake violently, taking them by surprise. Immediately activate the detection equipment and see what's going on, Roman, nearly falling from the violent jolt, shouted while clutching a chair. There's a massive magical reaction behind the submarine, but it's a blind spot for surveillance, so we can't see it, Munir announced loudly. Seatbelts. Everyone must wear them next time. This must be written into the work regulations. The chubby director, having fallen from his seat, suddenly spoke up. The submarine was, of course, equipped with seatbelts. But since they hadn't anticipated a direct enemy attack, they hadn't worn them. Under normal submarine operations, they would have used them, but the situation on an imaginary submarine was completely different. Be careful, Holmes had just spoken when everyone inside the submarine suddenly felt a dizzying sensation. It felt as if the submarine had flown into the air and was tumbling. Instantly, everyone inside was toppled. Shen Fei flashed and caught the Chaldea staff members who had fallen as the submarine flipped over. These staff members were ordinary people, and faced with this situation, they could only go with the flow. Unlike the others, who were either magicians or heroic spirits, they had the ability to deal with danger. Even the chubby director had enhanced magic, strengthening his right hand, allowing him to firmly grasp the edge of a table. With a resounding bang, the submarine finally landed. Thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, no one present was seriously injured, save for the fat director, who seemed to have been doused in the hot tea he was about to drink. Boom. After the submarine landed, it began to shake violently again, this time as if someone was attacking it from outside. Don't worry, The submarine is made of the strongest magical metal and has multiple defensive barriers. No matter who is out there, they won't be able to destroy it anytime soon. Da Vinci was extremely confident in his masterpiece. With the finest metal and the most powerful defensive barriers, the submarine could hold its own for a while, even against a powerful figure like Ivan the Terrible. Oh no! The rear armor is falling off. Da Vinci's words had barely left his mouth when Munir's voice slapped him in the face. What? How is that possible? Da Vinci's face suddenly changed, and he ran to the workbench and began working. Open the hatch, we'll go out and meet the attack, Mash and Ritsuka said. Alright, Roman didn't hesitate, immediately opening the submarine's door. Although the submarine had seemed thrown, it had fortunately landed head-on. So this is the gate. As Mashu and Ritsuka rushed out of the submarine, they immediately spotted another figure slashing at the submarine's armor with a sword. This time, the group saw the figure through the surveillance system. It was a servant clad in full armor, even his face covered in a metal mask. Their features were completely obscured, but one thing caught everyone on the submarine's attention, the glowing red sword in his hand. Be careful. That's probably a magic sword. Only a magic sword can so easily destroy magical barriers and armor. As Mashu and Ritsuka exchanged glances, Holmes' voice echoed through Mashu. Holmes was well aware of the submarine's defenses. To be able to destroy the armor and barriers so quickly meant the opponent was undoubtedly powerful, but the weapon in their hands was equally crucial. Understood, Mashu nodded gently. The masked servant, upon seeing Mashu and Ritsuka emerge, immediately halted its attack. Glancing at them, it strode towards the open gate. Wait a moment, Mashu said, shield in hand. You're just blocking my path, the masked servant said, swinging her red sword at Mashu. The attack seemed casual, but as it struck Mashu's shield, there was a dull thud. The force transmitted from the sword sent Mashu stumbling backward, and her shield-bearing arm trembled slightly. This power. Mashu's expression hardened as she felt the power transmitted from her shield. It wasn't like she hadn't fought those of immense power before. She had faced Ivan the Terrible head-on in the Lost Belt, but even he had never given her such a feeling. Nice shield. The masked servant seemed surprised to see Mashu block his attack. Then, seeing Mashu blocking him again, he shook his head slightly and said, you should be running with that shield now, not standing in my way. I won't let you in, Mashu said with a firm face. Trouble, the masked heroic spirit said, swinging the red sword again. This time, it wasn't just a single strike. The red sword flashed in the air, each strike landing accurately on Mashu's shield. By the time he stopped attacking, Mashu had already retreated more than 10 meters, her body trembling. After blocking so many attacks, Mashu was already exhausted. The masked servant didn't look at Mashu. As for Ritsuka, he completely ignored him. He immediately turned and walked towards the hatch of the submarine, standing right in front of it when he stopped attacking. However, just as his left foot was about to step into the submarine, a flash of red light suddenly appeared before him. Its speed was so great that his body tensed up, and he quickly retreated backward. Quick reaction, Shen Fei emerged from the submarine, Gajaberg in hand, still wearing the magical ceremonial attire that disguised him as a servant. She didn't tell me you existed, the masked servant, who had been relaxed, suddenly turned serious upon seeing Shen Fei. Although his mask obscured his expression, his body's reaction was indicative of this. Judging from your abilities, you must be a renowned servant. There's no need to act so fearful. Heroic spirits, unless they were hidden ones who needed to conceal their identities, would likely conceal their true names, but rarely would they even conceal their appearance. If I kill you, I don't think she'll blame me, the masked servant, seemingly oblivious to Shen Fei's words, muttered softly to himself before charging at him with a red longsword. This attack was completely different from his previous one against Mashu, which had been devoid of any killing intent. This one, however, was filled with it. HMPH, since the servant remained silent, Shen Fei remained silent. With a cold snort, his Gajaborg immediately met the demonic sword in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. The spear and sword clashed continuously, dazzling sparks flickering in the snow. Amidst these sparks, the masked servants retreated continuously. Just as he had previously forced Mashu back, this time it was Shen Fei's turn to force him back. The Nordic Lost Belt resembled the Russian Lost Belt, blanketed in ice and snow. Fortunately, the temperature here wasn't over 100 degrees below zero like in the previous Lost Belts. It was a temperature within human control. This is the land of Northern Europe. Someone with such immense power and a demonic sword. I already know who you are, the great hero S.H.I.E.L.D. During the battle, Holmes deduced the masked servant's identity from his strength and the crimson sword he wielded, a legendary hero, a figure on par with Hercules. S.H.I.E.L.D., the man who, according to legend, defeated the evil dragon, wouldn't be like that, even from the Lost Belt. Shen Fei stared at the masked servant across from him in confusion. He naturally didn't question Holmes's speculation. But his understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. was somewhat puzzling. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Siegfried's legends were remarkably similar. Both had defeated the legendary evil dragon Fafnir and inherited his power. Some even mistook them for the same person. Honestly, Shen Fei wasn't sure if the two were the same person. The legends of the Moon World differed significantly from those of other worlds, but he tended to believe they weren't. Besides the fact that they defeated the same dragon, the other legends differed significantly. For example, while both inherited Fafnir's power, their inherited powers were different. Siegfried's physical enhancements made him invulnerable, save for a Bodhi leaf on his back. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., it was said that his inheritance was wisdom. Siegfried bathed in dragon blood, while S.H.I.E.L.D. ate a dragon's heart. His eyes are red, Mashu suddenly said. Honestly, she was a little puzzled by S.H.I.E.L.D., having spent time with him before, in the Singularity during the 100 Years' War. The demon sword grammar? Never mind who he is, he's an enemy now. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. was a great hero, now a servant in the Lost Belt, he was naturally an enemy of pan-human history. Shen Fei wondered if he should seize this opportunity to keep him. This is the Rune of Death. Shen Fei, ready to activate his noble phantasm, felt a chill upon seeing the opponent's attack. This time, the opponent had actually used runes, and they were original runes. Shen Fei had learned a lot about original runes from Kamar-Taj, so he naturally knew what the Rune of Death was. It was an instant kill attack on living creatures. Even the body of a heroic spirit was unique, and being struck by the Rune of Death was extremely dangerous. It was here that Sherlock Holmes was struck by it, but fortunately, the all-powerful genius Leonardo da Vinci was there to remove the Rune of Death from him. Retreat. Why don't you remove the restrictions on me? Okay, I understand. Just as both sides were about to resume the battle, S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to receive a call from someone and, with a look of reluctance, vanished into spirit form. I didn't expect to run into S.H.I.E.L.D. here. I wonder what the hidden presence in this Lost Belt is. After S.H.I.E.L.D. left, the group immediately gathered to discuss the situation in the Lost Belt. However, just then, an alarm sounded, and the group saw 4 giants, nearly 10 meters tall, appearing around the submarine. Giants. How could they exist in this era? Weren't they all extinct long ago? The fat director exclaimed at the sudden appearance of the giants. I'm starting to understand the situation in this Lost Belt. Let's eliminate them first. We can't let them get close to the submarine. Yes, Mashu and Ritsuka said, preparing to go out and fight. Wait a minute, Mashu, I have something for you, Da Vinci called to Mashu. Chapter 1140 Scathach and Scatty, Part 1. Da Vinci, what is this? Mashu asked curiously, looking at the black armor in Da Vinci's hands. This is the spirit-based exoskeleton armor, Ordinos. It's finally complete. Da Vinci gestured for Mashu to put it on immediately, while explaining the black armor's workings. This was a magic suit Da Vinci had crafted. In the original story, it was intended to allow Mashu, after losing Galahad's power, to regain the power of her heroic spirit. Although Mashu has not lost her heroic spirit power, the magic suit is still complete and even more powerful. This time, the spirit-based exoskeleton armor utilizes not only Moon World technology, but also Valkyrie armor technology from the Honkai realm, brought by Shen Fei. While the 4th-generation Valkyrie armor couldn't be produced due to time constraints and the need to adapt to magic-powered operation, some of the technology from the 3rd-generation Valkyrie armor has been incorporated into the exoskeleton, potentially further enhancing Mashu's strength. Of course, given the Moon World's circumstances, the armor wasn't constructed as a nano-device or quantum converter, but rather as a magic suit. Mashu, equipped with exoskeleton armor, and Ritsuka confronted the 4 towering giants, crushing them with their shields. Let's get out of here first. After defeating the giants, the submarine immediately started up and headed in a direction with flat terrain. After traveling over 100 miles, it stopped at the edge of a snowy forest and activated a camouflage barrier. The reason for leaving their original location was naturally the fear of an attack from enemies in the Lost Belt. They didn't know the situation in the Lost Belt yet, and who knew who else besides S.H.I.E.L.D. might be? The enemy ruled the Lost Belt and could easily mobilize its forces to attack. If Kadak wasn't plotting against a Thunder Emperor, he could easily use his power to attack Chaldea. Based on previous events and our observations along the way, it's possible that Norse mythology hasn't died out in this Lost Belt and still exists. After the submarine landed, the group immediately headed to the conference room to discuss their next battle plan. Although they had only seen Sigurd and a Titan, they were almost certain of the Lost Belt's existence. Titans were extremely rare in the Moon world. Mashu and Ritsuka had experienced the 7 singularities, as well as various smaller and micro-singularities, during the Age of Gods, but hadn't encountered a single Titan. Based on research on the Titans Mashu defeated earlier, we can confirm they are frost giants, Holmes explained. Speaking of Norse mythology, one naturally couldn't avoid mentioning the World Tree and the 9 Realms. Frost giants originated from Jotunheim, hence their nickname. It seems a little different from what I know, but that's true. In Marvel's Norse mythology, Thor and Loki are brothers. If they were the same, it would be even more problematic. After listening to Holmes's description of the Moon world's Norse mythology, Shen Fei immediately began to compare it to his knowledge of the Marvel Universe's Norse mythology. With Thor, the hammer god, around, how could he not know something about Norse mythology? And not just him, but the Avengers themselves, arguably all of them, had some knowledge of Norse mythology. While the Marvel Universe's Asgardians seemed more like aliens, they were indeed gods, with Valhalla. Similarly, other gods in the Marvel Universe existed, such as the legendary gods of Greek mythology. Like Asgard, they existed on other planets, leaving behind legends on Earth. Curious about these gods, Shen Fei made a special effort to research them. He learned that there was an all-seeing city in the universe, the gathering place of the gods. If one went there, one could encounter numerous gods, including familiar ones like Zeus and Hercules from Greek mythology, but of course, many more, indigenous gods from other planets, were unknown to him. However, although these people are gods, they usually do little more than enjoy themselves and party. This is probably why Asgard rarely interacts with them. Shen Fei only learned about these gods briefly and then paid no attention to them. After all, they had no connection. At this time, he didn't know that perhaps by chance, the connection between him and Hercules in the Moon world continued in the Marvel world, but that happened later. This is the Lost Belt. Titans from the Age of Gods still exist. We need to investigate the events that prevented Norse mythology from entering Ragnarok. Wait a minute, isn't our primary goal to reunite with the Wandering Sea? That way, we can increase our combat power. After finding Holmes, the Fat Director immediately spoke up. Strengthening one's own strength first, and then dealing with the enemy, is a very correct choice. The original plan was fine, but there's something unpredictable going on in the imaginary sea right now, so it's unsafe for us to conduct an imaginary voyage, unlike the original story, where Chaldea was forced to conduct an imaginary voyage to escape Sigurd. This time, thanks to Shen Fei, Sigurd didn't pose a mortal threat to Chaldea, so there was no need to take the risk. In the original story, they had to take the risk, but it was unfortunately ruined by Sigurd. Upon hearing Da Vinci mention the unidentified objects in the imaginary sea, the Fat Director immediately stopped talking. Compared to this Lost Belt, the danger there was far more unpredictable, as no one knew what it was. Since we can't conduct an imaginary voyage for the time being, we can use it to investigate the Lost Belt. If we're unable to, we can leave and reunite with the Wandering Sea. This time, the Fat Director didn't object. But before that, I have some bad news for everyone. We haven't detected any spirit banes here, making it extremely difficult to summon servants. Right now, we can only wait and see if any servants from pan-human history have been summoned. Also, I can sense the presence of magical fluctuations in the snowflakes and ice crystals around here. It's faint, but it's real. Perhaps this area hasn't escaped their surveillance. Da Vinci then recounted the situation of the detected Lost Belt. Judging from the current situation, this Lost Belt was even more troublesome and dangerous than the previous one. There's no way a magician in this entire Lost Belt could pull off such a feat. Hearing that the snowflakes and ice crystals outside were likely someone's surveillance spies, the Fat Director exclaimed again. A magician might not be able to do it, but what if it's a god? If the Norse mythology here hasn't reached Ragnarok, they might be our enemy. Seeing the Fat Director's dejected expression, Holmes smiled and continued, "Don't worry. This is all just my speculation. Even if the Norse mythology hasn't reached Ragnarok, it's unlikely all of them will remain. At most, there might be 1 or 2 gods left. What's the difference? The fat director was speechless. To ordinary people, there wasn't much difference between a god and a group of people. Of course there is. If it were just one or two gods, we wouldn't be unable to deal with them. But now there's one thing we need to understand. Why did Sigurd ambush us right where we were surfacing? Sigurd's appearance wasn't a coincidence. He'd heard about their arrival. It must be the power of clairvoyance or future vision. I remember Ophelia Farmsalone's magical eyes seemed to have the power of future vision. Roman, who is very knowledgeable about clairvoyance, spoke up. Of all the people present, his understanding of clairvoyance was unparalleled. Ophelia Farmsalone, that means she might be the one hiding in this lust belt. Ophelia Farmsalone, one of Team A's members, possessed gem-level mystic eyes. Mashu, standing nearby, immediately looked downcast upon hearing her name. As an android, Mashu wasn't often cared for in Chaldea, but this particular person was one of the few with whom she had a very good relationship. Regardless of whether it's her or not, our first priority is to gather intelligence on this lust belt and find any trace of the illusion tree. The illusion tree was clearly visible outside the storm wall of the lust belt, but once inside, it disappeared. What? You're going in? At least someone should be left here to guard it. What if Sigurd attacks again? Mashu and Ritsuko were naturally indispensable for exploring the lust belt, but upon hearing that Shen Fei was also going, the fat director grew nervous. Don't worry, I won't go far. Even if he does attack, Da Vinci and Holmes alone will be enough to hold out for a while. Don't assume Holmes is weak just because he's a detective. James Marish's displayed prowess alone is enough to prove he's not too weak. After all, the two are rivals. This is the Nordic lust belt, where the Age of Gods continues. Shen Fei is naturally very curious about it. It would be interesting to encounter the Hammermouth here. According to detection, there are multiple life signals 150 kilometers northwest. If a servant from pan-human history is summoned here, it would likely be directed to a place with life. The power of technology is truly formidable. Even with the magical properties of the surrounding ice and snow, which would interfere with detection, it was easy to survey over 100 kilometers. This was something Shen Fei's observation haki simply couldn't achieve. His observation haki could easily cover an island, but reaching over 100 kilometers was beyond his current capabilities. This is the Oral Ski, an add-on accessory for the Spirit Base exoskeleton. It has multiple modes. After determining the direction of exploration, Da Vinci took out the equipment she had spent a day crafting, 2 skis, one for Shen Fei. This lust belt is perfect for skiing. Snow and ice are all around, but the weather is perfectly clear. Unlike the Russian lust belt, the snow there was perfect for skiing, but the weather wasn't. If nothing else, the scenery here is truly beautiful. Although still a world of ice and snow, this lust belt is far more beautiful than the previous one. Especially when viewed from above, one is struck by a world of alternating icy blue and fiery red. The Nordic lust belt is truly unique. Although frozen, it is not without flames. From the air, one can see numerous flaming mountains below. Strangely enough, these burning flames don't melt the surrounding ice and snow. Instead, they blend seamlessly with it. Using Da Vinci's skis, Mashu, Ritsuka, Shen Fei, and Fufu quickly headed northwest. Ordinary skis would require effort, but Da Vinci's were powered by magic, allowing them to reach speeds far faster than even ordinary cars. It's so beautiful. It makes me want to go skiing. Through the video camera, the Chaldeans could clearly see the scenery the three of them were witnessing. That's not a problem. Even if this lust belt is removed, it won't disappear immediately, Shen Fei said immediately. That's a good idea. I'll go make a pair of skis later. I want one too, Roman said. Alright, we've reached our maximum communication range, but don't worry, I'll resolve the communication issue soon. Shen Fei and the other two didn't hear Da Vinci's final words, as they had exceeded the communication range with Chaldea. Da Vinci had been contacting them, not only to check on the lust belt, but also to determine Chaldea's maximum communication range and find ways to increase it. Stop. We can't use our skateboards anymore. The three of them stopped immediately when they reached a snowy forest. The dense snow here was too much, and using them would be too demanding. Shen Fei wasn't afraid, but Mashu had Ritsuko with him. After putting away her skis, Mashu was about to say something to Shen Fei when a woman's scream suddenly rang out from the forest, causing her to stop immediately. Someone's been attacked. That way, I'll check, Shen Fei said, rushing forward. He spotted a teenage girl with long blonde hair, trembling all over, leaning against a frozen tree with her eyes closed. In front of her was a towering giant, but this one looked different from the one Shen Fei had seen before. God, protect me. Even if I get crushed, I can still be with everyone. The girl, squinting, clasped her hands together as if in prayer. The girl looked incredibly pious. Even when she heard the ground tremble violently, she didn't open her eyes, still praying. Shen Fei couldn't help but watch curiously to see when she would open her eyes. The huge tremor was, of course, the sound of the giant falling to the ground after he had slain it. Mr. Shen Fei, what's going on? Mashu quickly arrived, carrying Ritsuka on her back. Seeing the scene, she couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. Nothing, Shen Fei shrugged, then gestured for Mashu to come forward and speak. I didn't expect to encounter a miracle. You must be the envoys, right? Mashu asked. The girl opened her eyes, saw the giant vanish, and immediately thanked the gods, then looked at the three people with a look of surprise. I didn't expect you to come now. Didn't you say you'd arrive tomorrow? Although Mashu denied that they were envoys, the girl seemed not to hear. To her, she didn't understand Mashu's words at all. Chapter 1141 Skathach and Skadi, Part 2. Master, my name is Gerda. I'm not supposed to be out, but Laura's dying. Under Mashu's questioning, perhaps because of their status as envoys, the girl quickly revealed her name and the purpose of her visit. A friend of hers in the village was seriously ill, and since she couldn't wait for the envoy to treat him, she had rushed out to gather herbs for treatment. Where are the adults? Mashu asked doubtfully. The adults all have things to do. Master, aren't you cold? This is my first time outside, and I heard it's cold, so I'm dressed warmly. Gerda looked incredibly excited. Mashu and Ritsuka had been smiling as they listened to her words, which they didn't understand, but then they both sighed deeply. Gerda was adorable, but the cuter she was, the more saddened they were. Such a lovely girl, once the lost belt was cut off, would disappear. Don't look so sad. I might not be able to save everyone, but if it's just one or two people, I have no problem. Think about Feng and Shinsuke. Seeing the two people's expressions become very serious, Shen Fei said to them with a smile. Unlike the Yaga in the previous Lust Belt, since this Lust Belt is inhabited by humans, there will be no problem in taking some people away from it. The biggest problem with the Yaga is that their appearance is too different from that of humans. If these people appeared in pan-human history, it would cause huge problems. After all, this is not the world of Arknights, where all races are irrelevant. The world of Terra, if there are no mineral diseases, sea ancestry, demons, etc., is a world that can accommodate all races. Really, thank you. Hearing Shen Fei say this, Mashu and Ritsuka's expressions immediately brightened. It seems she doesn't know much. We'll have to go to her village and take a look. But first, let's help her gather some herbs. After recovering, Mashu and Ritsuka immediately tried to get information from Gerda about the Lost Belt. Unfortunately, Gerda knew nothing. She claimed she'd always lived in the village and never left, considering the Titans were out there. If it weren't for her friend's illness and the adults preparing to welcome the royal envoy tomorrow, she probably wouldn't have been able to sneak out. Miss Gerda is so brave. Although they didn't hear anything about the Lost Belt from Gerda, Mashu and Ritsuka were deeply impressed by her actions. In a world infested with Titans, not many people would dare to venture out. Just look at Attack on Titan for a more detailed explanation. How beautiful. I didn't expect such a place to exist. With Gerda leading the way, they arrived at the location of the herbs she needed. The first thing they saw was a magnificent grassland in bloom, a scene of springtime. Upon seeing this grassland, Mashu and Ritsuka couldn't help but open their eyes wide. In this world of either ice or fire, there was such a truly idyllic place. I also happened to hear the adults talking about it. We could have come here from another direction, but it's all fire over there. An ordinary person would have been burned to death, Gerda explained. From her words, she seemed afraid of Shen Fei and the others, or perhaps the envoy's anger. Ice on one side, fire on the other, that's how it should be. Looking at the mountains on either side of the grassland, Shen Fei began to understand how it formed. The clash of volcanoes and icebergs created this unique landscape. I didn't expect giants to be here. Although this scenery was truly idyllic, it was also extremely dangerous. Dozens of giants gathered in groups of 3 or 4, some of them moving around, while others simply lay in the grass, seemingly resting. There are quite a few giants near the herbs. Looks like we need to defeat them. Looking at the situation on the grassland, Gerda had to admit she was lucky. Even if she hadn't encountered giants in the ice forest before, she would have encountered them here. You guys hold off the giants, I'll take her to collect herbs. After a brief discussion, the group immediately set out. Mashu and Ritsuka distracted the giants while also honing her exoskeleton armor. Great! Laura can be saved now. Gerda looked at the herbs in her hands with delight. Mashu, Ritsuka, let's go. With the herbs in hand, Shen Fei immediately grabbed Gerda and ran towards the ice and snow, pulling out his skateboard. After forcing the giants back, Mashu and Ritsuka quickly caught up. This time, Mashu didn't kill them. Mashu wouldn't kill them unless necessary. Although the giants pursued them relentlessly, and even a mountain giant hurled its rock spear, they couldn't catch up with a group who had already activated their skateboards. The mountain giants, the second type of giant they encountered after meeting Gerda, wield rock spears, unlike the frost giants. Don't assume they're weak just because Mash easily defeated them. They're only weaker because Mash is stronger. Remember, in Norse mythology, giants rivaled the gods. In the original mythology, the giants gave birth to the gods. In Attack on Titan, Ymir is the ancestor of all giants. This concept originates from Norse mythology. Indeed, in Norse mythology, Ymir is the ancestor of all giants. After Ymir's death, numerous races emerged from her body, including the light elves, dark elves, frost giants, and even the mountain giants. Of course, this is just one legend. Another version of the story is that after Ymir's death, Odin and other gods used his body to create the world. His blood became the ocean, his body became the earth, his bones became mountains, his hair became forests, and so on. There's also the mythical flood, which was actually caused by the blood flowing out of Ymir's body after her death. These myths and legends, some true, some false, and the exact circumstances are unknown. After all, the moon world is truly magical. Even legends and concepts, when passed down by people, can become reality. Just like the relationship between Siegfried and Sigurd. I really want to study these giants. Wait, when did my thinking become so similar to Orochimaru, Mobius, and the others? I'm not some mad scientist. As Shen Fei skateboarded away, he looked at the giants behind him and harbored a desire to study them. These were giants from the Age of Gods, after all. But then he realized that this desire had some of the hallmarks of a mad scientist, a desire to study everything he saw. Never mind, let's talk about it later. Our village is up ahead, Village 23. Using the skateboards, the group quickly arrived at Gerda's village, a seemingly peaceful and tranquil one. Won't we be attacked by giants or ice beasts? Mashu and Ritsuka wondered, looking ahead at the village, which was surrounded by a simple wall. A wall like that wouldn't be able to stop a giant. No, with the god's blessing, the giants won't get close to the village. Gerda mentioned the words god and user the most along the way. Mashu and Ritsuka tried to get her to know who the god was, but Gerda looked at them with a puzzled expression. She said a god was a god, and wondered why they, as users, didn't know about the gods. Although Gerda was puzzled, she didn't doubt the three's identities. To her, only users who could operate outside the village were users. Runes, I see. This is the Nordic Lost Belt. Sigurd used the rune of death before. So, I'm lucky. The group arrived at the village's massive wooden gate. Shen Fei immediately spotted traces of a barrier, one created using runes. Deciphering the runes revealed a multifaceted barrier, its complexity beyond his current capabilities, let alone that of Leonardo da Vinci, the all-powerful genius. God, I hope I can exchange rune usage tips with him. While Scathach's mastery of the primordial runes was profound, rune writing was vast and profound. Even Scathach couldn't claim to have mastered it all. Perhaps only the great god Odin could truly claim such proficiency. Runes were vast and profound, and naturally, different people interpreted them differently. For example, Scathach's expertise lay in combat runes, but a barrier like the one before her wasn't something she could master. With this thought in mind, the group quietly pushed open the gate and entered the village. Upon entering, they immediately noticed the difference between here and outside. The air temperature was perfectly suitable for human habitation, neither too hot nor too cold, and neither chilly nor chilly, but rather refreshing. Large air conditioning, a constant temperature barrier? This is a very good barrier. Gerda was extremely cautious upon entering the village, fearing that the adults she mentioned would discover her sneaking out. While she avoided the adults, the children were no match for them. As they approached her residence, several children rushed over, their words suggesting they knew of Gerda's escape. I've gathered the herbs. Laura's saved, Gerda said, smiling as she pulled the herbs from her arms. Let's go check it out. Shen Fei was also somewhat concerned about the person named Laura. The fact that Gerda had run away without hesitation suggested her condition was truly serious. Indeed, but the herbs here are truly miraculous. As expected of the Age of Gods, Laura's illness wasn't a serious one, just a fever, but it hadn't been treated, and that's why it got so serious. There were no doctors in this village, and there were no medicines. If anyone fell ill, they would be treated by patrolling divine servants. As divine servants, they could treat any ailment, eliminating the need for doctors or medicine. Laura was about to collapse, or else the divine servants would arrive tomorrow and instantly restore her. After Laura recovered, Shen Fei and the other two headed to Gerda's home. Since she was old enough, the village had allocated her a home, and all the children under that age lived together. This village is so strange, said Mashu and Ritsuka, recounting their experiences while helping Shen Fei treat Laura. The village wasn't small, but there weren't many adults. Most of the people were children, and none of them had parents. Hey, can you hear me? Just as Mashu and the other three were about to say something, a video suddenly unfolded, revealing the figure of the Fat Director. New Director, can we make contact? Fat Director was just a teasing from Munir with Enkeldia. Mashu naturally wouldn't address him that way. To distinguish him from Director Algamari, he became the new director. Under my wise guidance, we've finally established contact via the magic gift drone. It looks like you've made contact with a local residence. Do you have any intelligence? The Fat Director coughed, assuming a commanding demeanor. Since the submarine's connection with Mashu and Ritsuka had been severed by the pervasive magic, a relay would be all that was needed, and so the drone appeared. We just got here and have some basic information, Mashu began to share. A door suddenly opened, and Gerda entered, carrying a large fish. To thank Shen Fei and the others for saving her life, she had gone to the village pond and caught a large fish. Who is this plump, chubby lady? Gerda, upon entering, naturally spotted the chubby director, but she wasn't the least bit surprised, perhaps because, in her eyes, anything an envoy did was perfectly normal. What chubby? I'm not fat at all. I'm in perfect health. Hearing Gerda's words, the chubby director nearly erupted. He and Munir were close, perhaps due to their similar body types. Miss Gerda, the new director is plump. Miss Gerda is a resident of Village 23, Mashu said softly in defense of the chubby director before recounting the group's story. You're taking too long. Let me conduct the interrogation. First, little girl, call your parents over. I have something to ask them. Noticing Mashu's lack of progress, the chubby director immediately announced his presence. In reality, Mashu, acting as an envoy, didn't ask Gerda any more questions, simply because she didn't want to deceive her. Parents? I don't have any parents, Gerda asked, baffled. What? How can people not have parents? Then who's taking care of you? The Fat Director continued. The adults. How could that be? With the Fat Director and Gerda's questions and answers, the group immediately understood the situation in this lost belt. But precisely because of this understanding, everyone fell silent. They had originally thought that the living conditions of the Yaga in the previous lost belt were beyond their imagination, but here, they witnessed something even more brutal. I'll leave it to you. The Fat Director finally couldn't stand it anymore and hurried away from the image, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he would lose his temper. What? Did I say something wrong? Only Gerda remained calm, completely unaware of the horrifying nature of what she had said. The humans here were essentially being kept in captivity. Chapter 1142 Skathach and Skadi, Part 2. 100 villages, each with only 100 people. Those living there must give birth to children by the age of 15 or 16. Then, at 25, they must leave the village, witnessed by the Imperial Envoy, to be crushed by the giants outside. This is life in this lost belt. Watching Gerda's calm expression as she spoke these words, Shen Fei was completely at a loss for words. Mashu and Ritsuka, standing beside them, were filled with fury. If the first lost belt had been here, they probably wouldn't have been so entangled in whether or not to remove it. In terms of human development, the Russian lost belt still has potential for development, but the Nordic lost belt has none. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk later. Upon realizing there was no further information, Da Vinci immediately cut off communication. I'll go cook. After the video faded, Mashu and Ritsuka remained silent. Gerda, unperceived, held up her fish with a smile. Miss Gerda, let me help you. Mashu immediately walked over, ready to help. Having often made snacks and pastries for Ritsuka, Mashu's cooking skills were quite good. "No thanks, Master," Gerda declined, but Mashu went to the kitchen with her anyway. "Don't worry, with me here, the outcome will definitely be different this time," Shen Fei consoled a dejected Ritsuka, then fell into deep thought. He had originally expected this lost belt to be like the last one, with at least hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, of people. He hadn't expected only 10,000. With that number, he wasn't completely incapable of saving them. 10,000 Jaegers wouldn't be an option, but 10,000 humans would be no problem. With the current size of society, integrating 10,000 people would be easy. The only question was whether the restraining power would allow it. If it were just one or two, or even a few dozen, the restraining power wouldn't mind. But 10,000, while not a large number, wasn't a small number either. Let's ask Roman and Scathach later. They should know something about the inhibition force and this. Others might not know much about the inhibition force, but King Solomon and the Queen of the Kingdom of Shadows definitely know more than most. As expected of a fish from the Age of Gods, it tastes really good. Although the fish Gerda and Mash cooked was very simple, it was the Age of Gods after all, so fish naturally differed from those of later generations. If this weren't the Lost Belt, it would be a very nice place to visit. If it were built into a farmhouse, it would definitely attract a large number of guests. After dinner, at night, Shen Fei sat on the roof of Gerda's house, looking at the strange starry sky above, and a strange thought suddenly occurred to him. I don't know what the thing is. The sun? Probably not. Besides its peculiar environment, the Nordic Lost Belt also had another unusually striking feature, a sun-like object hanging in the sky. To Gerda, it looked like the sun itself. However, Shen Fei, Mashu, and the others naturally didn't mistake it for the sun. It was too close to the ground. If it were truly the sun, the Nordic Lost Belt would have long ceased to exist. Holmes seemed to have some theories about the situation, but he kept them to himself. He wouldn't voice them without evidence. That was Holmes' style, and he was a bit of a fool. Anyone else would have been murdered. Rune, that evening, while everyone else, including Mashu and Ritsuka, rested, Shen Fei approached the village gate and began studying the rune. The next day, the children and adults of Village 23 woke early and began to wash and dress. Then, a group of children under 10 lined up neatly on either side of the gate, each holding a flower specially cultivated by the village. These were gifts for the two adults who were leaving. According to Gerda, holding these flowers would attract giants, who would soon crush them. The departing children were a man and a woman, both aged 25. There were only about 20 adults in the village, and the rest were children. Upon seeing Shen Fei, Mashu, and Ritsuka, they too regarded them as imperial envoys. Neither the children nor the adults about to die looked sad. Instead, they all smiled, a sight that made Mashu and Ritsuka look grim. Emperors, are you unhappy? Why? Gerda, who had been smiling, immediately faltered when she saw the expressionless faces of Mashu, Ritsuka, and Shen Fei. While she didn't understand their reason, she suspected it was related to today's ceremony. Gerda was very similar to Patsy from the previous Lost Belt. Though born in the Lost Belt, her mindset was completely different from the others. Anyone else, even if their companion was gravely ill, might not have the courage to secretly open the gate and go out to gather herbs. The Lord Censor has arrived. A dazzling light shone across the sky, and the villagers immediately understood the censor's arrival. The light then fell before them, revealing their true form, a woman shrouded in a white robe. The ceremony begins, the visitor said, glancing at the villagers. After the censor's announcement, the man and woman took flowers from a nearby child, exhorting them to be obedient, and then walked towards the gate. Stop. Why are you doing this? Mash leaped out, interrupting the true censor's attempt to open the gate. With them present, the ceremony would naturally not proceed. Those who are in the way, human. Hero, mass-produced Valkyries, clear the way, the woman suddenly spoke in a robotic voice, and in her left and right hands, a silver shield and a white laser spear appeared. Mashu, leader outside. We can't fight here, Ritsuka spoke hurriedly, seeing the approaching attackers about to attack. There were children everywhere, and at such close range, if Mashu and the enemy engaged in a fight, they would be the first to be affected. Yes, senior, blocking the woman's lance with her shield, Mashu then exerted force, leaping from the gate and out of the village. The woman immediately took flight and pursued her. Mass-produced Valkyrie, machine? Could Norse mythology also be a mechanical deity? Shen Fei knew what a Valkyrie was. It was the Valkyrie from Valhalla in Norse mythology, but the mention of a mass-produced Valkyrie reminded him of the later Greek gods. Huh? It's not a machine, an android, or anything like that. After leaving the village, Mashu immediately abandoned her concerns, venting her anger after hearing about the lost belt. She quickly dispatched the Valkyrie with her shield, and then Shen Fei realized he had misjudged her. Be careful, more lords are coming. After Mashu defeated the lord, Shen Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced up at the sky. A multitude of lights appeared in the air. In the blink of an eye, 12 figures identical to the Valkyrie appeared. These Valkyries, upon appearing, looked at Mashu below and immediately launched their light spears. Boom, boom, boom. 12 light spears struck Mashu's shield, creating a magical explosion that sent her stumbling backwards. Meanwhile, the Valkyries above each other produced another light spear and prepared to hurl it again. Their chosen tactics were perfectly executed. Boom. Just as Shen Fei was about to attack, a sudden, loud explosion echoed from the side, followed by a watermelon-sized fireball striking a Valkyrie in the air. Sorry, I'm late. Amidst a hearty laugh, a handsome man, clutching a massive cannon in his right hand, emerged from the snowy forest. Who are you? Mashu looked at the visitor and asked immediately. What's the matter? Let's talk about it after we deal with him. I'll leave the defense to you, little girl with the shield. With the cooperation of Mashu and the visitor, the huge cannon barrel continued to swallow and spit out flames, and soon all the Valkyries in the sky were eliminated. I didn't expect so many to come this time. Thanks to your help. But now we should get out of here quickly, otherwise there might be more Valkyries coming later. As he said this, he turned and walked towards the snowy forest on the side. Wait, what should we do here? Mashu immediately called out to him. Although she defeated the envoy and stopped the ceremony, she didn't know what the village would face next. Don't worry, the ceremony that was missed will have to wait until this time next year. They are very old-fashioned in this regard, the visitor said without turning back. After getting the answer, Mashu immediately went back to find Ritsuka. Now that the village was safe, she was naturally relieved. Miss Gerda, we have to leave first and come to you later. Napoleon, the emperor, the group followed the servant who suddenly appeared into a cave. After hearing each other's self-introduction, Mashu and Ritsuka couldn't help but look at each other curiously. Napoleon Bonaparte is a legendary figure. You can't help but look at me like that. I don't know why it has become like this. Maybe it's because I have become a heroic spirit now. Napoleon seemed to understand the doubts of Mashu and Ritsuka, and immediately began to explain his situation. According to historical records, his height was not very high, but after becoming a heroic spirit, his height has completely changed, somewhat similar to that of the King of Conquerors. I should be the only pan-human history servant in this lost belt. I have been here for a while and have not met any other servants. Soon Mashu and Ritsuka stopped worrying about Napoleon's personal situation, and asked about the situation in this lost belt. Wait, if you have any information, tell us when you go back, otherwise I will have to tell you again later. Although Napoleon's cave is very well decorated, he even gave it a name. He has set up many such strongholds in this lost zone. However, it is a cave after all, and the conditions there are limited. It is more comfortable there than on the submarine. Shen Fei opened the secret door and the group returned to the submarine. I didn't expect there would be such a powerful magic. If you were with my magnificent army, I'm afraid we would not have failed. After passing through the secret door and coming to the submarine, Napoleon's eyes immediately focused on Shen Fei. As expected of a former emperor, after seeing the secret door, his first thought was to use it in war. Your Majesty Napoleon, the fat director was very surprised to see Napoleon, which made Napoleon open his mouth and explain his situation again. Skhaskity, Ophelia, it really is her. From Napoleon's mouth, the group immediately learned the specific situation of this anomalous zone. The hidden person was indeed Ophelia, but the king of the anomalous zone was beyond their expectations. It was Skhathachis, the legendary goddess of snow. Skhathachis, isn't this CBA? She turned out to be from this anomalous zone. This is really interesting. I wonder how she will react when she sees Skathach. After knowing who the king of the lost belt was, Shen Fei immediately thought of Skathach. To be honest, in his previous life, he knew Skathach's as Skathach's magician class, but now he understands that he was wrong. Skathach's has nothing to do with Skathach. To be precise, She should be the Nordic Skadi, but it seems that because of the fusion of Scathach's mythological background, she became Scathach's Skadi. At this moment, Shen Fei immediately had an idea in his mind, which was to call Scathach over. One is a god, the other is a godslayer, and they have the same origin. It must be very interesting for them to meet. Sure enough, there is a problem with Ragnarok. After listening to Napoleon's narration, Holmes couldn't help but look at the huge fireball hanging in the sky of the lost belt through the surveillance system. Due to doubts about this fireball, Chaldea has been monitoring it. From what you said, she doesn't seem to have any malice towards pan-human history, so is it possible to discuss it with her? Hearing Napoleon say that he had passed through the palace of the goddess Skadi and came out alive, as well as Skadi's style of doing things, Roman, Da Vinci, Holmes and others couldn't help but think of a possibility. I do have a plan here. Although I originally had an ace, with this person's magic, the possibility of the success of the next plan is even greater. Napoleon then told his plan. Are you sure? I promise, then act according to this plan. Napoleon's plan was very simple, that is, he and Mashu and Ritsuka sneak into the palace of the goddess Skadi, and let Shen Fei meet them outside. With his teleportation magic, and the fact that the goddess Skadi would not kill people, maybe he could really discuss with her how to peacefully resolve the problem of this anomalous zone. After all, the other party is a goddess, and a goddess who survived from Ragnarok. If it is not necessary, it is best not to take action. Shen Fei naturally would not object. As for the matter of Scathach, he planned to discuss it with her before telling Da Vinci and others. Save people? After Napoleon's plan was locked down, Shen Fei immediately found Roman, Da Vinci, and Holmes and talked about the plan to save the humans in this anomalous zone. This is really hard to determine. Holmes looked at Roman as he spoke, and the same thing happened on Da Vinci's side. Compared to their understanding of the inhibition force, Roman was the only one present. If there are no important people, there should be no problem, Roman said softly after thinking for a long time. For the inhibition force, only important people are worthy of their attention. Chapter 1143 Scathach and Skadi, and beautiful Ms. Da Vinci, as Shen Fei, Roman, Da Vinci, Holmes, and the others were leaving the meeting room after presumably discussing how to rescue the humans in this lust belt. Napoleon approached and greeted Da Vinci with a smile. His expression revealed his thoughts. Napoleon himself had said that every time he materialized, he'd find a girlfriend. No doubt, Da Vinci's beauty had tempted him. Regarding Mashu and Ritsuka, Napoleon suggested that if they waited a few years, he might pursue them. This seemingly unassuming, scumbag statement made Shen Fei feel inferior. Your Majesty, you're welcome. Da Vinci remained unmoved by Napoleon's advances. A palace of this kind? They seem incredibly confident. The next day, Shen Fei, Mashu, and the others immediately left Chaldea and boarded their way to the ice palace where the goddess Skadi resided. Chaldea, connected to them by magic gift drone, naturally saw the goddess's ice palace. It was a pure palace, devoid of any defenses. Proceed as planned, Napoleon said, leading Mash and Ritsuka to the base of the bridge. There was only one path to the ice palace, a 100-meter-long ice bridge. This wasn't Napoleon's first time there. His previous actions had left a secret door. He doubted the secret door could conceal the palace goddess, but as he'd said before, the goddess cared nothing for such matters. In this world, Skadi claimed to be the mother of the Nordic people, loving all life, including humans and giants, and forbidding killing. The world truly holds endless possibilities. With a lost belt like this, perhaps one could form one in Uruk. No, with Gilgamesh's personality, it's absolutely impossible for one to form one. I wonder if I'll see any mythological figures from the Celestial Empire. It would be wonderful if I could see the great sage. After Mashu, Ritsuka, and the others left, Shen Fei remained at the step of the bridge, quietly waiting. Napoleon had revealed that in this lust belt, nothing could be hidden from the goddess Skadi, as the ice and snow were her eyes. So, Shen Fei had no need to hide. The Norse myth of Ragnarok, where not all gods perished, led Shen Fei to conjure up numerous possibilities. This world's mythology is vast, and any myth could potentially become a lost belt. Of course, these things might not necessarily appear in this world. The moon world boasts numerous parallel worlds, and countless lost belts. Any possibility is possible, as evidenced by the experiences of Amakasashiro and Takisada. This made Shen Fei curious about the mythological figures of the Celestial Empire. Since there were heroes like Tripitaka and Nezha, the great sage was a strong possibility. Shen Fei quickly thought of Uruk, the land of Mesopotamian mythology, but he immediately dismissed this possibility. While other myths could form a lost belt, Gilgamesh of Uruk definitely wouldn't. He was the covenant of heaven, and the separation between humanity and the age of the gods began with him. Just as Shen Fei was speculating about the possible scenarios that could form a lost belt, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He immediately turned and saw a woman with short white hair, wearing white armor, wielding a white spear and a white shield, approaching from the distant snowy forest. Haha, looks like I'm lucky. Servant of panhuman history, are the Chaldeans really landing here? Let me, Katniss, take care of that Ophelia, the visitor spoke, his figure moving, instantly spanning dozens of meters. The white spear in his hand, like a bolt of white lightning, pierced Shen Fei's vitals. Suddenly, a flash of red light blocked the white lightning in the air. An invisible wave of air instantly surged outward, blowing away the ice and snow for dozens of meters around Shen Fei and the visitor. Katniss, the hero of the Argo, after a Gayenberg blocked the visitor's attack, Shen Fei immediately understood who the visitor was. Since arriving in the moon world, it was natural to learn about myths and legends. The Argonauts were full of legends, and even Hercules was a member of it. Shen Fei naturally wanted to learn more. And if Shen Fei knew the hidden one most, it was undoubtedly Kirstelia. The Atlantic Lost Belt was the story he was most familiar with. It all started with rumors that Dr. Roman was still alive and had appeared there, prompting Shen Fei to investigate. He discovered Kirstelia was incredibly powerful, having decimated the entire Chaldean population with a single blow. If it weren't for someone resembling Dr. Roman, Chaldea would likely have been completely wiped out. What he didn't anticipate was that Kirstelia seemingly sacrificed herself to save Mash, Ritsuka, and the others. Knowing Kirstelia, it was inevitable that he didn't know about his servants, including Katniss, a member of the Argonauts. She had the bad luck to be favored by the god of the sea. The Greek pantheon was truly chaotic, from Zeus to Poseidon, all Alexander Dumas. Meanwhile, events in the Atlantic Lost Belt had also changed Shen Fei's opinion of Jason. Initially, he had despised him due to Medea's involvement, but his actions across the Atlantic had stunned him. Jason was a complete idiot when things were going well, but a god of war when things were bad. But considering the numerous heroes aboard the Argo, it's clear Jason isn't that simple. If he were truly useless, how could he command so many heroes? It's like in the world of pirates, letting a worthless person rule the four emperors. Who are you? This spear? Katniss's expression suddenly grew serious as she watched her attack easily blocked by the opponent, and the red magic spear in Shen Fei's hand. If she hadn't known Cao Julane, she might have mistaken him for him the first time. I am Zhao Ziling of Changshan. Looking at Katniss before him, Shen Fei suddenly had a strange thought. You're kidding me. Katniss's anger erupted at Shen Fei's introduction, and powerful magical energy emanated from her body. As a heroic spirit, she naturally knew about Zhao Ziling. That was the advantage of being a heroic spirit. Modern knowledge could be instilled, but it was precisely because of this knowledge that she became angry. A man wielding the magic spear, Gajaborg, pretending to be Zhao Ziling, wasn't that just trying to trick a fool? Why can't I be Zhao Ziling, with heroes like Zhuge Kongming, Sima Yi, Lu Bu, and Shen Gong? Why can't there be Zhao Ziling? There's a saying, of all the spearmen in the world, 8 buckets of luck are mined, but Zhao Ziling alone has 1, leaving the others 2 buckets. Now, you understand why all the other spearmen are so lucky. Zhao Ziling has all that luck. While this statement is a bit exaggerated, it does have some truth. The famous spearmen from the moon world generally have a bad ending, including Katniss, who seems to have been abandoned in the end. If we extend this to history, we'll find that spearmen have similarly bad luck. The overlord of Western Chu committed suicide, Hokwa Beng died young, Ma Zhao was a complete wretch, and the others all had more or less bad endings. In fact, a closer look reveals that even those who wielded weapons similar to spears suffered from bad luck. Zhang Fei was ambushed, and Lu Bu died at White Gate Tower. You're courting death, Katniss erupted, charging forward with spear in hand. A fierce battle ensued, white figures clashing fiercely against black figures on the snowy ground. Shen Fei's clothing was predominantly black. God's protection, seeing his spear strike Katniss failed to produce the desired effect, Shen Fei immediately remembered something about the legend surrounding Katniss. Katniss, already furious, became even more furious upon hearing Shen Fei's words. To others, the protection of the gods was a blessing, but to her, it was humiliation. Her greatest desire was to slay the gods. Boom. The two battled from one end of the bridge to the other, breaching the walls of the ice palace and reaching its main hall. Entering the hall, Shen Fei quickly scanned the area but didn't see Mash, Ritsuka, or the others. However, judging by the surroundings, a battle had occurred there. Their absence suggested they had been captured. Katniss, stop her, a woman with an eye patch on her right eye, upon seeing Katniss, immediately ordered her servants to block Katniss's frantic charge at Shen Fei. Ophelia, what are you trying to do? Having been blocked by S.H.I.E.L.D, Katniss immediately turned her gaze to the eye patch-wearing woman. Katniss, this is my lost belt. Who ordered you to fight here? And why are you here? Do you think I'd want to come here if it weren't for Lady Kerstalia's orders? Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D blocking her way, Katniss was forced to lower her weapon. Kerstalia's orders. What did Lady Kerstalia ask you to bring here? Katniss immediately looked at Shen Fei, and Ophelia immediately understood what she meant. Where are Mash and the others? Seeing Ophelia's gaze, Shen Fei glanced at the woman who looked exactly like Scathach before turning his gaze to Ophelia. You look like you know me, interrupted Ophelia, looking at Shen Fei with a calm expression. To be more precise, I know another you, Scathach, Queen of the Kingdom of Shadows. Shen Fei nodded immediately. I see. Scathy nodded, then said nothing more. Mashu and the others are fine. I won't harm her. Leave this place immediately. I believe you. Shen Fei nodded after a moment's silence. He then turned and left. Although he was powerful, with Katniss, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Scathy present, there was no need for him to confront them immediately. After all, according to Napoleon and his men's plan, their lives were not in danger. Go Yang is here too. What is this guy's background? As Shen Fei prepared to leave, his eyes flickered to the corner of the palace hall. There he saw a familiar figure, Go Yang Scan, a servant about whom neither Leonardo da Vinci nor Sherlock Holmes had found any information. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. It stands to reason that in the moon world, even if it is a fictional servant, there can be no clues at all. For example, some information can be found about Space Ren, Katniss, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the goddess Scatty. What a powerful lineup. Shen Fei, who returned to Chaldea, immediately told Da Vinci and the others the information. So I'm going to find reinforcements. You want to call them over? Da Vinci naturally knew who the reinforcements Shen Fei was talking about were. After all, the other party is a goddess, so it's better to be cautious. What? Another side of me? No, to be precise, it should be the fusion of your legend, the new goddess Scatty, in the world of the Fifth War. After Shen Fei came back, he immediately summoned everyone, the three King Arthurs, Black Jean, Ishtar, and Scathach. The Lost Belt. This is really interesting. I want to see it. Scathach was naturally very curious about this other side of herself. As for the three King Arthurs, after hearing about the survival conditions of humans in the Lost Belt, Ishtar immediately expressed her desire to meet the gods of the Lost Belt. This lineup should be enough. Scathach, King Arthur, how can they be women? And there are so many of them. The fat director was immediately dumbfounded after seeing Scathach and the three King Arthurs. You know, the clock tower is located in Britain. It can be said that there is no magician there who doesn't know King Arthur. Then the fat director immediately became excited. Although the goddess Scatty and S.H.I.E.L.D are very powerful, Scathach here is someone who can kill gods. Together with the three King Arthurs, this is a dragon riding on their face. There is no way they can lose. What did you say? We must remove the fantasy tree here as soon as possible. However, just as the group was about to head directly to the Ice Palace to find the goddess Scatty, Napoleon, Mashu, and Ritsuka escaped from the Ice Palace. It was then that Napoleon revealed the reason for his previous plan. He had deliberately allowed himself to be captured so he could meet another servant who was not imprisoned in the Ice Palace. Shidone, Alia, the Emilia family is truly a family of heroes. After learning about Shidone from Mashu and Ritsuka, Shen Fei was speechless. This Shidone was a pseudo-servant, an alter ego who descended in Ilia's body and possessed the nature of multiple goddesses. The Valkyrie Brunhild, I didn't expect she to also been summoned. In that case, let's rescue her first. That way, victory is assured. Shidone not only told Mash that Ritsuka needed to remove the fantasy tree in the Lost Belt as soon as possible, but also told them that the key to victory was the Valkyrie Brunhild, the servant who specializes in attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. With her around, no matter how powerful S.H.I.E.L.D, the outcome would be the same. These two were originally lovers, but it seems they turned against each other. Brunhild killed Sigurd and then committed suicide. After becoming a heroic spirit, Brunhild's noble phantasm became the special attack on Sigurd, meaning that whenever these two meet, they're bound to fight, much like Rama and Zidwal, who are bound to never meet. It's become a concept. Chapter 1144 Sirat was beaten. Is this the legendary fire tower? Its defenses are truly formidable. The Valkyrie Brynhildr, the eldest daughter of the legendary god Odin, commanded the Valkyrie army and carried the souls of mortal warriors to Valhalla, also known as the Hall of Heroes. The concept of heroic spirits seems to have first been mentioned in Odin's Hall of Heroes. Odin sought the souls of mortal warriors in preparation for Ragnarok, but Valhalla disobeyed his orders and was ultimately stripped of her divinity and imprisoned in the blazing fire tower, from which she was rescued by Sigurd. They're the fire giants of Muspelheim, but they seem to be bound, in the sea of flames surrounding the fire tower. More than a dozen fire giants, their feet chained, were visible. As a Nordic lost belt, the concept of the Nine Realms naturally existed. Watchdog now? Time to wake up, little cat. Napoleon launched the attack, raising his massive cannon and unleashing a volley at the giants. The fire giants, previously leisurely resting in the sea of flames, were startled by the volley. They immediately broke free from their chains and charged towards Shen Fei and his group. Go ahead, Shen Fei said, speechless at Napoleon's description, but he couldn't afford to dwell on it right now. While the fire giants were significantly more powerful than the frost and mountain giants, given the sheer size of the group, they easily eliminated them all. Wait a minute, something's flying over here. Just as the group had eliminated the fire giants and were about to enter the flame hall, Shen Fei suddenly glanced up at the sky and saw several blue lights rapidly flying towards them in the distance. What is this? Shen Fei couldn't help but be curious as he watched the strange blue object land before his group. It was something he had never seen before, and judging by its movements, it seemed alive. It's quite sturdy. Shen Fei was surprised to see that his volley had only sent the object flying but not piercing it. Boom. The same thing happened to Napoleon. His artillery fire only sent the enemy flying, not destroying them. Remember, the earlier artillery fire had already killed a fire giant with a single blow. Boom. Another loud noise, but this time it wasn't Shen Fei and his companions who were responsible. Instead, the wall of the flame hall ahead was breached. Then, the group saw a tall figure emerge from within. With a flash of her spear, the strange creature that had taken Napoleon's blow was pierced through by her spear, disintegrating into a cloud of fragments. It was the Valkyrie Brunhild. With Brunhild's help, the group quickly dispatched the blue objects. Shen Fei had originally intended to collect some samples for research, but unfortunately, they were all reduced to fragments and dissipated. Master, hello, I am Brunhild of Panhuman history, hello. Through conversation with Brunhild, it was revealed that she had been summoned as a servant of Panhuman history. Unfortunately, she knew nothing about this lust belt, as her three sisters, along with the goddess S.H.I.E.L.D, had sealed her within the flame pavilion atop Mount Gar upon her summoning. Sigurd, haha, Sigurd, I must kill you. Upon hearing that Sigurd was in this lust belt, Brunhild immediately understood why she had been summoned, and she let out a surprisingly demonic laugh. Now that we're here, there's somewhere I want to go. Originally, after rescuing Brunhild, the group could have easily taken action against the King of the Lost Belt and the Hidden One, but Napoleon said he needed to go somewhere before taking action. Since it wouldn't take up much time, the group naturally agreed. It was then discovered that Napoleon wanted to go to Village 67, the first village he encountered and saved when he was summoned to the Lost Belt. Originally, during the reporting ceremony in this Lost Belt village, only one Valkyrie was required. Mash had encountered multiple Valkyries because he had previously disrupted the ceremony. What a powerful magic! Upon arriving at the gate of Village 67, Scathach immediately looked at the magical barrier on the gate with curiosity. This is a barrier created by the goddess S.H.I.E.L.D using runes to protect the village. Miss Scathach, there's no need to be so curious, it's not a rune. Someone has built a barrier on top of it, it's not a rune. Hearing Scathach's words, Napoleon hurried into the village and found the adults inside. He inquired about the situation and learned from them that a man in gray had recently arrived at the gate. Could there be other servants from Panhuman history? Senior, do you remember seeing a man in gray in the previous Lost Belt? We thought it was Miss Musashi, but now it seems he's not. I remember him claiming to be from Chaldea. Mashu then seemed to remember something. Aren't we the only ones from Chaldea? Mashu and Ritsuko were immediately puzzled. Well, if you can't figure it out, forget it. Since they claim to be from Chaldea, they must be friends. We'll meet sooner or later, Napoleon said, heading for the child charging towards him. Judging by the familiarity of the adults and children here, he must have lived here for some time. This visit was likely a farewell. Once this lost belt was removed, these people would all disappear. Naturally, Napoleon was saddened by this, but he knew the priorities. It's bad. Monitoring shows a large number of Titans heading towards Village 23. Just as the group was resting in Village 67, a call suddenly came in from Da Vinci. Gerda, we must stop them. I'll do it, although a little surprised that the Titans would suddenly attack the village. After all, in this Lust Belt, the Titans and the villages had always lived in peace. This wasn't the time to dwell on these issues. Saving people was the priority. Mashu, Ritsuka, and Fufu, you're here. Passing through the portal, the group arrived at Village 23. Gerda was overjoyed to see Mashu, Ritsuka, and Fufu, and immediately hugged Fufu. Gerda was very fond of Fufu, and Fufu, for her part, didn't dislike her, otherwise she wouldn't have been captured. By the way, there's a man in gray, he says he's from Chaldea. Gerda then, as if struck by something, mentioned the man in gray. This gate has been reinforced, too. Shen Fei immediately checked the gate. Just as at Village 67, unfamiliar spells appeared on the runes. Hey, the giants' reactions have disappeared, as if they were instantly wiped out. Just as the group inquired about the direction of the giants, preparing to attack, Chaldea's monitoring system had already lost sight of the giants. A man in gray, claiming to be from Chaldea. That's really strange. Just as Da Vinci and Holmes were lost in thought over the sudden appearance of the man in gray, Chaldea's alarm system suddenly sounded, and the submarine began to shake violently. There's an attack. It's the Valkyries. Da Vinci immediately switched on the monitoring system and discovered that above the submarine, a dense swarm of at least dozens of the mass-produced Valkyries that Mash had encountered earlier appeared. They were fiercely hurling lances at the submarine below. Let's go, Miss Gerda, don't worry, we'll be back soon. After comforting Gerda, the group immediately returned to the submarine through the portal. This is such a losing deal. Who is behind this? As Shen Fei and his group returned to the submarine, in a snowy forest somewhere in the Lost Belt, Goyenskaya frowned as she looked at the giant corpses strewn across the ground. Under the control of the goddess Skadi, giants would not attack villages without intervention. This is getting more and more interesting. Sisters, come out. Brunhild, standing at the front of the submarine, shouted loudly to the Valkyries in the sky. Shortly after she finished speaking, the Valkyries in the sky parted, and 3 Valkyries, completely different from the mass-produced Valkyries, flew out. They were S.H.I.E.L.D, Hilda, and Ortland. Sister, you shouldn't have woken up. Why are you siding with Panhuman history? I'm sorry, I'm a servant of Panhuman history now. Please move aside, since you won't side with us, you're the enemy, leave them to me, I'll take care of the rest, Brunhild said, and took off into the sky, heading towards her 3 sisters. The 4 of them then flew to the side. Although sisters, they were enemies at that moment due to their positions. Be careful. After the 4 left, the mass-produced Valkyries in the sky launched another attack on the submarine below, hundreds of light spears raining down from the sky. 7 rings of blazing sky. Shen Fei immediately used the chrysanthemum shield to cover the submarine, blocking the laser spear attacks. Sort of promised victory. Black King Arthur, taking advantage of Shen Fei's blocking of the sky's attack, immediately used his noble phantasm. A black beam instantly destroyed over 20 Valkyries. Flying is really troublesome. The king's treasure. There were a total of 100 mass-produced Valkyries in the sky. Because they were spread out so thinly, even King Arthur's noble phantasm couldn't destroy them all with a single strike. And although they were mass-produced, they were also intelligent. After noticing the danger posed by the noble phantasm below, they immediately spread out even further. That's it. As the tug-of-war with the Valkyries in the sky continued, Brunhild returned with a serious expression. 1 against 3, she had emerged victorious. Or, more accurately, it was S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra who willingly submitted to her spear. Ortland strongly disagreed with this result and flew away alone. After Ortland flew away, the remaining Valkyries also began to retreat. Brunhild, seeing that Brunhild looked a little down, Li Xiong wanted to say something to comfort her, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. Master, I'm fine, The relationship between Brunhild and her sister was originally very good, but later she gained emotions, which made them different. The great god Odin did not give them emotions when he created the Valkyries. On the ice bridge in front of the Ice Palace Gate, Shen Fei and his group faced Sigurd and the Hidden One Ophelia, who had come alone with Sigurd to stop them. Sigurd. The moment Brunhild saw Sigurd, she immediately rushed forward impatiently, piercing his heart with a spear in her hand. Before she saw Sigurd, she could still bear it, but after seeing him, her reason seemed to disappear. I really don't know what happened between them back then, why it ended like this. For Brunhild, the more she loved Sigurd, the more she couldn't control her rationality. Woman. Sigurd's expression remained unchanged upon seeing Brunhild, even a hint of disgust lingering in his eyes. This infuriated Brunhild even more. Sigurd, until death do us part. After Sigurd blocked her attack, Brunhild soared into the air and activated her noble phantasm. The spear in her hand instantly grew immense. This noble phantasm, a manifestation of her deep love and hatred for her destined partner, took the form of the magic silver spear she had used in her lifetime. The stronger her love for her loved one, the heavier and larger the spear became. In the blink of an eye, the magic silver spear expanded to tens of meters in length. Brunhild then descended from the sky, wielding the enormous magic spear. It transformed into a brilliant beam of light, piercing Sigurd below, a surefire hit. Boom! The intense burst of magical light caused the group to squint. The powerful attack destroyed half of the ice bridge, but when the light faded, they stared in astonishment at Sigurd, who remained standing. Impossible, the fat director shouted from a distant submarine, observing the battle via a magic-equipped drone. Had Brunhilder's attack been launched against anyone else, the outcome would have been uncertain, but Sigurd, or even Siegfried, who had a connection with her, would have been unavoidable. You're not Sigurd, who are you? Brunhilder's ineffective noble phantasm immediately realized that there was only one possible reason for the attack to be ineffective. It wasn't Sigurd. While this sounded unbelievable, it was the only possible explanation for his survival. Who am I? Of course I'm Sigurd, Sigurd laughed. No, you're not Sigurd. If I'm not mistaken, you're Surtur. Holmes' voice suddenly echoed through the air, his image unfolding from Mash's presence. What? Surtur? The name Surtur startled the Chaldeans present. The 4th Division was well aware of the significance of this name. Surtur, Grandma 4-2. I didn't expect to face him here. This is a good early taste of Ragnarok. Shen Fei was very familiar with Surtur. Not only was Grandma 4-2 from Ark Tomorrow, but he also destroyed Marvel's Asgard. I wasn't entirely sure at first, but now I am. Holmes then offered his analysis. He had doubts about Sigurd's identity since he first appeared, but without proof, he had to investigate on his own. Now, he had Brunhild's confirmation. Chapter 1145. A perfect ending. Brunhild's failure to destroy Sigurd was irrefutable proof that he wasn't Sigurd. Holmes then used various factors, including the enormous sun-like entity in the sky and the flaming mountain to the north of the Lost Belt, to prove that the target was Surtur, the fire giant king. The king of this Lost Belt is Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. The appearance of a volcano in her presence is extremely strange. The only possibility is that even Her Majesty couldn't do anything about the flames. I see. Is this the mindset of a detective? I wonder how the second will react when he meets Holmes. After listening to Holmes' explanation, Shen Fei finally understood some of the situation. While he was still marveling at the icy and fiery spectacle in the Lost Belt, Holmes had already seen the hidden truth. Compared to the previous Holmes, who had lost his arm to Sigurd and was struck by the rune of death, which prevented his mind from being affected, the current Holmes, unharmed, naturally had more time to investigate. Shen Fei had crammed some knowledge of Norse mythology, but it was just knowledge, naturally not as extensive as Holmes and the others. There's one thing I've always found strange, someone like you shouldn't be summoned as a servant. That was until I looked at Ophelia's information and discovered a possibility. Her mystic eye has the ability to see into the future. So, imagine if her mystic eye accidentally caught sight of the Lost Belt and saw you. Then everything would be possible. If my guess is correct, the servant Ophelia originally wanted to summon was Sigurd, but you exploited a loophole and replaced him. No, it was you who took over Sigurd's body. I didn't expect there were people like you in pan-human history. You're right, but so what? Surtur, his true identity exposed, didn't show any sign of nervousness. Instead, he looked at the Chaldean group defiantly. You're planning to use us to destroy Sigurd's body, freeing yourself. If I'm guessing correctly, Ophelia must have discovered your problem and used a command spell to restrain you, preventing you from committing suicide. I underestimated you. So, what are your options now? Are you going to kill me? Surtur frowned after Holmes revealed the final details. While Sigurd's body still possessed immense power, the gap between them and his true form was too great. He could only use his true form to burn this lust belt, or even the entire planet. Get out of Sigurd's body. Just as Holmes opened his mouth to respond, Brunhild angrily swung her spear. For her, no one would be allowed to defile Sigurd's body. This moment reminded her of something that had happened in the past. Puff. This time, Sigurd, or rather, Surtur, didn't try to stop him. Brunhild's spear pierced him directly, but this only brought a smile of excitement to Surtur's face. His soul was finally free from the constraints of this body. No, aim carefully. I won't see the glint. Seeing Surtur's soul about to escape Sigurd's body, Ophelia immediately removed her right eye patch and launched her form at Surtur, attempting to continue to restrain Surtur's soul with Sigurd's body. As the king of fire giants, if Surtur awakened, he would absolutely destroy the entire lust belt, and possibly even the entire planet. For both her own sake and Gerstalia's, Ophelia would not allow such a thing to happen. Ophelia, at this point, you still want to stop me? Unfortunately, I've already found a way to counter your mystical eye. Ophelia's mystical eye is incredibly powerful. It's a gem-level mystical eye of procrastination, capable of freezing observed objects. Simply put, this ability is somewhat like the Marvel Universe's sacred timeline, where the future holds infinite possibilities. For example, what you're going to do next has many possibilities, like eating, sleeping, shopping, murder, suicide, and so on. It's entirely up to you. But if Ophelia uses her mystical eye on you, you'll have only one choice. Unlike Marvel's sacred timeline, where someone deals with those who interfere with it, Ophelia's mystical eye uses pins to pin things down. Of course, this was only the theoretical effect of her mystic eye. Limited by Ophelia's own strength, she could only delay the possibility of a dire situation. Even so, the mystic eye's effectiveness was still potent. In the original lust belt, she had used it to block the activation of Mash's exoskeleton and prevent Brynhildr from activating her great god mark, a rune left to Brynhildr by the great god Odin. What did you do? Ophelia cried out in surprise, realizing her mystic eye had no effect on Surtur. It's simple. If I make it seem inevitable, your mystic eye will be ineffective. I will completely destroy the gods and the entire world. The future holds infinite possibilities, and Ophelia's mystic eye can only observe these changes. But what if there were only one possibility? Be careful, heavens! After Surtur uttered these words, Sigurd's body immediately collapsed. Simultaneously, something in the sky, resembling a gigantic sun, began to stir, and endless flames appeared above the group. Sort of promised victory, the distant ideal city, 7 rings of blazing sky, King Arthur, black and white, simultaneously unleashed their noble phantasms, blasting the sky. The black and white beams instantly extinguished a large area of flames. Mash and Shen Fei then immediately activated their noble phantasms, blocking the remaining flames. Ophelia's gone. Mash realized Ophelia had vanished after the flames in the sky died down. She must have been taken by Surtur. Yes, he didn't just take Ophelia, he also severed the connection to the imagination tree. I didn't expect it to be Surtur. The goddess Skadi emerged from the ice palace, her expression grim at the mention of Surtur. Look up, Da Vinci's voice suddenly echoed through the air, and the group looked up, seeing the sun-like object in the sky moving toward the flaming mountain in the north. That's the body of Surtur, of the Kingdom of Fire, Your Majesty. It seems we have no choice but to cooperate. It's my fault for letting things get this far. After a moment's consideration, the goddess Skadi agreed to Holmes's offer of cooperation. She then used runes to stabilize Sigurd's fading spirit base, truly a goddess. Not only did she stabilize Sigurd's fading spirit base, but her runes also significantly weakened Brunhild's murderous intent towards him. Combined with Brunhild's own restraint, this allowed the pair, who should have fought upon meeting, a rare opportunity to converse and even fight side by side. Scathach, after helping Sigurd recover, Scathach and Scathach finally met. Though their appearances were identical, their temperaments were worlds apart. Let's talk later. Scathach wanted to speak with Scathach, but now, facing the fire giant king, was not the time. Your Majesty, I wonder what happened during Ragnarok. After reaching a deal, Holmes immediately began to inquire about the events leading up to Ragnarok. Originally, after Ragnarok, the gods would have retired, and humanity should have taken the stage. However, in this Lust Belt, only 10,000 humans remained. Suruta was unwilling to accept his fate. He sought not only to destroy Norse mythology but the entire planet, so he devoured Fenrir, the Ice King. Skadi then explained the events leading up to Ragnarok. Suruta devoured Fenrir, gaining icy bones, flesh, and heart, becoming the giant king of ice and fire. Ultimately, Odin perished alongside him, and he entrusted his primordial runes to Skadi, allowing her to merge with Skathach, a Celtic deity. She became more than a mere Norse deity, and so she became a survivor, leading humanity to a world consumed by Surut's flames. At that time, the land was completely engulfed in the flames of Surut. It was Skadi who melted the flames with her ice and snow, creating a livable environment for humanity. Even in colder climates, humans could find ways to survive, but in a fiery environment, it was impossible. So that's how it is. After listening to Skadi's account, Shen Fei finally understood why this Lost Belt only had 10,000 people and such a cruel system. It was all for the survival of humanity. It wasn't that Skadi wanted those people to die at the age of 25, but rather that this Lost Belt couldn't support more people. Skadi was a goddess, but she was an ice goddess, not a harvest goddess. She couldn't create food out of thin air. Even a harvest goddess couldn't seem to create food out of thin air. Using rune power to build 100 villages was already her limit. After all, her strength still had to suppress the flames and the giants. The giants in this Lost Belt wore strange masks on their faces. It was Skadi who used her divine power to suppress their power. In the previous Lust Belt, only the strong could survive, but in this one, only the weak can survive, because the weak consume fewer resources. Oh no. The Titans outside seem to have suddenly gone berserk, and many are already charging towards the villages. Just as the goddess Skadi finished describing the events of Ragnarok, Da Vinci called out. It must be Surtur's return, unleashing the Titan's power. Those villages, Mash and Ritsuka immediately began to worry about Gerda's safety. Don't worry. Even if they regain their strength, they won't be able to break through the barrier's defenses anytime soon. Ortland, take all the wielders to support those villages. Yes, wait a minute, something's flying over here. Ortland had just left, and just as Da Vinci began to speak, a group of strange blue objects suddenly broke through the roof of the ice palace and rushed in. How dare you? Looking at these blue objects, the goddess Skadi was immediately furious. Your Majesty, what are these? Holmes asked immediately. It's the seeds of the illusion tree. What? After hearing the words of the goddess Skadi, the group looked at these blue objects in surprise. They never thought that this thing would be the seeds of the illusion tree. Blast them, Napoleon said and was about to take action, but at this moment, these seeds of the illusion tree suddenly shattered and disappeared. I thought you had already dealt with Surut. But I didn't expect that the seeds of the illusion tree would invade here. A figure that Shen Fei was very familiar with, but also a little unfamiliar, walked out from the side. Ilya, seeing the newcomer, Mashu and Ritsuka immediately shouted with surprise. This big brother seems to know me. Ilya, or to be more precise, Shidun, looked at Shen Fei with a smile on her face. I should say I know the body you're inhabiting. I never thought she could be so wise. I think she'd be very surprised if she saw you. Do you mind if I take a few pictures? Shen Fei has seen many Elias, both big and small, but this is the first time he's seen Ilya, the sage. Freya, Skadi called out Shidun's other name. You should call me Ilya. Sorry, can we talk about other things later? For now, let's discuss how to resolve this issue. Just as Shidun and Skadi were about to argue about the name, Da Vinci interrupted them and used the magic drone to display a picture before everyone. It was a huge fire giant, over 100 meters tall, striding towards a certain direction. That direction was Village 23, Gerda's village. Looks like there's no time to lose. Prepare for battle. Surut began to move. Naturally, there was no time to waste. Strange, only Holmes watched Surut's actions and muttered softly. Be careful, don't let the sword of fire in his hand fall. It is a divine weapon of the same level as Langdamanid. Once it falls, the damage to this Lost Belt will be absolutely fatal. This is a bit strange. It stands to reason that he can swing the sword of fire anywhere. Why did he come here specifically? Is it for us to see him killing with our own eyes? Who knows what he is thinking? The key now is to stop him. Yo, Surut, that's it. Room, slaughterhouse, with Shen Fei's portal. A group of people soon appeared in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. and stopped him. Shen Fei immediately used the power of the surgery fruit to exchange Ophelia on his left shoulder. This was Mashu's good friend, so naturally he had to rescue her. Chain of Heaven. After rescuing Ophelia, when S.H.I.E.L.D. was about to swing the huge flaming sword in his hand, Shen Fei directly used the Heaven Chain, which was the anti-god weapon of the moon world. The stronger the divinity, the greater the power. There is no doubt that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a god. There are indeed limitations. Seeing the Heaven Chain trembling violently and almost breaking during S.H.I.E.L.D.'s struggle, Shen Fei immediately understood the limitations of the Heaven Chain. There is no problem against servants with divinity, but against real gods, the power is not that great. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1146 Wandering Sea. Shen Fei wasn't entirely surprised by the Heaven's Chain's limited power against true gods. After all, the Heaven's Chain was created by the gods themselves. How could they possibly create a weapon so detrimental to themselves? Even if it could only restrain S.H.I.E.L.D. for a short time, it was enough for Shen Fei and the others. Rainbow, rainbow. Now, build a bridge of possibility. Reach the heavens, the rainbow bow of triumph. Emperor Napoleon immediately activated his noble phantasm. The cannon in his right hand began to transform, and a rainbow-like beam of light shot from its muzzle, blasting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s head. Napoleon, now a heroic spirit, possessed the ability to transform human possibilities into reality, granting him special attacks against the mystical. In the original novel, he used this noble phantasm to shatter S.H.I.E.L.D.'s head. Though it cost him his spiritual foundation, this proved its power. Although he didn't use it at the cost of shattering his spiritual foundation this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still severely injured. Shining in the Spear of Doom, Sword of Promised Victory, Sword of Promised Victory, roar, my wrath, roar, my friend, my strength, destroying the bonds of family, until death do us part. Following Napoleon, the three King Arthurs, Black Jean, and Shidun unleashed their noble phantasms against Surtur. Poor Surtur's head had barely been severely damaged by Napoleon's noble phantasm when the Lion King's noble phantasm shattered it with a single blow. Following closely behind, the noble phantasms of Black and White King Arthur, Black Jean, Shidun, Sigurd, and the Valkyrie Brunhild destroyed much of Surtur's massive body. As the Flame Giant King, Surtur was naturally formidable, far more formidable than the mammoth-like Ivan the Terrible from the previous Lost Belt. However, the heroic spirits besieging him were no less formidable. The Lion King wielded the divinely forged Holy Spear, Longarminiad, on par with his flame sword. King White Arthur, on the other hand, possessed Avalon, arguably the most powerful defensive noble phantasm, impervious even to the 5 great magics. Even against the flame sword, it was not invulnerable. Of course, while Shen Fei was curious about Avalon's ability to defend against it, he couldn't let Li deploy Avalon and engage in a head-on clash with a flame sword. It was at that moment that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s head was shattered, or else he would have cried out that pan-human history was unethical, allowing so many powerful heroic spirits to besiege a mere lost-belt flame king. Ilya is Ilya. Even in her current form, she still has a deep bond with Hercules. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in emotion as he gazed at the towering figure at the front of the group, swelling to nearly 6 meters in height. That figure was Hercules. Originally, he wasn't that tall, but Ilya had now used multiple Age of Gods enhancement magic on him. As Shidun, he possessed immense sophistication in magic. Shidun's original noble phantasm was to summon a giant ice bear, a compromise between the 3 goddesses whose spirits merged. Originally, its familiar was supposed to be a hound-like spirit, but Laoxi thought a hound wasn't powerful enough and that a goddess familiar should be more powerful. With Freya's approval, the familiar was transformed into a bear. Shidun, Laoxi, and Freya are the 3 goddesses whose spirits merged. While Shidun's outward personality is primarily pure, the presence of Freya and Laoxi has given it a colder side, a striking resemblance to Ilya, the android lifeform. It's no wonder she descended in her body. However, this time, Ilya's noble phantasm summoned not a bear, but Hercules, perhaps related to her experiences in the Lost Belt. Oh, this is truly a rare sight. It's rare that they've managed to focus their attention on this. If so, this is troublesome. In the distance, watching the battle, Goyanskaya maintained their usual smile, but a closer look revealed a serious expression. "We must report this to Lady Kirstelia." Beside her, Katniss frowned. At this point, things had completely gone beyond Kirstelia's instructions before she set out. "Won't you go and help?" "With you, maybe we can save it." "Saving what?" "No matter who wins, this Lost Belt won't exist. A Chaldean victory would definitely eliminate the Lost Belt, while a Surtur victory would destroy it. Considering Surtur's threat to destroy the entire planet, a Chaldean victory would undoubtedly be preferable." Katniss, while arrogant, was no fool. She already disliked Ophelia and wished her Lost Belt destroyed. "Scathach, Scatty, could it be because of this? It seems that I underestimated this goddess before." After Katniss left, Goyanskaya looked at Scatty and Scathach, nodded thoughtfully, and then left the Lost Belt. Even if Goyanskaya had a big imagination, she couldn't guess that Shen Fei was a variable from another world, so they could only think about the inhibitory force. When someone with the same appearance as the goddess Scatty appeared, it was easy to guess that she was Scathach. "Oh no, he is recovering quickly. What's going on?" Although the attack of Shen Fei and his group almost shattered Sirot's body, under the extremely powerful magic, his body was recovering rapidly. This situation surprised the group. They didn't understand where Sirot got such a powerful magic. "He has devoured the imagination tree. His connection to it must be severed." Ophelia explained the reason for Sirot's immense magical power. After a moment's hesitation, Ophelia's gaze instantly grew resolute, and the demonic eye in her right eye shone brightly. In the name of the Great Command Seal, Ophelia cast the Great Command Seal. As the light of the Great Command Seal burst forth, blood began to flow from her right eye socket. Ophelia, Goddess Scatty sighed as she observed Ophelia's actions. As a goddess, she knew the Great Command Seal well. It represented miraculous power, but wielding it came at the cost of one's life. "This is my responsibility. I brought him into this world, so it's my turn to end him." Surtur's appearance was precisely the mechanism through which Ophelia used her mystic eye to observe. Without her observation, Surtur's soul would not have escaped the seal of the great god Odin. The goddess Scatty had previously explained why Ophelia hadn't observed her. If it had, everything would have been completely different. "Miss Ophelia," Mash said to Ophelia with a worried look on her face. She didn't know the cost of using the Great Command spell, but she clearly saw Ophelia's right eye begin to collapse. "Mr. Holmes." Mash then turned to Holmes beside her. "I'm sorry." Holmes shook his head slightly. The bond between Surtur and Ophelia was her mystic eye, and only by destroying it could that bond be broken. But it was an eye, and the connection between them was a sensitive and potentially fatal part of the human body. So that's how it is. "Look at me, room, slaughterhouse." The most dangerous thing for Ophelia was the collapse of her mystic eye, which would damage the surrounding nervous system and magic circuits, extending to her brain. Even the goddess Scatty couldn't prevent this, but for Shen Fei, it was a simple matter. With a flash of cold light, the part of Ophelia's head where her right eye was located was severed. Strangely, not a trace of blood appeared on the cut section. This bizarre scene startled everyone present. Ophelia, but everyone's attention was quickly drawn back to Surtur's furious roar. Ophelia's treatment of him infuriated Surtur. He had thought Ophelia understood him. At his lowest point, Surtur had met Ophelia and fallen in love. Indeed, the Fire Giant King had fallen in love with Ophelia. But he wasn't human after all. Although he had fallen in love with Ophelia, his way of expressing his love was unacceptable to humans, destroying the world for her. If we were to define this love in human terms, it would be Yandir. Attack. Sort of promised victory. The moment Surtur recovered, Shen Fei attacked, a golden sword appearing in his hand. Spear of piercing death. This time, Scathach also attacked, infusing the demonic spear, Gajilberg, with powerful magical energy, and hurled it at Surtur's head. Destroying family, until death separates the two. Rainbow Bow of Triumph. Poor Surtur once again faced the combined fire of their noble phantasms. His body, which had just healed, shattered once more, but this time there was no magical energy to heal it. "Ophelia, only you. I must kill you." In the moment his body was destroyed, Surtur's gaze fixed on Ritsuka Fujimaru. He, who had previously been obsessed with destroying the world, now focused all his hatred on her and immediately used the Rune of Death. It's undeniable that Ritsuka is truly hated. First the Demon Pillar, now the Flame Giant King. Perhaps witnessing his own Rune of Death fall upon Ritsuka, Surtur managed a rare smile before vanishing. Unfortunately, He didn't realize that the rune of death he'd witnessed falling upon Ritsuka was an illusion, a genjutsu cast by Brunhild using the primordial runes. S.H.I.E.L.D was also highly skilled in the primordial runes, and it's impossible for him to be unaware of an illusion, but who knew he was about to vanish? My apologies, Master, for causing you trouble. If we can meet again, I will repay your kindness. With S.H.I.E.L.D's disappearance, the spirit bases of Sigurd and the Valkyrie Brunhild were on the verge of shattering. Their spirit bases had been stabilized by the goddess Skadi using the primordial runes, and after using their noble phantasms twice in a row, they could no longer withstand the strain. However, Sigurd and Brunhild were extremely pleased with the outcome. This was their only chance to work together. Afterward, the conversation between one saying, "I'll definitely kill you next time," and the other saying, "I'll let you kill me next time," disappeared. Now it's our turn. After defeating S.H.I.E.L.D, they were still breathing a sigh of relief. Mash was about to check on Ophelia when the goddess Skadi's clothing changed, from pure purple to lavender dress. Your Majesty, Mash and Ritsuka looked at the goddess Skadi, unsure of what to say. Originally, this lust belt had no future, but now it does. Thanks to you, S.H.I.E.L.D has vanished, because of S.H.I.E.L.D's flames. The lust belt could only accommodate 10,000 people. But now that S.H.I.E.L.D has vanished, things are different. If the lust belt could continue to exist. Master, Napoleon stood beside Ritsuka, a cannon in hand, a determined look on his face. Actually, we have a solution that will satisfy both sides, Holmes said immediately. Only one of the lust belt and panhuman history can exist. I don't think they can coexist. The lust belt and panhuman history certainly can coexist, but the humans here can survive. Holmes then laid out the plan they had previously discussed. Your Majesty, what do you think of this? I need to see proof. After hearing Holmes' plan to have 10,000 people from the lust belt live in the panhuman history of the parallel world, Goddess Skadi fell silent. After a long pause, she spoke. Of course, no problem. Holmes then looked at Shen Fei, and he immediately opened the secret door. I didn't expect someone could do such a thing. Zidane was extremely excited upon stepping into the parallel world. After all, it's 10,000 people. The initial plan is to have them live on an uninhabited island and then gradually introduce them to society. There are many uninhabited areas on Earth. Even in modern society, not all countries enjoy modern conveniences. In Africa, most of them are still tribal civilizations, and the same is true for some desolate islands in the sea. The T-virus's raw material, the stairs of the sun, was found in a primitive tribe. The same was true of Laura, the renowned ruin destroyer, who had visited many of the same places. With Shen Fei's strength, it would be easy to seize such a small area. I didn't expect the magicians to show up. This is fantastic. Napoleon, seeing the situation resolved successfully, looked delighted. He had feelings for the people of Village 67 and, if possible, didn't want them to disappear. Afterward, the group discussed and decided to find an uninhabited island on the sea and relocate the people there. Thanks to the oracle of the goddess Skadi, the relocation went smoothly. Next is the final illusion tree. Although S.H.I.E.L.D had devoured the illusion tree, it hadn't been fully digested. After it disappeared, its remains immediately reappeared. This time, with the goddess Skadi at his side, the illusion removal was smooth. The group then learned from Skadi the name of this lost belt illusion tree, Sombrero, and also the name of the previous illusion tree, Origi. Shen Fei and Caldio were completely bewildered by the name of the imagination tree. However, after researching its meaning, they fell silent. Sombrero and Serpent were the names of galaxies, and the meaning of these different galaxies was quite vast. Sorry, it's okay. Actually, I really do want to thank you. By the way, this is for you, said the goddess Skadi, tossing an item to Shen Fei. Chapter 1147 Shang. The goddess Skadi is a true god, a surviving deity from the Nordic Lost Belt. Shen Fei could lead 10,000 people from the Lost Belt to the world of the Fifth War, but Skadi couldn't. As a god, her presence in pan-human history, even if she did nothing, would have a devastating impact. This was what Shen Fei learned after discussing with Scathach, Roman, Holmes, and others. The moon world is steeped in mystery, and the consequences of its spread are unpredictable. In severe cases, it could lead to the collapse of humanity. The fragmentary reference to the underground world indicates Scheherazada's attempt to destroy humanity. The reason why modern magicians are so weak is primarily due to lack of mystery. The clock tower has been excavating the tombs of the spirits in an attempt to restore the mysteries of the Age of Gods. Shen Fei didn't know much about mystery, but from the words of Roman, Holmes, and Da Vinci, he had a rough idea of what it meant. The degree of mystery was crucial to the existence of the gods. He considered that the gods had all fled to the inner world because modern society lacked enough mystery to survive. However, once the mystery was restored, the gods could return. Once the gods return, humans may not be able to occupy the position of the leader of all spirits. It is hard to say what Gaia thinks about this result, but Elia will definitely not agree. S.H.I.E.L.D is a god. What is a god? It is mystery itself. Once she appears in modern society, even if she does nothing, the impact on modern society is huge. This is why the gods summoned by the heroic spirits cannot summon gods directly, and they need to lower their status before they can summon them. The goddess S.H.I.E.L.D is different from Kamar-Taj. Although S.H.I.E.L.D has the power to kill gods, strictly speaking, she is not a god. She is a warrior, and her achievements are all won by her fighting step by step. The division of gods is not based on strength, but their status is their true foundation. Therefore, in modern society, S.H.I.E.L.D can appear, magicians can appear, but gods cannot. See you again if we're lucky. Catching the item thrown by S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei smiled and nodded. Gods couldn't appear directly in human society, but using the identity of a servant would be no problem. The item she had just thrown was a nice jade pendant crafted from runes. Using it as a relic for a heroic spirit summoning would certainly allow it to be summoned. As a god, even if the Nordic lost belt vanished, it didn't mean she would disappear. Of course, her reason for doing so wasn't her close relationship with Shen Fei, but perhaps she couldn't let go of the people of the lost belt. This is mine, little brother. See you again someday. Besides S.H.I.E.L.D, Shidun also left Shen Fei a relic. It's a shame time is limited, otherwise I could have asked her about the use of runes. As they left the Nordic lost belt, Shen Fei felt a sense of regret. His meeting with S.H.I.E.L.D had given him a deeper understanding of the primordial runes. S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't match her mastery of runes. This was understandable, after all. She was a Nordic goddess, and even according to the game, she was a magician. Naturally, she was more proficient in runes than the Lance-class S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a shame I didn't get the recipe for the swan ritual, otherwise it would have been even better. Besides the runes of the goddess S.H.I.E.L.D, there was another item in this lost belt that Shen Fei coveted. The magic ceremonial robes worn by the Valkyries, crafted by the great god Odin. If he had this, perhaps he could create a Valkyrie team. Furthermore, the swan ritual, in addition to its various abilities like high-speed flight, magical resistance, and mental defense, also possessed a power that women would absolutely adore, the ability to maintain both mental and physical integrity. Simply put, it allowed them to eat without losing weight, regardless of their appearance. This was definitely more appealing to women than any of the previous abilities. Swan gown, you're quite bold, but it's not impossible now. Da Vinci was naturally tempted by Shen Fei's proposal to create a swan gown. Previously, she would have been completely unable to do it, but now, with her understanding of the primordial runes, and her omnipotent genius, she might be able to create one in the future. As for now, did she really think the magic gown created by the great god Odin would be so easy to create? Looks like we need to find a way to summon S.H.I.E.L.D. That'll make things much easier. Report, inside the submarine that had left the Nordic lost belt, listening to the fat director constantly urging Ritsuka to write a report on the Nordic lost belt, Ritsuka sighed helplessly. She would rather take Mashu and fight Titans again than write a report. It's necessary. Seeing Roman, Da Vinci, and Holmes nodding in agreement, Ritsuka finally had no choice but to write the report on the Nordic lost belt, and, oh, the report on the previous one. Haha, with all these achievements, once humanity is restored, the Mujik family might be able to ascend the throne. The fat director, savoring a snack in his seat, smiled contentedly. Saving humanity, what a feat. Don't overthink it. Becoming a monarch isn't about merit, but connections with the law and politics department and other monarchs. Munir interrupted the fat director's daydream. How do you, a mere staff member, know the inside story of the Magic Association? The fat director's smile vanished immediately after his daydream was interrupted. Born into a prestigious mage family, he naturally knew the rules of the clock tower. The highest echelons weren't reached solely by merit. What kind of inside story is that? Almost everyone in the Magic Association knows it. Alright, new director, these reports are just for internal records. You'll submit a separate report when the time comes, Holmes said. Why? The fat director demanded. That's too simple. The lost belt has disappeared. There's no evidence. None of the bigwigs in the Magic Association will believe it. Previous reports were the same, Munir said. No, I've met several goddesses, and I want to go back. Hearing Munir's words, the fat director felt like he'd lost his parents. For a magician, meeting a true god meant something completely different. He desperately wanted to show off his experience back home. Back then, he used to chat and laugh with the gods. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as the fat director was feeling down, an alarm suddenly blared inside the submarine. The sudden alarm startled everyone, and Munir immediately ran to his workstation. Roman, what's going on? Are there any enemies? Da Vinci immediately contacted Roman, who was driving the submarine. After a period of training, Roman had finally mastered the submarine's piloting skills. It's not the enemy, but the sea ahead, Roman said, and a nearby monitor immediately displayed the situation ahead. A choppy blue sea. What's going on? Da Vinci had barely finished speaking when the submarine suddenly began to shake violently. Then, on the display screen, the group saw it had plunged into the sea. I don't know what happened. The ocean suddenly appeared ahead, and there was no time to stop. The endless white landscape suddenly gave way to the blue sea. This was something Roman had never expected. It happened so quickly that even after slamming on the brakes, the submarine still plunged into the sea. It should be fine. After all, this has entered the imaginary sea before. The fat director stood up nervously. I'm sorry, I never considered this when I designed it. Da Vinci's words made the fat director look despairing. Although the submarine's name contained the word boat, it was actually an armored vehicle. It was called that because Da Vinci, Holmes, and the others had never considered the possibility of it entering the sea when designing it. Back up quickly, Da Vinci shouted immediately. Having just entered the sea, the submarine's inherent functions allowed it to retreat. Sorry, there's nothing behind us. We're in the center of the ocean. Da Vinci's idea was sound, but unfortunately, the monitoring system revealed an endless expanse of turbulent sea, with no sign of land anywhere. Hello everyone from Chaldea, this is the Wandering Sea. Don't worry, just follow the current. I've opened the harbor gates. Welcome everyone to the Wandering Sea. Just as the group was tense, a communication link suddenly came in. The submarine began to be steadily carried forward by the current. At the same time, the monitoring system revealed a large island ahead. The submarine soon began to surface, appearing in an inland harbor. Welcome, Chaldea's master and Mashu. As for the others, don't worry, there's no danger here. Let them all disembark. After the submarine surfaced, Mashu and Ritsuka, the first to exit, fearing any danger outside, could not guarantee that the Wandering Sea wasn't a trap. Captain Olga Marie, Captain Goldruff, the purple-haired girl with twin tails greeted the Chaldean group at the harbor, appearing to be very familiar with the Chaldeans. Are you surprised to see me alive? After all, I'm the commander of Chaldea and a prime target for the enemy. Olga Marie didn't say much, but the fat captain was different. Generally speaking, I'm not surprised at all. I'm Xian Eltnam Sakris, the genius girl of the Atlas Academy. The purple-haired girl immediately introduced herself after everyone arrived at the harbor. Wait, you're from the Atlas Academy. Why are you in the Wandering Sea? The fat captain interrupted Xian. We'll talk about this later. These two should be Da Vinci and Holmes, but who is this? Xian knew everyone in Chaldea well, except for Shen Fei. Xian, if you have anything to say, please leave first. I need to renovate this place. A short man, but with the aura of a servant, suddenly approached from the side. That's right. Thank you for your hard work, Captain. Xian nodded, then said to the Chaldean group, come, I'll show you a nice place. Xian led the group out of the harbor and into the depths of the Wandering Sea. Upon entering a room, the group looked around in amazement, as the layout was exactly the same as the control room in Chaldea. To be precise, the control room in Chaldea is exactly the same as this. How about it? It's very nice, isn't it? It took me 3 months to complete. This is the new Trismegistus. At this point, Xian suddenly turned and walked to Ritsuka's side and continued. There's something you might not know. The Reiki calculator Trismegistus and the planar moon are both my creations. Marispoli used them before, but I didn't even pay a single cent. Now, I've calculated the total to be 790 million. Rounding it up, I'll charge you 800 million. If you can't pay, that's fine. Ritsuka will be mine. What? Wait a minute. Senior isn't an item. And if you want royalties, You should go to Director Olga Marie. Seeing that Xian was targeting Senior, Mash immediately sold Olga Marie out. Wait a minute, putting aside the question of why there's so much royalties, how could you use them like that? And I still have the money, Olga Marie exclaimed. With that much money, not only could she not come up with it now, but even before the human principle was frozen, she wouldn't have been able to come up with it either. Okay, Director, she was just joking. Miss Xian, I'm curious why you're the only one here in the Wandering Sea. As one of the three major organizations in the Magic Association, the Wandering Sea boasts the smallest membership, but that's only compared to the other two. It boasts a significant number of magi. Yet, unexpectedly, as the group traveled, they only spotted Xian, completely oblivious to the presence of anyone else. You mean them? They've already left, and the Wandering Sea is now being lent to me. Xian immediately outlined the situation in the Wandering Sea. They still don't recognize modern human society, Holmes said, sighing softly. Of the three major organizations in the Magic Association, the Wandering Sea is the only organization of magi who completely rejects modern human civilization. They only recognize the world of the Age of Gods, so even the freeze of humanity has nothing to do with them. Miss Xian, may I ask why you're here? Roman asked. As for me, I accidentally discovered that humanity might be doomed, so I told my teacher. He told me to solve the problem on my own. After predictions, I found that the Wandering Sea wouldn't be affected by the destruction of humanity, so I came here. As for keeping an eye on you, it's because whoever wants to destroy humanity must first deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. Only then will they feel comfortable invading. Xian then recounted her reasons for being in the Wandering Sea. She was a student of Atlas Academy's dean, S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon discovering the possibility of humanity's demise, she immediately sought help from her teacher. S.H.I.E.L.D., however, told her that he could see humanity's demise every second, and like assigning a student homework, he told Xian to solve the problem herself. It wasn't just him, the magicians of the Wandering Sea did the same. After receiving S.H.I.E.L.D.'s call, they sealed their magic workshops and left en masse. As for where they went, they probably didn't know. So these bigwigs don't take the freeze on humanity seriously. This was the first thought that came to Shen Fei's mind after hearing Xian's words. Chapter 1148 New S.H.I.E.L.D. The destruction of humanity should have been a monumental event, even for Shen Fei. After all, it was the equivalent of wiping out an entire planet's worth of people. Logically, facing such a disaster, one should work together to overcome it. However, in the eyes of many in the moon world, it was nothing like homework. Homework? Yes, it was homework that S.H.I.E.L.D. had given his student, Xian. Naturally, the Chaldeans were disappointed by this outcome, especially the fat director, who had previously hoped to gain strong support from the Wandering Sea. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. is the same in every world. Shen Fei was familiar with the name S.H.I.E.L.D. He had appeared in the world of the Fifth War and had participated in King Arthur's resurrection plan. As expected, the clock tower is the weakest. The attitude of the Atlas Academy and the Wandering Sea suddenly reminded Shen Fei of the clock tower. The clock tower, which claimed to be the greatest power in the Magic Association, sank without even a wave in the face of the incineration and freezing of humanity. The fat director heard his mumbling and was about to open his mouth to retort, but he found he had no rebuttal. The three major factions' attitudes towards this mind-shattering disaster revealed their strengths and weaknesses. As a clock tower fan, this made him feel a little uncomfortable. Alright, everyone, you've worked hard all the way here. Now let's get some rest. The kitchen has plenty of food ready, and each room has its own bathroom. Really? Great. I need a nice bath. Hearing about the private bathrooms, the women in the team, including Mash, Ritsuka, and Olga Marie, were eager to take a dip. While the submarine was fully equipped, there was only one shared restroom to save space. While magic could be used for cleaning, women preferred bathing. So, Ophelia failed. As Chaldea entered the Wandering Sea, in a mysterious hall, the Hidden Ones gathered around a large round table, convening a round table meeting. Yes, the Nordic lost belt has been excised. That's really interesting. You went to Gatak, and Gatak failed. You went to Ophelia, and Ophelia failed. Goyanska, don't you have anything to say? A Hidden One said, staring intently at Goyanska. That's none of my business. I just happened to be there, Goyanska said, expression unchanged. Okay, is Ophelia confirmed dead? She used the Great Command spell. Goyanska didn't directly answer the question, but it was an answer nonetheless. Hidden ones all knew the price of using the Great Command spell, certain death. In that sense, there was nothing wrong with it. The Great Command spell possessed miraculous power, and naturally, the cost of activating it was extremely high. It was arguable that without Shen Fei, Ophelia would have been absolutely dead, even with the presence of the goddess S.H.I.E.L.D. The Great Command spell completely absorbs a person's energy and spirit, a loss that even the original runes of the goddess S.H.I.E.L.D. could not save. Fortunately, Shen Fei had the Black Abyss White Flower. Even so, Shen Fei maintained the Black Abyss White Flower for nearly 8 hours before rescuing Ophelia. After rescuing Ophelia, Shen Fei placed her in the world of the Fifth War, living with the residents of the Lost Belt. Although Chaldea wanted to learn about the Hidden Ones and the Lost Belts from her, unfortunately, due to her worship of Chaldea, she was unwilling to say anything. In addition, Chaldea could not torture her. And with a previous experience of Gattac, she might be silenced. So, the group finally agreed to let her stay in the world of the Fifth War, just in time for her to manage the residents of the Lost Belt. After all, Ophelia was someone Mashu, Olga Marie, and the others knew, so torture was definitely inappropriate. As for the fat director, while he claimed to be willing to use severe punishment, what he was actually referring to was simply luring people with food. Spend time with him, and you'll get to know the true nature of this seemingly imposing director. That's a shame, but it's much better than someone who's cowardly and escaped back. While the individual wasn't directly named, the Hidden Ones present understood the person being referred to, Gattac. Gattac knew he was being targeted. Previously, he would have undoubtedly objected, but after the princess's disappearance and his defeat at the hands of Chaldea, he'd changed considerably. There's one thing you seem to have misunderstood. Ophelia used the Great Command Seal, but not against Chaldea, but against Surtur. At the last moment, she sided with Chaldea, Koyanskaya continued. Haha, this is incredibly interesting. It seems our younger generation is quite capable. I really want to meet her. If you meet her, aren't you afraid she'll exterminate your Lost Belt too? It doesn't matter. Humanity has nearly collapsed here. Even if she doesn't come, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. I envy you guys. What exactly did you do in the Lost Belt? The Lost Belt's existence is also based on human nature, but it's the human nature of the Lost Belt. Only in this way can the Lost Belt cover pan-human history. If a Lost Belt can't even maintain human nature, then the only result will be self-collapse. Alright, don't ask about the situation in other Lost Belts. Remember, we're enemies. Now, we're talking about the Chaldean issue. We can't let them continue their actions. Kirstalia's voice rang out. How cruel. Ophelia's dead, aren't you even a little sad? You know, she was so devoted to you. I've already said, we're talking about Chaldea now. As for Ophelia, all we can say is her faith wasn't strong enough, okay, but Chaldea has now entered the Wandering Sea, and we can't get in there. The Wandering Sea is located in a fissure in the fabric of Earth, akin to a singularity, not accessible to just anyone. Wait a minute, before we get into that, I have a question. Is there no problem with the inhibitor? With this question, the Hidden Ones turned their gazes towards Kirstalia. The situation in the Nordic Lost Belt was clearly not a self-rescue act of pan-human history. So, there was only one possibility: the inhibitor had failed. If that were the case, the problem would be far greater than that of Chaldea. Don't worry, I've already inquired, and the inhibitors haven't taken any action. The situation in the Nordic Lost Belt should be a chain summoning. According to intelligence, our junior forged deep bonds with numerous servants during the incineration of humanity. One thing Shen Fei didn't know was that the summoning of servants in the Lost Belt wasn't an act of the inhibitors, but rather a self-preservation act of pan-human history, an automatic response from the Moon World's quantum recorder. In the original novel, in the Nordic Lost Belt, the goddess S.H.I.E.L.D highly praised the Master, praising his final victory as entirely due to his own efforts, not the work of the inhibitors. The freezing of humanity is a serious matter for those living in this world, but even so, the people of Atlas Court and the Wandering Sea seem unconcerned, let alone the two inhibitors. Do they really think they have so much free time? If the Moon World is likened to a country, the two inhibitors are its supreme leaders, and the freezing of humanity is like the destruction of a village. True, it's just a village. For the Moon World, with its numerous parallel worlds, each world is little more than a village, or at most a town. When something happens in the village, who should they turn to? The police. Even if the situation is extremely serious and has been reported to the Supreme Leader will not handle it personally. Instead, they will follow the national system and handle it step by step. Only when the situation becomes too serious will the supreme leader be alerted. And this police officer deals with his servants summoned from the Lost Belt. If the suppressing force takes action personally, it's not the servants who are being summoned, but the heroic spirits themselves. There are also other issues involved, such as whether the Lost Belt God can be concealed from the suppressing force. Of course, this was originally the Moon World's response mechanism. Now, because of Shen Fei, the two major suppressing forces will definitely turn their attention to this area, even if the alien gods try to stop them. They are not targeting the alien gods, but Shen Fei, the outsider. That's good. So, how do we get Chaldea out? Lure them to one of the Lost Belts. Is anyone willing to take on that mission? Since the Wandering Sea couldn't be entered, the only option was to lure the Chaldeans out. Considering 2 Lost Belts had already been exterminated, none of the hidden ones present would underestimate Chaldea's final master. While Chaldea is powerful, their weaknesses are also very obvious. If we can eliminate their master, they won't be able to interfere with the Lost Belts anymore, Goyanskaya suddenly said. That's easy enough to say. If we can do it, we certainly want to. We don't have to confront them head-on. We can assassinate them, so you have a way to deal with her. That depends on the conditions. Alright, then, I'll entrust you with the task of eliminating Chaldea's master. As for the conditions, I'll satisfy you. Kirstelia finally made the decision. That's excellent. You have quite a few products that I'd be very happy with. Let's wait and see, Goyanskaya said, and left a meeting room. She really can invade the Wandering Sea. You know, that's the Wandering Sea, a hidden one said after Goyanskaya vanished. Since she accepted the offer, she must have a solution. Everyone can rest assured, now that the matter has been resolved, I'll take my leave, a female hidden one said, disappearing from the conference room without waiting for anyone to react. Akuhanako looks tired. The Lost Belt King over there might be a big problem. It's time for me to take my leave too. I don't have the same free time as you do. I hope you'll see me again next time. Another hidden one vanished. It seems I'm the only one who's been hurt by Ophelia. All the hidden ones, including Gaddock, left one after another, leaving Kirstelia alone. Ophelia, a deep sigh echoed through the conference room. According to my observations, there were 7 Lost Belts in total, but now there are only 5. Of these, the ones in Asia and Europe show no signs of expansion. As for South America, while we haven't learned much, there seems to be a problem with human nature there. The only one we need to investigate is the Atlantic Lost Belt, which is also where Kirstelia is located. Inside the Wandering Sea conference room, Xian used her completed Trismegistus to analyze the Lost Belts for everyone. She also classified the Lost Belts into different levels, known as the depth of depth. The further a Lost Belt deviates from pan-human history, the higher its depth of depth. The Atlantic Lost Belt, there are no humans there. Why is there a Lost Belt there? The Fat Director immediately asked. Lost Belts are based on human nature, they cannot form where humans are absent. One possibility is the legendary Atlantis, Holmes suddenly said. What? Isn't that a legend? Although it's a legend, it perfectly fits the conditions for the appearance of the Lost Belt. If Atlantis hadn't sunk, wouldn't that be another Lost Belt from the Age of Gods? Holmes said the last part in a voice only he could hear. So, based on the current situation, we can completely ignore the other Lost Belts. All we need to do next is resolve the Atlantic Lost Belt, and we can save humanity, Xian stated her reasoning. Reality isn't a game, there's no need to fight through it level by level. Kirstelia? Once we catch him, I'll make sure he experiences the power of the Mujik family's iron fist. For once, with Kirstelia, the Fat Director wasn't thinking about food, but about his fists. Will it be that smooth? If so, it seems I'll have to go to the First Emperor alone. While Xian's argument made sense, Shen Fei was a bit skeptical. After all, according to her plan, they didn't need to go to other Lost Belts. Yet, in the original story, Chaldea did go there. This only meant something had happened that necessitated the passage. However, this didn't affect Shen Fei's goal. He could just go to the First Emperor alone. You can't just go in here, standing in front of the sealed stone gate of the Wandering Sea. Shen Fei remained silent when the Fat Director suddenly shouted. Having arrived in the Wandering Sea, it was impossible not to be curious about what lay within. Not just him, but Da Vinci as well. However, considering the situation within the Wandering Sea, it might hide something even more dangerous than the Atlas Court. Naturally, The fat director strongly opposed the idea, even though he was deeply curious, as he was a magus himself. Ultimately, Shen Fei and Da Vinci abandoned the idea of entering the magic workshop, fearing they might release artifacts from the Age of Gods. Of the three major factions within the Magic Association, the Wandering Sea arguably possessed the greatest legacy from the Age of Gods. Everyone, after 2 weeks of hard work, New Chaldea is finally complete. 2 weeks later, within the Wandering Sea, thanks to the group's efforts and Captain Nemo's cooperation, everything about Chaldea had been replicated. The familiar location and work environment delighted the Chaldean group. In my director's office, the only displeased individual was the fat director. His office had been forgotten, leaving him deeply dissatisfied. Captain Nemo had no choice but to address the issue. Chapter 1149, The Third Lost Belt, Part 1. Another world, a magician, so that's what's going on. I wonder what you want from me. To be more precise, I want to make a deal with Miss Xian. I want a Trismegistus. After Shen Fei's identity was exposed, he immediately sought out Xian and offered her a deal, the Chaldean Spirit Calculator Trismegistus. This was a replica of the Atlas Academy's Spirit Calculator, the Trismegistus. Shen Fei had long coveted it, and had originally planned to have Da Vinci create one after everything was over. However, now that he had met the original's creator, finding Xian made it easier. Although Leonardo da Vinci was known as a universal genius, he was undoubtedly inferior to Xian in this regard. After all, Xian was the inventor of the virtual observation devices Plain Moon and Trismegistus. Plain Moon was the foundation of Chaldea's imaginary submersible navigation. According to the world of Hongke, this was the second God key. While its functions were not as comprehensive as the second God key, its ability to observe the imaginary sea alone demonstrated its value. If this device were introduced to the scientific community, it would cause a sensation. Although Xian looked young, her true age was probably only known to her. As a vampire, she was likely older than Leonardo da Vinci or Sherlock Holmes. Through this time together, and through conversations with Director Fatty, Olga Marie, and others, Shen Fei learned the secret of the Atlas Academy's alchemist's power, hyperspeed thinking and segmented thinking. Hyperspeed thinking, as the name suggests, allows one's thoughts to operate at high speed. For a scientist, this is a very powerful ability, and when segmented thinking is added, it becomes even more remarkable. Split thinking involves dividing one's thoughts into multiple circuits, essentially thinking through a problem. This is like having multiple selves thinking about a problem. For the average person, this isn't a big deal, but for geniuses, it's a completely different story. Imagine if multiple Starks were pondering the same scientific problem. It would undoubtedly accelerate scientific progress. Upon hearing about split thinking, Shen Fei immediately recognized its similarity to shadow clones. Even now, he still uses shadow clones to assist with cultivation, but never considered using them for scientific research. He then discovered that this method was indeed feasible. Even so, there's still a significant difference between shadow clones and split thinking, especially when combined with hyperthinking. For the alchemists of the Atlas Academy, hyperthinking and split thinking can operate simultaneously, something shadow clones simply can't match. Otherworldly items and knowledge? No problem, but you'll have to figure out the materials, and it'll probably take longer this time. Yes, but I'd like to be able to manufacture it with this material, but I'm not sure if it's possible. Shen Fei naturally agreed to Xian's request. After all, he wasn't particularly anxious about the Trismegistus. It was the quantum computer he planned to use in the Tang Empire, but he did specify that it be constructed using soul steel. Soul steel's properties made it perfectly suitable for engraving magic circuits. Furthermore, due to the properties of soul steel nanomachines, the Trismegistus would be easier to carry. If it were made with materials from the Moon world, it would undoubtedly be enormous. Like the three-pointed Hermes of the Atlas Court, which is essentially 3 gigantic stone tablets. Nanomaterials, surprisingly, have such properties. I didn't expect such excellent materials to exist in other worlds. If we use them, we can definitely create even better magic ceremonial equipment. As a brilliant scientist, Xian quickly examined the properties of soul steel. At this point, there was no material on the Moon world that could compare to soul steel. Thank you for your hard work. Buzz 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 buzz. After the completion of New Chaldea, the Chaldean team began preparing for their journey to the Atlantic Lost Belt. Drawing on Xian's detections and Holmes's speculations, they began cramming their knowledge. One night, after midnight, An intrusion alarm suddenly sounded in New Chaldea. Although this situation was unexpected, the Chaldeans quickly reacted and began to follow their evacuation guidelines. Staff immediately sought safety, and combatants took up their positions. The alarm then ceased. The team arrived at the dining hall, where they found the pale, trembling director. Also inside were Ritsuka and Captain Nemo. "What's going on?" Xian asked. It was the Wandering Sea, and invasion was truly bizarre. "It's Goenskaya, thanks to Captain Nemo," Ritsuka said, briefly explaining the situation. She woke up in the middle of the night and felt a little hungry, so she wanted to go to the restaurant to find something to eat. As a result, she unexpectedly discovered that the fat director was also in the restaurant. After seeing Ritsuka, he immediately gave the half-eaten cake in front of him to Ritsuka and asked him to keep it a secret, saying that he didn't see him coming. After all, he was the director of Chaldea. If she came here to eat secretly in the middle of the night, it would be a violation of his authority as a director once it was leaked. Then Goenskaya appeared. It turned out that she came to assassinate Ritsuka. For this purpose, she specially prepared a delicious cake with poison, and wrote a note on the side, indicating that it was for Ritsuka. Under normal circumstances, no one would eat the cake after seeing this note. In addition, this is the Wandering Sea, so there is no need to consider the possibility of outsiders. If Ritsuka found out, she would just think it was a surprise from someone. However, she had never expected such a talent as the fat director. Even after seeing the note, the aroma of the cake made him want to try it. He'd only taken a small bite, but it was so delicious he couldn't stop. If Ritsuka hadn't walked in from behind, he would have finished the cake all by himself. Then, Goenskaya came out, looking furious. Her perfectly planned assassination plan had been ruined by the fat director's gluttony, leaving her deeply frustrated. Goenskaya had poisoned the cake with just enough to kill one person, but because the fat director and Ritsuka each ate half, neither of them died. Captain Nemo, sensing an intrusion, then appeared. Seeing the assassination attempt had failed, Goenskaya left, looking frustrated. First, confirmed that he's gone. Although they already knew from Captain Nemo that Goenskaya had left, they continued to check. "New director, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" While Xian and the others were examining New Chaldea, Da Vinci performed a thorough physical examination on the fat director and Ritsuka. "Let's stop keeping you in suspense and tell them all," the fat director asked immediately. "The good news is that you and Ritsuka each ate half of the cake, so you were only half poisoned. Therefore, your life is safe now." Hearing Da Vinci's assurance that his life was safe, the fat director finally breathed a sigh of relief. "The bad news is that I've determined the poison. You only have 10 days to live." "How could that be?" The fat director, who had been relaxing, trembled again upon hearing the bad news from Da Vinci. "And what about Senior? How is he?" Mashu, standing nearby, anxiously asked about Ritsuka's condition. "Don't worry, she's fine. She just seems to have a cold at most. But I didn't expect to see this poison. It truly lives up to its legendary reputation. Even Ritsuka, who has a contract with her, isn't immune." Ritsuka Fujimura, thanks to her contract with MASH, was completely immune to Hassan of Serenity's poison, but now she's feeling unwell, a testament to its power. The immortal decaying dark vein is a poison from the Eastern Immortal Way. As Holmes, Shen Fei, and Xian, searching for Goenskaya, arrived at the infirmary, Da Vinci immediately shared the results of her examination and the name of the poison. Using Trismegistus, which Xian had assembled, Da Vinci discovered the poison's past uses. It appeared several times throughout history, both in the East and the West, each resulting in the death of a prominent figure. Due to the moon world's mysterious existence, its history naturally differs significantly from what Shen Fei knew. While both the East and the West utilize magic, the Eastern traditions often refer to it as the Immortal Way due to their differing magical foundations. "We'll talk about the poison later." "What do you mean?" Holmes began to speak when the portly director beside him interrupted. "Director Goldrove, please listen to me. The first thing we need to do is to determine why Goenskaya is here. We must prevent this from happening again." The director, who was about to speak, immediately understood Holmes's meaning after hearing what he had said. "This is the Wandering Sea. Without the coordinates, it's impossible to invade from outside. Based on previous investigations, it can be speculated that she was summoned. Someone here carried her belongings, which connected her to this place, allowing her to invade silently." Holmes then stated his theory. This vicious woman. After hearing Holmes' analysis, the director's face paled even more. He then pulled a lipstick from his pocket, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it several times. Looks like there's no need to search. The director's actions alone revealed the lipstick's true nature. I was tricked by her. Seeing the group's gazes, the fat director immediately opened his mouth to explain. As a magician, you actually carried her belongings with you after she betrayed you, Olga Marie said, shaking her head slightly. I was tricked by her, the fat director could only repeat. We've found the cause of the incident. The next step is to detoxify them. That's probably difficult. Although we've found the ingredients of the poison, theoretically, we could create an antidote, but unfortunately, the ingredients are no longer available in this era. Da Vinci shook his head. It won't work here either. The group then turned to Shen Fei. This planet was a blank slate, but there was a parallel world. I'm afraid we can't find that material there either. It's extinct in modern society. Then what can we do? Is that possible? Hearing that there was no way to create an antidote, the fat director grew even more frightened. No, there is another way, but that means our previous plan will have to be shelved, Holmes said, looking at the map of the Lost Belt displayed on a screen to the side. Oh, right, the Lost Belts are extinct in modern society, but this kind of material definitely exists there, Mash quickly realized. It seems you all understand. To save the new director's life, we have to abandon the Atlantic Lost Belt and head to the third Lost Belt first, then we'll leave in an hour. Considering the potential for constant travel in the Lost Belts, and considering that 10 days might not be enough, the group decided to depart immediately. Fortunately, due to the previous trip to the Atlantic Lost Belt, they had already made preparations, so there wasn't too much hassle. Director Olga Marie, I'll need your support in Chaldea. With New Chaldea complete, personnel would need to remain. As for the other staff, only a limited number remained in Chaldea due to the need for manpower to operate the submarine. Roman could have stayed in Chaldea, but he insisted. As for the fat director, he was the one who was poisoned, so no matter how reluctant he was, he had to go. After all, there was no guarantee he'd have time to return after finding the antidote, so going with him was the safest option. This is the servant I just summoned. What luck. As the group prepared to set off, Da Vinci appeared with a new servant. This servant surprised Shen Fei a little, because it was Nezha, the second Eastern mythological figure he had seen, the first being Sanzang. There's something fishy about Koyanskaya's actions. It's like she's deliberately leading us to the third Lost Belt. In the submarine's conference room, Holmes expressed his speculation about Koyanskaya's behavior. Otherwise, it would all be too coincidental. Even so, for the sake of Director Fatty and Ritsuka, they had to come. For Ritsuka, although the poison wouldn't kill her, having a cold all the time was very uncomfortable. What on earth are you trying to do? Why did you lure them here? Inside a room in the third Lost Belt, Akueniko stared at the charmingly smiling Koyanskaya before her, wishing she could just walk up and kill her. She had always been a quiet resident of the Lost Belt, never thinking of stirring up trouble, nor showing any interest in expanding it, let alone Chaldea. She simply wanted to stay here quietly. But upon seeing Koyanskaya, she knew her peaceful life had been disrupted. You can't blame me for this. I came here with good intentions to warn you to be careful of them, lest they catch you unawares. You meant well, but why did you use the immortal decaying nether vein and it failed? It's really not my fault. It was all an accident. It really frustrates me. Koyanskaya's frustration wasn't fake. Strictly speaking, even if Ritsuka had eaten the entire cake, she wouldn't have died immediately. After all, her contract with Mashu gave her a very high poison resistance. HMPH, Akueniko snorted, then walked outside. My dear sister, where are you going? To see His Majesty. Chapter 1150 The Third Lost Belt, Part 2. I didn't expect it to be such a peaceful world. In the third Lost Zone, after the submarine surfaced, the group left the submarine and took in the atmosphere outside, feeling a sense of emotion. Considering the two previous Lost Zones were covered in snow and ice, they had made extensive preparations for what to expect in this one, but surprisingly, it was so normal. Based on the magical energy content in the air, we can guess that this place must belong to ancient times. After measuring the magical energy in the air, the group quickly made some assumptions about the situation in this Lost Zone. I don't think now is the time to worry about this. Our current location is not good, Shen Fei immediately spoke, observing the surroundings and the villagers approaching from afar. Indeed, Holmes nodded gently. Dear Da Vinci, we seem to have appeared in a field. By this time, Li Xiong and the others had also spotted the villagers. Seeing the angry expressions on their faces and their location, they immediately understood why they were angry. The submarine had surfaced in the middle of a field, with crops flattened all around. Who are you? What are you doing in our fields? Are you outsiders? Go call the guard. As the villagers approached, they were surprised to see the submarine in Chaldea. They immediately began to retreat, calling for the guard. Soon, they surrounded a burly young man holding a wooden stick. Guard, it's them. They're wearing strange clothes and destroying the wheat. Mashu, Ritsuka, go explain. Don't let Holmes get through, Munir said hurriedly. Is there something wrong with my explanation? Holmes looked at Munir in confusion. You don't understand your own problem yet. Before Munir could speak, Da Vinci spoke first. Holmes' explanation was theoretically correct, but it depended on who he was speaking to. We are not suspicious people. Mashu and Ritsuka went to meet them with a smile on their faces, but unfortunately, the guard on the other side seemed not to want to say anything to Mashu and Ritsuka. He raised the wooden stick in his hand and was ready to attack, forcing Mashu to materialize the shield to block the opponent's attack. What is that? The villagers on the side looked at the shield that suddenly appeared in Mashu's hand in surprise. They didn't seem to recognize the shield. Mashu, don't hurt them, Da Vinci warned Mashu. You, who are you? The guard waved the wooden stick at Mashu's shield for a long time, but couldn't break through the defense. Instead, he was exhausted. After the wooden stick fell from his hand, he finally stopped and asked breathlessly. We are travelers passing by, Mashu said immediately. Then why did you destroy our wheat? Well, it was an accident. We can compensate you. Da Vinci walked over with a smile on his face. Perhaps because of the commotion, more villagers emerged from the distant village, adults and children alike. Holmes then approached the female villagers. As expected, in every era, appearance is paramount. Shen Fei was speechless as he watched the male villagers appear near Da Vinci, while the women surrounded Holmes. Although he hated to admit it, Holmes was indeed very handsome, and his aura easily attracted women. As for Da Vinci, he was also a rare beauty. Don't forget, Emperor Napoleon was instantly captivated upon seeing him. The wheat here is a little different. Shen Fei ignored Da Vinci and Holmes' conversation with the villagers. Instead, he squatted down and examined the wheat in the fields. With his knowledge of grain crops, he easily noticed that the wheat here was very unique. In the Qin and Tang dynasties, he had diligently researched the relevant knowledge in order to introduce higher-yielding grain seeds. Negotiations successful. After a brief conversation, both sides seemed to have reached a consensus. The villagers no longer cared about the destruction of their wheat fields. The submarine also started up and left the fields. Even though it destroyed more wheat along the way, the villagers showed no particular reaction. On the land where the submarine had been parked, Chaldea offered some food and snacks as an apology. From previous observations, the production level here was clearly at a medieval level, so naturally, there wouldn't be the diverse food available in later generations. The submarine had a good supply of candy, cakes, potato chips, chocolate, and the like. It's a bit strange. The people here don't know the current dynasty, the emperor's reign, or even the weapons. In the submarine's meeting room, Holmes, Da Vinci, and the others shared the information they had gathered. Despite Holmes's excellent conversational skills, the villagers were unfortunately clueless. Another problem, I don't see any elderly people among these people. As a village, there shouldn't be any, Holmes shared his observations. Indeed, Holmes's reminder reminded the group that there weren't any elderly people among the villagers just now. I think you should take a look at this first. Just as they were pondering the situation in the Lost Belt, Roman's voice rang out from the monitoring room. To prevent a surprise attack from the hidden ones or Quinjet and the others, the monitoring room was on constant alert. As Roman finished speaking, a screen on one side of the conference room displayed an image of a vast steel city floating in the distance. And the previous scene switched to the sky, revealing a continuous expanse of bizarre structures. This is the situation in the sky, 2,000 kilometers above the ground. There's no way to determine its exact length, but it's about 5 kilometers wide. Roman's words left the group in the conference room bewildered. They had just described this place as medieval, yet something like this appeared. This was something unseen even in modern society. Even though Shen Fei had some prior knowledge, he was still deeply shocked by the sight of the Great Wall in the sky. For him, a city in the sky wasn't a big deal. He could have built one if he wanted. The headquarters of destiny in the collapsed world was just a group of floating islands, but a space wall, that was something even the collapsed world couldn't build. But there seems to be something wrong with this lust belt. Shen Fei felt deeply puzzled by the fact that such advanced technology existed, yet the common people didn't benefit from it. While he knew about the first emperor and the love story of Akachi Hinako and Xiongyu, those were just his memories. He had no idea of the specifics of this lost belt. Without understanding the reason for this, Shen Fei decided not to comment. Who knew if there was a reason behind it? Just like the previous Nordic lost belt, he was initially furious with the goddess Skadi, but later realized she had done her best, and he couldn't say anything. He disliked Garetsugui Minaya's principle of measuring life by numbers. But he had to admit that such trolley problems did exist in reality. It wasn't impossible for Gon, Kurapika, and Liario to encounter the same problem with the old woman at the beginning of the Hunter exam. Forget it, I'm just here to learn from Masaru about his technology. We'll just take things one step at a time. Shen Fei quickly gave up on overthinking. After all, this was a lost belt. If it was as he imagined, it wouldn't be a lost belt. Can you detect the coordinates of that floating city? Compare them with the coordinates of pan-human history and see if you can find the capital of that era. Holmes stared at the picture of the floating steel city and, after a moment's thought, immediately spoke up. No problem, we found it. According to the comparison, that is the city of Shenyang. Shenyang, isn't that the Qin dynasty? Did it perish a long time ago? Why is it still there? This is the lost belt. Think about Ivan the Terrible. If the first emperor had not died, but had really found a way to achieve immortality, the subsequent dynasty reincarnation would probably not have happened. With more than 2,000 years of development, it is not impossible to do such a thing. But now we have to consider whether this person must have accomplished such a feat through technology or magic. It should be called Xiandao here. Mashu and Ritsuko were not clear about the great achievements of the first emperor, but this was a submarine that stored a lot of information. Soon, with the help of this information, Mashu and Ritsuka understood what the first emperor was. There's another question. We haven't seen any signs of the imagination tree, either outside the storm or inside. It's probably hidden, just like the Nordic lost belt. We'll deal with other matters later. Right now, we need to strengthen our forces. After all, our primary goal is to detoxify the new director in Ritsuka. According to Xian, it's fine to leave this lost belt alone. Let's prepare for the heroic spirit summoning. We've already detected a nearby spiritual vein. Da Vinci and the others quickly decided to put all that aside and focus on finding Goyanskaya, getting the antidote, and saving the people. Is this Chaldea, inside Shenyang City, in front of a sci-fi-inspired passage? Aku Hanako and Goyanskaya stood by, watching a screen displaying footage of the submarine's appearance, confrontation with the villagers, and then their reconciliation. Yes, Your Majesty, they've come to overthrow the eternal foundation of the Great Qin, Aku Hanako said respectfully. Behind him, Goyanskaya, dressed in a cheongsam, stood there, unusually obedient. If Katak or Ophelia had seen her like this, they probably wouldn't have believed she was Goyanskaya. HMPH, if my Great Qin were so easily overthrown, there would be no need for it to exist. In my view, you are no different from them, outsiders. The first emperor's words made Goyanskaya look at Akinako with dissatisfaction. After all these years in this lust belt, she still hadn't earned the trust of the Lost Belt King. Your Majesty, I can assure you that they come here with the intention of destroying your dynasty. They are extremely dangerous. They have already destroyed 2 lust belts, Akinako said hurriedly. Since you are so fearful, I grant your permission. After a brief silence, the first emperor finally agreed to Akinako's request. Thank you, Your Majesty. By the way, this is Gao Yansky. What are your thoughts on my Great Qin? The first emperor's voice rang out again, but this time it was no longer addressed to Akinako, but to Gao Yanskaya. Your Majesty is truly worthy of being called the greatest emperor of all time. And, Your Majesty, my name is Goyanskaya. I'll remember, Goyandraji. The first emperor's words froze Goyanskaya's body, and her expression darkened. If she were anywhere else, she would have exploded, but facing the first emperor, she ultimately held back. Strange, there's no reaction at all. It's as if Valhalla doesn't exist in this world. Da Vinci and his companions brought their spirit base boxes to the spirit vein, ready to summon heroic spirits once more to increase their combat power. Surprisingly, the spirit base boxes showed no reaction at all. How could Valhalla not exist? It's not impossible. First, you have to understand what a heroic spirit is. A heroic spirit is the prayer of humanity, Holmes slowly explained, explaining something Shen Fei had never heard of before. So that's how it is. This must be the reason for the birth of Elia. Therefore, the history of this world cannot be changed, because it is the foundation of Elia's birth. Holmes' words gave Shen Fei a rough idea of why Elia, humanity's collective consciousness, and heroic spirits were born. Humanity needed heroes. Of course, the specific circumstances were certainly more complicated. After all, Shen Fei had experienced many worlds, and only the moon world possessed the inhibitor, the other worlds lacked it. Suffering is only one of the conditions for the birth of the inhibitor, not necessarily a prerequisite. If it were, then Arknights would definitely have both the inhibitor and heroic spirits. Speaking of suffering, Shen Fei's world was the worst of all. It was a true hellish start. It seems there's no way to summon servants from the Lost Belt. We can only try to find a way through pan-human history. This was the Lost Belt. If they wanted to summon heroic spirits, the Lost Belt was naturally the best option. But now that had failed, pan-human history was the only option. Come back quickly. There's movement in Shenyang City. It seems like something has been launched. Just then, an emergency call came in from Roman. It's not a missile or something like that. The fat captain made a rare appearance. Due to the poisoning, he had been resting in the submarine. No way. If that's the case, we have no way to escape, Munir leaped out. Considering the footage and the technological level of this Lost Belt they had previously seen, it was indeed possible that it was a missile. Do you know what that is? On their way back to the submarine, the group spotted some excited villagers and approached them. That's a royal gift, a reward bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor. It will land at a designated location. As long as we don't get too close, we'll be fine. But it's strange, nothing worthy of His Majesty's royal gift has happened lately, a villager said. Be careful, we've detected magical activity inside. It must be a servant, possibly a hidden one. As the flames approached, the group could clearly see a large box, and Roman's voice echoed again. Prepare for battle. Get out of here. To avoid harming the villagers, the group immediately ran in another direction. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.